This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1334. Yang Bo, disguised as Li John, dispatched a C-class battleship to escort over 3,000 Alliance citizens back to the Alliance. The battleship would transfer these Alliance citizens to the Alliance battleship in the public star system. Of course, some of these Alliance citizens had also been involved in criminal activities, and clues related to their activities had been submitted to the Alliance. Then Yang Bo began arresting people in Gutra State, grateful for the Federation's absurd laws. Federal laws are unlike Alliance laws. Under Alliance law, no one can be arrested without solid evidence or a judge's signed arrest warrant. But the Federation is different. The ruling class of the Federation acts for their own benefit. Anyone suspected of being a suspect can be arrested. Of course, many people tried to resist, but they were met with cold machines and high-voltage electricity. Yang Bo planned to round up all the former officials, members of parliament, and company shareholders in Gutra State, because these people undoubtedly have some hidden assets. However, Yang Bo would not personally deal with them. They would be handed over to the later established Gutra State Parliament and the new government. Yang Bo was confident that the group from Kalaya State would definitely not let them go. Of course, Yang Bo also cleaned up the situation while doing so, as the houses these people were currently living in were likely mortgaged. Even the members of the propaganda killer organization, who kidnapped Alliance citizens, would be handed over to the new government. Yang Bo looked at the environment of Gutra State. This planet appeared unpolluted, but in reality, it was polluted, as many of the prehistoric animals on it were not native to this planet. Many prehistoric animals from other planets have been genetically modified. However, this planet's environment is relatively one of the better ones in the Federation, at least free of other radiation pollution. The cities here also employ high-standard environmental protection measures, primarily to attract tourists from the Alliance and the Empire. The matter of Gutrabang has come to a temporary end, and with March Star still free, Yang Bo strolled around Prince Holden's territory. Then he arrived on Devon. After arriving on Devon, Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart and went to the Ring Hotel. The Space Technology Forum now awaits Bart's signature for its successful conclusion. The Space Counting Forum has many individuals and organizations participating. However, only 5 technology licensing companies have been approved by the Space Technology Management Committee and the Empire. 3 from the Empire and 2 from the Alliance. The 3 Empire companies are newly established. 1 is affiliated with Su Ruoshin, 1 with Devon Star's official investment, and 1 with Allen. The Alliance has 2 companies because of its antitrust policy. The 2 Alliance companies were also newly established, with a complex shareholder structure consisting of the 2 major financial groups behind the Liberal Party and the Democratic Party. The reason for licensing these 2 Alliance companies is primarily to capture Alliance customers. Otherwise, this technology license would not be available within the Alliance. Of course, this technology license only applies to the modification of space mechas. The real core technology lies in Devon's Return-to-City device. Devon's Return-to-City device is a joint investment by 5 companies, with technical support provided by Bart Space Technology Laboratory. Bart Space Technology Laboratory holds a 60% stake, while the other 5 companies each hold an 8% stake. The other 5 companies have no actual control, only financial oversight. The cost of modifying each space mecha is 1 billion credit points. Subsequent use options include a per-use fee or an annual fee. Of course, there are a limited number of free uses per year, after which a fee will apply. Additional personal equipment options are available. This type of personal equipment is a customizable service, and is classified as protective armor, a type of armor. Prices range from 1 billion to 5 billion, or even 10 billion. The key factor is the armor's attributes and application scenarios. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect of this protective armor is that it requires Yang Bo to recharge it with space energy. This is also one of the core technologies, and no one else can replace it. This means that once the armor's energy is depleted, it needs to be recharged. Of course, armor used by the wealthy, while depleting energy, is definitely life-saving and critical. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Bart. Your Excellency, Grand Duke. Seeing Bart arrive, everyone greeted him respectfully. Yang Bo nodded, then picked up his pen and signed. Everyone applauded at this scene. The mech return technique did have some drawbacks, though. The main drawback was that it required summoning the mech in times of danger, and then activating the emergency return button. This process took several seconds. The length of this time depended primarily on whether the space mech was disturbed. If the space mech encountered strong energy interference while returning to the city, the return time would be extended. Everyone, I trust your choice today. I have good news to share with you. Our lab has made another breakthrough in space technology. As for what breakthrough, I'm not in a position to share it right now. Yang Bo saw everyone applauding and clapped himself before speaking. Yang Bo will soon launch a directional teleportation service, allowing space mechas or space vehicles to teleport to specific spatial coordinates. This is actually very simple. Simply use the device to open a spatial channel to a specific spatial coordinate, and then drop the vehicle into it. While it sounds simple, it's actually not that difficult for Yang Bo. Because Yang Bo can teleport himself, his understanding of spatial energy is far superior to that of his peers. However, I can't guarantee the safety of others, as not everyone possesses Yang Bo's strength or exceptional physique. Thus, this technology won't have a significant impact on the security of the three countries, as the number of people transported at a time is limited. Of course, it poses a significant threat to the safety of individuals, as the enemy could potentially teleport directly into your garden. So, upon hearing Bart's words, the others began to ask, I wonder what kind of technology you're talking about, Grand Duke Bart? I can't disclose it for now, as it's still in the experimental phase. Yang Bo, of course, wouldn't reveal anything related to it. Grand Duke Bart, I wonder how long it will take for the return to city system to be operational. Someone else asked with concern. It will be very soon. We have the technology in reserve, don't worry. But everyone should still follow the precautions when using the space mech return technique. Yang Bo knew that this technology would rarely be used. But for those with money, this life-saving technology might be unnecessary, but it's essential. Furthermore, the international situation is changing rapidly right now. Look at how deteriorating the situation in the Federation has become. Thinking of the plight of those in Gutterbang, these wealthy individuals felt that this technology was still extremely necessary. $1 billion for the conversion isn't a high price. The key lies in the subsequent usage and maintenance costs, as well as the customization of personal equipment. The reason Yang Bo set the price so low was mainly to attract more people. If the price were too high, many wealthy people would still consider it. In any case, Yang Bo estimated that few people would use this technology. This was why Yang Bo placed the return device on Devon. On the one hand, it was for confidentiality reasons, and on the other hand, if the return device was set up on various planets, these people might use this technology at random, even though this technology has various limitations, such as not being able to be reused within a short period of time. Since the return point is currently on Devon, these people can't easily attempt it, because returning from Devon to their homes and workplaces would take a long time. Of course, setting up return systems on every planet would be a huge investment. Because the enemy entered Devon via space mecha return, the Devon Parliament passed a special law. That is, those who arrived on Devon via mecha return can complete the relevant procedures later. The 5 companies have long since divided their territories. The 3 companies of the Empire, and the company officially invested in Devon have a market limited to Devon, primarily accepting customized services from the Federation and other wealthy individuals. The reason Devon Star's official investment company is involved is primarily for easier oversight and management. As for Alan and Suruoshin, they already divided the market. The 2 alliance companies also divide the market, as each administrative planet in the alliance has different factions. The only entity without technical authorization is the Federation, primarily due to its current instability. Then, there's the celebratory reception, the construction of the remaining return-to-city devices, and the modification of the space mech. The modification of the space mech primarily involves renovating the internal facilities and communication systems, as well as installing some protective devices. Of course, the wealthy individuals who receive the modifications must ship their space mechs to Devon Star, as each space mech has a different frequency. After all, as a Grand Duke, Bart wouldn't want to destroy his own job. It's precisely because Bart is a Grand Duke that some wealthy individuals believe in this technology. If it were anyone else, these wealthy individuals wouldn't believe it at all. These wealthy individuals also fear human error. After all, every wealthy individual has competitors. Bart is not only a Grand Duke, but in many areas, he has no competitive relationship with others. The title of Grand Duke alone was enough. After all, the imperial nobility was very particular about appearances. Bart, I need to talk to you about something. Suruoshin saw that Bart had almost finished greeting the others, so she came over and spoke. Sorry. Yang Bo, who was chatting with Alan, apologized upon hearing Suruoshin's words. Then, Suruoshin took him to the top floor of the Ring Hotel, where she lived. A brief absence made the heart grow fonder, and Yang Bo naturally understood what Suruoshin meant by calling him. Even with 2 helpers, Suruoshin was still completely subdued by Yang Bo's rule. It's been so long since you came to see me. Do you still have me in your heart? Suruoshin asked, hugging Bart tightly. Stop it. Yang Bo patted him on the shoulder. Yang Bo's words left Suruoshin speechless. First, the two of them met at the masked ball, and now they were together because of personal gain. We were all adults and nobles. Relationships were nothing compared to personal gain. Humph. Suruoshin snorted again. How's your royal family doing lately? Yang Bo asked again. Still in chaos. There's also a rumor growing that father has adopted another hidden prince. The royal family has calmed down for now. Everyone is investigating this hidden prince, Suruoshin said. Yang Bo had discussed this issue with Suruoshin the previous time, and after some research, he discovered a pharmacist named Yang Tianming who seemed to be having issues. Yang Bo subsequently stopped paying attention to the matter, because the crown prince not only wanted recognition from his majesty, but also from others. He wanted recognition from the council of nobles, the imperial family, and the people. Yang Bo suspected that Yang Tianming was likely a backup candidate for the throne, but he hadn't expected the crown prince to stumble so quickly. Besides, the emperor was known for his ruthlessness. Perhaps the previous crown prince was simply a distraction. Because any actions taken by others were aimed at the former crown prince, they had no impact on the backup candidate, the true crown prince. Yang Bo hadn't yet figured out what tactics the emperor would use to gain the approval of the people and the nobles with this crown prince. That's hard to analyze. Yang Bo wasn't sure about the situation, so he kept his guess to himself. And there was something even more crucial. The interests between him and Suruoshin outweighed everything else. He better not reveal the hidden prince's identity, as it might have unexpected consequences. Can you stay here today? Suruoshin asked again, pleading. I can't stay here for long, but I satisfy you once more. Yang Bo chuckled, then turned over and began to move. After the cocktail party, Yang Bo left in a respectable manner. As he left, Yang Bo gave Alan a thumbs up, because Alan had only just finished the party after Yang Bo had emerged from the presidential suite. The return device for the mecha return technique was designed and built by White and others. Yang Bo had no need for these things. As for the client space mecha, Alan and Suruoshin space mechas needed modification first. After returning to Bart's manor, Yang Bo stayed there for another night. The next day, Yang Bo arrived at Bart's lab and continued to build robots. Yang Bo built the first generation of robots himself, and then the first generation of robots built the second generation. The second generation of robots would then build the third generation of robots, each with varying degrees of precision. The battleship's manufacturing process primarily involved the second and third generation robots. The energy engine's manufacturing primarily involved the second generation of robots. Yang Bo then focused on the affairs of Prince Holden's territory in the second world. Prince Holden's father had found him a wife, a princess from a neighboring kingdom. Last time Yang Bo, disguised as Prince Holden, had already refused this offer. But King Holden still made the decision on his own, not only bringing the princess home, but also sending her to his domain for the wedding. This time, the princess was escorted not only by knights from a neighboring princess, but also by the royal knights. Yang Bo suspected the king and the nobles had ulterior motives. Maybe they were trying to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him, because they had bribed the pirates to target him. Now Yang Bo was considering whether to let the players go out to plunder. Prince Holden's domain had 2 pirate warships, which had been repaired by players, with redesigned sails and more pulleys, making the ships even faster. Of course, these players weren't going to plunder ordinary people, but nobles. In the second world, only nobles and nobles could own merchant ships. After some deliberation, Yang Bo decided to let them go, so he sent a message to his butler. During the last war against the pirates, Prince Holden had granted many knights. These knights had titles, but unfortunately, no land. This alone was enough for the knight gamers to flaunt their power in real life. Furthermore, many of the knights from the knight territories that Yang Bo's gamers had established had tragic endeavors, so the knights of Prince Holden's territory had no desire to strike out on their own. Yang Bo rarely held meetings under the guise of Prince Holden, so it was somewhat novel for these gamers to attend a meeting of the territory council convened by Prince Holden. Many of them even started live streaming. For the development of the territory, this prince will issue 2 plunder permits, but the territory will receive 70% of the proceeds. 2 loot cards are following 2 warships. Yang Bo announced the news directly. Prince Holden was a bit of a mystery among the gamers, rumored to be studying some kind of mysticism. After Prince Holden's words, the gamer knights below shouted, "Choose me, choose me. Only 2/3 of Unites can board the 2 warships, and the remaining 1/3 will remain in the territory. When the warships return, the 1/3 remaining in the territory can be dispatched. The returning knights will recuperate and help defend the territory. Yang Bo immediately made arrangements. Divide the noble players into 3 groups. He was worried that if these gamers went out and split up, they would be wiped out by a storm or something. Form your own teams and report to the steward, who will assign them. Yang Bo delegated most of the territory affairs to the steward. This was mainly because Yang Bo himself didn't have the time to stay here for long. I don't care whose things you rob, but it's best not to give anyone any evidence. The gamers were overjoyed to hear Prince Holden say this. Because looting is often targeted at other countries, especially hostile ones, Prince Holden's statement meant that even one's own country could be robbed, but the point was to avoid leaving any evidence. The gamers watching the live stream were envious and resentful of the gamers in Prince Holden's territory, but now, it's more difficult to come to Prince Holden's territory, as the kingdom no longer sends outsiders there. After making all the arrangements, Yang Bo rode Prince Holden's unicorn for a stroll, then returned to March Star under the pretext of studying occult science. Because Yang Bo discovered someone was looking for him, Sophie from the Pierre family. This woman, knowing Yang Bo's identity as a super hacker, was planning to come to him privately, and had already set off. Because Yang Bo had released a spiritual seed into Sophie's personal bodyguard, surely, it seemed as if the other party was asking him to do something. Yang Bo was puzzled. What could the Pierre family possibly be that he couldn't handle? Chapter 1335. Yang Bo wasn't at all surprised. How did the Pierre family know his identity? For a political family like this, it was easy to pry openly for information. And Yang Bo had long known that the so-called Alliance privacy was a hoax. It was a one-sided violation of the personal privacy of Alliance citizens. Of course, these things couldn't be discussed openly. Not only was there no privacy, but some pharmaceutical companies were able to precisely test drugs on individuals based on their genetics. So, there was a group within the Alliance who rejected modern technology. There was a reason for their rejection of everything government-related. In the early days of the Alliance, pharmaceutical companies, driven by drug sales, would cause all sorts of leaks. For example, radiation leaks, virus leaks. Even if you didn't personally pay for these things, the government had already paid. And the government's money was also your tax money. It seems it's not just the Pierre family, there are probably other families involved. Especially the consortiums behind those internet companies. They'd probably be keeping a close eye on me, too. Yang Bo stroked his chin, feeling that being watched wasn't a good thing. But there was no way around it, because once you become famous, you definitely attract attention. I like to see how this Pierre family contacts me, Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. Then Yang Bo saw the news about Bart, and it was all over the Alliance, covering everything about the mecha return to base technique. While this was certainly news, it was more of an advertisement for 2 companies. These were the companies that had joined the Alliance, and they were ready to exploit the wealthy. What wealthy person wouldn't want this chance to save their life? Plus, a space mecha costs at least tens of billions of credits, while this one only costs 10. Yang Bo spent time on March Star playing games and spending time with his girlfriend. Because his other 2 identities didn't have anything else to do for a while. Although Bart's Space Mecha Return to City system has been launched, its actual implementation will have to wait until the Return to City system is completed. Many wealthy people want to try it out first. And the number of orders won't be too high, as the number of wealthy people is small to begin with. However, what Yang Bo didn't expect was that the number of inquiries from wealthy people in the Federation skyrocketed due to the Gutra State incident. This was something Yang Bo hadn't anticipated. It looked like the Federation would be the majority of clients in the future. No one wanted to end up like those people in Gutra State, losing everything in just a few hours. Yang Bo also received 2 of the most advanced battleship optical computers from the Ministry of National Defense and signed a testing agreement with them. This had to be signed, otherwise it would likely violate the law. Within 2 days of receiving the optical computer, Yang Bo had already discovered 2 vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities were neither major nor minor, and their impact was moderate. Yang Bo's work naturally impressed everyone in the Ministry of National Defense. In fact, Yang Bo had discovered many more vulnerabilities, but for now, just 2 were enough, as the Ministry of National Defense already had a massive security network systems department. Yang Bo, I invited Sister Jingxiang and the others to dinner tomorrow, Su Wei told Yang Bo before leaving for mecha training. Why did you invite them again? Yang Bo asked curiously. You said you were more useful for experiments before, but now you're fidgeting with your computer during the day and bothering the three of us at night. You're comfortable, but it's seriously affecting our superpower training and mecha training. Sue rolled her eyes in exasperation. That's right, it's even more powerful than robots. At least we can actively control robots. You can't control them at all. You better do experiments, Annie and Xia complained. Okay, I'd do them soon. Although Yang Bo was being scolded by the three women, he felt happy inside. Yang Bo wanted to say that Wang Mushua sometimes came during the day. Today, Yang Bo saw another piece of news. Li Yong returned to the alliance with the people he rescued from the pirate base. The federal president, vice president, senate president, House Speaker, Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and other high-ranking officials personally met with those rescued from the pirate base. They were given new identities and special funds allocated for their medical treatment. Some of them were cyborgs, whose mechanical devices were replaced with biologically grown skeletons and other devices. Many groups came out to strongly condemn the pirates' actions. Many groups also praised the federal government and the Department of Defense. Of course, Li Yong didn't get a prominent spot in the report because he lacked sufficient experience. However, the commander of this squadron was also a close confidant of Li Yong's father. After the squadron commander's promotion, Li Yong would become the squadron's deputy commander. Yang Bo knew Li Yong was asking him again. This time, Yang Bo wanted to see how sincere Li Yong and his men were, because he was the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates in front of Li Yong. As a pirate leader, he couldn't just selflessly help others. Then, there was the Federal Central State, who had been contacting him, hoping he could provide more information about the pirates. And then, there were the Greyhound Pirates. These pirate groups were already rubbing their hands, ready to lead another attack under his command. Sophie, Shirley, and other guards and followers were already on their way to March Star, but Sophie and her group were coming in secret. Yang Bo was curious about how Sophie would approach him given his current persona. Would she reveal her true identity directly, or threaten him with her white hat hacker credentials? Some say someone like that couldn't possibly be that foolish. That's because of information asymmetry. In the eyes of these families, Yang Bo's current identity is nothing more than a nouveau riche, a mere scoundrel. That's right, because Yang Bo's only publicly displayed talents are hacking and ancient martial arts, and he has a good relationship with the president and vice president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. As for the rich list, it's a joke, because these big families don't participate in it at all. And everyone believes they have plenty of resources. So sometimes, their behavior seems a little incomprehensible to ordinary people. But to those at their level, it's quite understandable. Because Yang Bo also holds the title of Grand Duke Bart, Yang Bo was able to empathize with these people, like Li Yong and his son, who were secretly plotting against him, only to murder him once they achieved their goal. The main reason these people acted this way was information asymmetry. Yang Bo hadn't responded to messages from various parties yet, hoping to gauge their sincerity. Furthermore, Yang Bo would cleverly exploit their internal conflicts. The major conglomerates in the Federal Central State, due to their involvement in different industries, suffered varying losses. Furthermore, as the war with the Pirate Alliance dragged on, the internal conflicts within these conglomerates would only intensify. Of course, Yang Bo had done Madhya Pradesh a favor this time, transferring the wealth of the people of Gutra State to Madhya Pradesh. This provided Madhya Pradesh with a boost in its vitality, but it also triggered deeper conflicts. This was because Madhya Pradesh's current wealth distribution favored the military industry. Although all conglomerates were involved in military-related industries, the proportions varied. After this wave of red buffs passed, the major conglomerates in Madhya Pradesh would undoubtedly split, as Yang Bo would have to continue leading the pirate group in attacks against Madhya Pradesh. This would then force the conglomerates in Madhya Pradesh to seek external assistance, and John Lee's opportunity would have arrived. As for what the other party would offer, we discussed that later. Also, the federal central government's acquisition of Gutra State's wealth might seem like an advantage, but it will further alienate the other states from the central government. However, due to the immense power of John Lee and the central government, these people couldn't express their dissatisfaction. Taking advantage of his free time, Yang Bo pondered the current situation and how to respond next. The next day, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen visited Yang Bo at his villa. The two of them now admired Yang Bo even more. In fact, once a person accepts another person from the bottom of their heart, they will discover countless strengths in that person. If a person doesn't accept another person, then even if they have countless strengths, they won't be discovered. Although Su Wei didn't explicitly agree that Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen would be Yang Bo's girlfriends, she did reserve a room for them in the villa. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen understood Su Wei's intentions. Still, they maintained a certain reserve. They couldn't just move into the villa right away. They knew that Yang Bo had single-handedly breached Gutrabang's network and communication systems. The contract Yang Bo signed with the Ministry of National Defense was to go through his own company. It was just a different name, and the contract was confidential. This contract was also a military contract, just under a different category. Because government departments can't sign contracts with individuals. It was the rainy season on March Star, so going to the rooftop for tea was out of the question. Last time, the two of them had already visited Flower Fruit Mountain and the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, so this time, they were all in the game. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had also arrived in Green City in the Second World. Su Wei, Annie, and Xiao were also in Green City. Because in the Second World, as long as you have gold coins, you can reach any destination safely, no matter how far. Yang Bo, on the other hand, wasn't in Green City. But the others could chat privately in the game. The Imperial Sword Association had been keeping an eye on Yang Bo, and was deeply concerned about him mastering the Meteor Fist in the game. As for Li Qiubai, as the Imperial Sword Association's intelligence officer, he was highly regarded. But unfortunately, there was no progress. Li Qiubai also gnashed his teeth in hatred for Yang Bo. When he accepted the mission, he had thought he was a homebody, easy to deal with. After all, homebodies appear to be homebodies, but they're actually incredibly flirtatious. The first step went smoothly, successfully entering Yang Bo's newly opened company, but things got stuck. He also received news that Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had also entered the game, and were playing with Yang Bo's 3 girlfriends. Shameless. Disgusting. Li Qiubai had already imagined Yang Bo now had 5 girlfriends, spending time with them in his villa, doing whatever they liked. No wonder he ignored him. Li Qiubai had no better way to message Yang Bo. Yang Bo took a long time to reply, and sometimes he didn't reply at all. He wanted to abandon the mission, but it wouldn't make it difficult to plant intelligence agents in Yang Bo's company just because he gave up. However, Li Qiubai noticed something fishy about another person at Yang Bo's company. This person was rarely social, and his approach to life was rather casual. He didn't seem like someone who grew up in the Alliance. Because everyone who grows up in the Alliance has some hobbies or joins some group. Because this is something everyone who grows up in the Alliance must go through. Li Qiubai suspected he had run into someone in the same profession, so when he met with his superiors this time, he asked them to investigate. Yang Bo's company recently signed a confidentiality agreement. I don't have permission to review the contract. Please check what exactly is involved. Li Qiubai said to the person he was meeting with. Li Qiubai's superior was speechless. Do you know that in the Alliance, anyone investigating anything will leave traces? Your main target is Yang Bo, not other miscellaneous matters. One moment you're investigating your colleagues, the next you're investigating the company's contracts. We want you to investigate the powers Yang Bo has gained in the Second World. Li Qiubai's superior was also speechless. Do you know that the more you investigate others, the greater the risk of exposure? Li Qiubai was reprimanded by his contacting superior. Li Qiubai certainly couldn't claim to be a multifaceted spy. While investigating these matters wouldn't significantly help him get closer to Yang Bo, it would allow him to report to the other side. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen are getting closer to Yang Bo again. I give you 3 more months. If nothing works, you end the mission. Yang Bo already has 5 girlfriends. How could he care about other women? Li Qiubai's superior was extremely dissatisfied with Li Qiubai's actions. Li Qiubai could only grit his teeth and nod, unable to argue. Whether your colleague is in the same industry or not, don't bother with her. Also, the company contract involves confidentiality, so it's best not to ask too many questions or look into it. The Alliance takes privacy very seriously. If you do, you might arouse suspicion. Also, be mindful of the way you speak and act. Li Qiubai's supervisor wasn't prepared to help him investigate the other 2 matters. Okay, but Yang Bo won't come to the company at all. That's your business. Li Qiubai and his supervisor were at a mountain viewpoint, where they could see the raging storm. After the two separated, Li Qiubai gritted his teeth. Returning to his dorm, he sent a series of seductive photos to Yang Bo. Unfortunately, Yang Bo still didn't reply. Is he being ripped off? Li Qiubai thought maliciously. After all, Yang Bo wasn't the only one in the villa. Yang Bo was busy cooking, and his watch had no signal at all. While cooking, Yang Bo used his spiritual seed to check on the others. He discovered that Lu Jingxiang, Zhou Kersen, and Su Wei were discussing him in the game. Yang Bo was quite detached. If Lu Jingxiang and the others stayed, he would accept. because staying meant they indirectly agreed to be his girlfriend. If he remained indifferent, wouldn't he be worse than an animal? If they didn't stay, forget it. Li Yong, full of energy, discussed with his father how to use his good brother twice more, and then get rid of him. Then he would deal with the Pierre family and the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, because dealing with such a political family required a slow and steady approach. By then, I'd be dead and without proof, and all the benefits will be taken away by them. Yang Bo sneered inwardly. Great, great. Smooth sailing, right? A life without ups and downs is incomplete. Without being beaten down by society, one cannot mature. Just the right time to give the pirates a boost. And Li Qiubai, send me a photo. What a jerk. I released the spiritual seed in her. She's seen everything. I use this to test the otaku. Let her get anxious first. I'm not anxious, anyway, because Yang Bo hasn't figured out how to use Li Qiubai to spread misleading information. Chapter 1336. How about you stay here tonight? Yang Bo asked Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen during dinner. Originally, Yang Bo didn't want to ask, but Su Wei had just pinched him repeatedly. Su Wei and the other two didn't have high-level superpowers, and Yang Bo had been mostly on March Star recently. While everyone was comfortable with that, facing Yang Bo's abnormal physique, and doing it every night, the three of them couldn't handle it. Okay then. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were still a little reserved, but upon hearing Yang Bo's words, they agreed, their faces flushing. Then let's go to bed early tonight. Su Wei also winked. Annie and Xia also breathed a sigh of relief. When they were together, Yang Bo mainly tormented them, because Su Wei couldn't stand the hassle. Okay then. Yang Bo nodded. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen's room was on the 3rd floor, and there was another room occupied by Wang Muxue. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had left the door open when they retired for the night. Since everyone else had agreed to stay here, Yang Bo certainly couldn't let them go. Lu Jingxiang slept in the bedroom, listening intently to the door. The door wasn't locked, leaving it open for Yang Bo. Yang Bo gently pushed open the door to Lu Jingxiang's room. Lu Jingxiang pretended to be asleep. Yang Bo chuckled and touched her directly. Lu Jingxiang felt Yang Bo hug her, so she hugged him back. Without a word, they kissed. However, Lu Jingxiang had never had a man before. She was a member of the family, and women in the family wouldn't have affairs before a marriage, as the purpose of a marriage between the two families was to ensure that the child would carry the blood of both families. Yang Bo chuckled and went straight to Zhou Kersen's room next door. When Lu Jingxiang recovered, she discovered that Yang Bo had actually carried Zhou Kersen into her room. When Zhou Kersen woke up the next day, she felt as if she'd been hit by a mecha. Then she remembered the absurd incident of the previous night, and then she saw Anija right there beside her. Anija and Xia both had amazing figures. In the end, Anija and Xia were the main players last night. Pervert. Zhou Kersen hadn't expected Yang Bo to have such a perverted physique. Do you think we want you to be Yang Bo's girlfriend? Anija asked, hearing Zhou Kersen's mumbling. Huh? Zhou Kersen suddenly realized. Yang Bo was delighted. What man doesn't want a few girlfriends, especially stunning beauties? And the best way to get these stunning beauties to open up was to have them together. It was because Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had never experienced corporal punishment and couldn't handle it. The main reason was that the two were once members of the same family, and most unmarried women in the family were guaranteed to have never been subjected to corporal punishment. After most marriages, children are born before the couples go their separate ways, because the children are the fruit of the marriage. If the children aren't their own, the marriage could actually create hostility, because others might think you're carrying the child to seize their property. Although paternity testing in the alliance requires stringent conditions, that refers to the legal process. And precisely because of these strict legal procedures, the illegal paternity testing industry is thriving. Furthermore, the fees for illegal testing are more than 10 times higher than those for legal testing. Sometimes, Yang Bo suspects that capital is behind these activities. At noon on the 3rd day, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen arrived for work, looking a bit exhausted. Li Qiubai gritted his teeth as he looked at them. From the way they walked, he could tell they were in such bad shape from the injections, and they only came to work at noon. Li Qiubai was furious because he had sent so many photos to Yang Bo, and he hadn't replied. He couldn't believe he hadn't seen them. This made Li Qiubai feel like he'd been taken advantage of. He felt like he'd been taken advantage of. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen went to work at the company, and said they would take 2 days off. Yang Bo had no choice but to go to the lab, then take a stroll around Prince Holden's territory. 2 pirate warships had already left the harbor and begun looting. Of course, both pirate warships were camouflaged. It has to be said that playing this game has many benefits. Some gamers work as laborers on merchant ships. The players on the 2 warships were live streaming, and these guys were hooking up in the live stream. And the gamers working as laborers on the merchant ships were eager for the players on the warships to rescue them, so they could join Prince Holden's territory. Of course, Yongbo couldn't interfere. Because he was the native Prince Holden. The native Prince Holden was just a prince fascinated by the mysticism. There was no way he knew these things. Also, Yongbo wanted to see the reaction of the Second World officials. And Yongbo hoped the Second World officials would be ruthless. When these gamers learned the truth, the backlash against the royal family would be even greater. I don't know much else. But Yongbo knows about the gamers in the Night territories he divided up from his territory in Green City. These players worked so hard to become knights, and own their own territories. And now, 90% of them are bankrupt or even dead. Yongbo certainly knows how furious these gamers will be if they learn the truth. Because most of these gamers are disciples of the nobility, idle and finally finding a hobby, and now you tell me, someone's cheating. Someone's deliberately bankrupting us and embarrassing us in front of their friends. So, how will these angry gamers, the noble disciples, react? How about having Bart create a game character, and then Bart can lead these noble disciples in defending their rights? Yongbo stroked his chin. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, Grand Duke Bart would speak a fair word. Yongbo spent another day happily with Catherine in Bart's private laboratory. For now, Bart's identity is fine. There's nothing wrong with John Lee for the time being. John Lee's fleet is currently maintaining military control over the entire state of Gutra. Although many in the Gutra gang were unwilling to give up, they tried various methods to win over Li Yuehan. Just now, 2 companies, relying on their alliance background, threatened Li Yuehan. After Li Yuehan exposed their actions, the parent companies of both companies went bankrupt. So now, these people are trying every possible means to win over Li Yuehan. Of course, the honey trap is indispensable, so Li Yuehan has received a lot of video footage from beautiful women. However, Yongbo scoffed at this. Later, after the capital of Karaya State took control of Gutra State, you guys can't just pick and choose whatever I want. And now you're trying to negotiate terms with me. Yongbo wandered around and arrived at Green Devil Planet again. During this operation in Gutrabang, a lot of equipment and other items were destroyed, including some mechas containing a lot of rare metals. Yongbo used the fleet's unmanned robots to recycle this waste. Then he selected the materials needed by the Iron Bull, and brought them to Green Devil Planet. Ridging on the Iron Bull's back, Yongbo strolled through his territory on Green Devil Planet. Compared to other territories, Yongbo's territory had more and more mutants. Because other territories were hunting mutants or drawing their blood, they wanted to exchange these mutant materials for various supplies produced by the Alliance. Yongbo's territory didn't have that kind of thing, so over time, these mutants learned that living here was a safe place. Although others around him envied Yongbo's territory's resources, no one dared to target the Golden Armor King. The scene that took place in the Green Devil Planet Council still left them with lingering fears. That was the time Yongbo instantly killed dozens of counselors. Yongbo noticed the Alliance's 8th fleet was tracking him, so he looked up. The entire Alliance was now extremely curious about the Golden Armor King, because his origins were so mysterious, as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Furthermore, he was so elusive that Alliance officials had long since sealed off the area surrounding Green Devil Star, but still hadn't found any trace of the Golden Armor King. So the Alliance now suspected the Golden Armor King had always been on Green Devil Star. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Golden Armor King was disguising himself as someone else. Because as Green Devil Star's resources began to appear in the Alliance market, the flow of people became increasingly frequent. Green Devil Star now has a huge trading market, boasting numerous rare materials, including some unknown ones. The Alliance's capital is very experienced in this kind of business. Yongbo had heard of several Green Devil Star tales of sudden wealth, where rare mutant creatures were discovered and sold at exorbitant prices. This is a familiar tactic used by Capital. It was the original gold rush, and later, with the lottery, you only see what Capital wants you to see. Capital won't let you see how low the chances of getting rich quick are, and how most people end up losing money, nor will it let you see how low the chances of winning the lottery are. Yongbo wandered around for a few days, before returning to March Star. Because Wang Mushua had come secretly. Wang Mushua didn't care about Yongbo's girlfriends, as she herself was a secretive person. After Wang Mushua left, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen arrived. The two then decided to stay here permanently, though they still went to work. As for whether to go in the morning or at noon, that depends on how long it takes to get up. It's also possible to take a day off, There's not much going on at the company anyway, and Sophie from the Pierre family will be arriving on March stars soon. Yang Bo was curious about what Sophie wanted to do with him. Yang Bo had only released a spiritual seed to Sophie's bodyguard, Shirley, so he didn't know Sophie's true intentions. But the other party's stealthy approach definitely meant something. When Yang Bo saw the text message Sophie sent him, he knew she was up to no good. A message came from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Yang Bo, you don't want to know that your identity as a super hacker god has been discovered by other assassin organizations, do you? Then, there was the address of a villa on March Star. Damn! Yang Bo knew it was Sophie's message the moment he saw it, because Shirley had seen it herself. Yang Bo was upset, but he still had to act out his intentions to understand the other party's true intentions. So Yang Bo waited several hours before sending a message. Who are you? How do you know my true identity? My true identity is top secret in the Alliance. Believe it or not, I notify Homeland Security immediately. The unfamiliar number on the other end quickly replied, you can notify Homeland Security immediately. Your identity will be completely exposed, and you face endless assassination attempts by assassin organizations, hacker groups, and cybersecurity companies. They won't tolerate someone like you existing. Yang Bo, you can't threaten me. I'm in my own territory on March Star. Contacting me covertly like this is shameful. Sophie, who was in March Star's new villa at the time, saw Yang Bo's reply and chuckled. This Yang Bo is really interesting. If he really dared to report it to Homeland Security, he wouldn't have sent so many messages. People like this who grew up in orphanages and have nothing but talent are the easiest to deal with. Bodyguard Shirley nodded nearby. Yes. Actually, many people now know Yang Bo's identity, but no one dares to confront him. After all, what Yang Bo did was just, and because of the propaganda killer, the Alliance has frozen a large amount of assets. Anyone who touches Yang Bo now is an enemy of the Alliance. Furthermore, Yang Bo later breached Gutra State's security system, indirectly saving over 3,000 hostages. It's just that Yang Bo, a nerd, doesn't have a good grasp of the political situation. It's practically impossible to understand it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have replied to our messages. We could have just privately reported it to the Department of Homeland Security, Sophie said confidently after seeing Yang Bo's message. Yang Bo, aware of the situation through his spiritual seed, realized that Sophie was testing his reaction. Sure enough, Sophie then sent him a message. I give you a day to think about it. If you don't come after that day, you be responsible for the consequences. Yang Bo didn't reply after seeing this message. TSK. Yang Bo waited a while before going, giving others the impression that he was hesitant. Yang Bo knew his position at the top of the Alliance, and his connections to major corporations and families were no secret. However, his identity as a white hat hacker and his actions all met the Alliance's political needs. Not only did it bring a large sum of money to the Alliance government, as the frozen funds were difficult to unfreeze, but the deposits paid by those involved were also substantial. Moreover, he played a decisive role in the subsequent hostage rescue. In the Alliance, as long as he was politically correct, no one would dare to attack him. It seems Sophie and the others have urgent business, otherwise they wouldn't take such a big risk and threaten me in such a sneaky way. Wait a few hours before meeting them. Find out what they're planning. And then, it would be even better if I could get some dirt on the Pierre family. I already have a connection within the Alliance military. Now, if I could get another one within the Alliance parliament, that would be even better. Yang Bo chuckled to himself. Chapter 1337. During this period of waiting, Sophie and the others were still feeling a bit anxious. However, Sophie and her team's action had been carefully evaluated from all angles. Political families, like the Sophie family, are full of analytical talent. Analysts in various fields, including politics, finance, and military, are plentiful. Finance, military, and geopolitics all have a significant impact on the final political landscape. Furthermore, political families, like Pierre's, have extended their reach into every industry across the Alliance. Because the foundation of politics is capital. The politics of the Alliance are essentially the result of competitive compromise among capital. Every decision made by the Alliance is the result of competitive compromise among various capitals. After waiting for 5 hours, Sophie suddenly received a message. I'm here, please come pick me up. Yang Bo was currently in the underground parking lot of a large supermarket, wearing a hat and a mask. There was a large sign indicating where Yang Bo was standing. After sending the message, Yang Bo waited there. He then kept pacing back and forth, appearing quite anxious. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a car pulled up in front of Yang Bo. Get in, someone inside said, as the car pulled up in front of Yang Bo, and the door opened automatically. Yang Bo pretended to hesitate as he got in. Sophie, watching all this remotely, felt like everything was under control. Because Yang Bo's performance was consistent with his profile and assessment. The Pierre family had detailed information on Yang Bo. He was born in an orphanage, and was known for his low self-esteem and sensitivity. He loved playing games, and was a bit of a homebody. Online, he's a fearless warrior, but in real life, he's timid and cowardly. A look at Yang Bo's villa, and the defensive measures on his private land reveals his timidity. This is related to Yang Bo's birthplace, and the pirate attack he suffered upon his arrival on March Star. Sophie also saw information about Yang Bo's rescue on Green Devil Star. After landing on Green Devil Star, Yang Bo dug a burrow in the ground and hid there for 3 months, eating grass and roots. He was finally found by the Alliance search team, otherwise, he might never have emerged. After getting on the flying car, Yang Bo remained motionless. Yang Bo knew someone was secretly observing him. Yang Bo's camouflage skills had reached the Grandmaster level, and now he was masquerading as a keyboard warrior online. Online, I strike hard, but in real life, I'm timid and cowardly. Because Yang Bo had no evidence before meeting Sophie, he couldn't establish his connection to Alliance politics. So Yang Bo's top priority now was to meet Sophie, and then work for her. Yang Bo also suspected that Sophie's personal visit to him must be due to some major trouble with the Pierre family. Because Sophie's political future was bright, coming to him was still somewhat risky. Could it be that Li Yang's family was investigating the Pierre family, and they discovered it? And they came to me so secretly, they must be doing something shameful. The Pierre family must also have talented hackers, so ordinary matters wouldn't be my responsibility. I just wonder what secret they're looking for me for. Yang Bo wondered in his heart. The car sped through the storm into the basement garage of a villa in the villa complex. Get out, the bodyguard driving the car said. Yang Bo quickly got out and checked his watch. The bodyguard was a woman, dressed in a professional suit, tall and slender, with short hair and sunglasses. But she wasn't Shirley. She was clearly a member of the Red Earl organization. Because members of the Red Earl organization don't consider anyone outside their group human, they look upon them with indifference. Not just indifference, but also a touch of disgust. Within their organization, these people are contaminated garbage, tainted by filthy thoughts. Yang Bo followed the bodyguard into the elevator, which opened into the living room. Don't move. 2 security guards shouted at Yang Bo at the elevator entrance. Then they began a body search. Change your shoes. They then instructed Yang Bo to remove his sneakers and put on slippers. Follow me. Then, led by another bodyguard, Yang Bo ascended to the 2nd floor of the villa. Then they took the stairs to the 3rd floor. At the entrance to the 3rd floor stood Shirley. The woman Yang Bo had released his spiritual seed. Shirley was also a bodyguard, though she wasn't dressed in professional attire. Instead, she dressed like an office worker. She served more as an assistant and bodyguard. When Yang Bo saw Shirley, he took a second look. Shirley, noticing Yang Bo approaching, opened the door and gestured for him to come in. Yang Bo stared at the open door. Shirley entered, revealing a suite. But now it felt like an office. Behind a large desk, Shirley sat in a wide chair with her back to him, watching the storm outside the window. There are some tools over there. If you can crack the URL above within 10 minutes, you'd be eligible to see me, Sophie said, her back to Yang Bo. Hack into other people's websites is illegal, Yang Bo replied cautiously. If you don't do it, your identity will soon be spread online. You will be hunted endlessly. Those assassin organizations hate you to the core. Sophie's voice sounded expressionless. Yang Bo hesitated, then sat down at the desk, which housed a state-of-the-art optical computer and some input devices. Yang Bo put on his virtual glasses and gloves. The virtual projection displayed a website address. Yang Bo discovered it was a game trading website affiliated with a large gaming platform. Yang Bo knew this was a test for him, a way to confirm his identity. It had to be said that large families were very methodical in their operations. Because everyone knows that many things aren't as simple as they appear. To this day, Sophie still doesn't believe Yang Bo has such a high hacking talent. Yang Bo is hailed as a god in the hacker world. He single-handedly breached an entire planet's network system, even emptied the accounts of its wealthy residents and burdened them with debt. He indirectly caused an entire planet to go bankrupt. This destructive power has made everyone reconsider the hacker community. Of course, this incident also brought about a huge opportunity. Cybersecurity companies saw a sudden surge in business. You have to understand that in this high-tech, intelligent society, cybersecurity has permeated nearly every industry. For users, there's no better solution. They can only trust cybersecurity companies. Because they're experts in this area, it's unclear whether these companies can protect against someone like Yang Bo. Yang Bo quickly browsed the entire website, completing it in 2 minutes. This trading site sells all kinds of in-game items. Even the second world's in-game coins, the highest price being 5.6 million credits. There are also various price tags, 5 million, for 0.8 million, and so on. This is actually a strategy used by the merchants on the platform. When you browse through the price tags and see the 5 million price tag, you think it's incredibly expensive and not worth it. Then you continue browsing and find other prices. When you see the 3 million or 2.78 million or 2.78 million price tags, you think they're a bargain, basically half the price. In fact, this is the true market price. These virtual game merchants are all part of the same circle, deliberately inflating the prices of some virtual items. This results in higher transaction prices. Of course, the high price of in-game coins in the second game world is primarily reserved for aristocratic gamers. Of course, the wealthy second-generation rich in the Alliance also yearn for the second game world. These wealthy individuals in the Alliance, while despising the Empire's aristocracy, simultaneously imitate the aristocracy's dress and mannerisms. The Empire's nobles set the pace for global fashion. There was no other way. These nobles were rich. After browsing around, Yang Bo decided to target the consignment system. The consignment system included a temporary session system. This meant that through this system, sellers could be contacted without registering. The trading platform's primary purpose was to increase trading volume. But before doing so, Yang Bo had to hide his IP address. He simply used this as an operating IP address within a virtual server in the Alliance. He also created some tools within the virtual server, so that if anyone could trace it back, it would crash. Then Yang Bo began targeting the temporary session module. In just 8 minutes, Yang Bo had gained administrative privileges for the website. Sophie, naturally, had people remotely watching Yang Bo's operations. Of course, these people couldn't see Yang Bo's video, they could only see his actions within the virtual world. The hackers conducting the remote assessment were silenced after seeing Yang Bo's actions. It was too powerful, and the vulnerability he found was incredibly hidden. This trading platform hasn't issued any warnings yet, so these people gave Yang Bo's operation an S-level rating. Unless he was relieved after seeing these people's evaluations, these people were all top hackers trained by his family. Pa. Su Fei clapped her hands, then slowly turned around and stood up. Ah! You're not that. Yang Bo had already taken off his virtual glasses and stood up from his chair in surprise, as he watched Su Fei turn around and stand. It seems our guest has recognized me. Sophie, with short hair, wore a very refined white blazer. Underneath her was another white shirt, but 2 buttons were undone, revealing a deep cleavage. Since our guest knows who I am, that's even easier to explain. Your identity is no secret to us. Now I'm giving you a chance. Become a member of our Pierre family? Then you be protected by our Pierre family. To be frank, as long as the Alliance exists, our Pierre family will exist forever. Our Pierre family has produced 40 speakers of parliament in the years since the Alliance was founded, and each generation has had more than one counselor. To say otherwise would only weaken Yang Bo's psychological defenses. Sophie stood before Yang Bo and noticed he was lowering his head. He was taller than she, but now he looked cowering in front of her. Yang Bo looked a little embarrassed. I don't do anything illegal. Being caught with evidence is illegal. Will you be caught with evidence? Sophie asked, tilting her head to deliberately stare at Yang Bo. Yang Bo pretended to be embarrassed, lowering his head. He quickly shook his head. They can't possibly catch me with evidence. That's right. And what I want to tell you is that what we do is, in some ways, just. Since you grew up in an orphanage, you naturally know how much shady things are going on there. And you experienced pirate attacks too. You were able to get such a large sum for nothing, mostly for the cost of keeping it secret. So there are many crimes going on out there that you can't see. We should expose them to the public. Since you know me, you should know what I do. I have a document here. Please read it before you decide whether to cooperate. From now on, we show you the document before we do anything. If you don't want to do it, we won't force you. We are primarily working for the benefit of women, and crimes against women have never decreased since ancient times. Sophie began to use her speech-like tactics again. Yang Bo picked up the document and began to read it. It was criminal information. Someone was using welfare institutions to conduct drug experiments. That is, the food provided by welfare institutions contained various drugs. This is also the truth behind the free medical care provided by many welfare institutions. Because you take someone else's medicine without undergoing tests or treatment, you have no idea how effective it is. Could this information be fake? Yang Bo keenly noticed that the welfare institutions were private and part of a chain of welfare institutions. You can check out the internal data of this welfare organization chain provided in the documents. I believe you can easily hack into their database, Sophie said seductively. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. Then Yang Bo took the initiative and sat down to begin working. Sophie breathed a sigh of relief. The reason she had produced this information this time was precisely because of Dr. Yang's upbringing in the welfare organization. Yang Bo's proactive approach proved that his family assessment was flawless. As for what he had just said, haha, everything Yang Bo did was now recorded, meaning that his actions were being used as criminal evidence. And legally speaking, the evidence Yang Bo collected was illegal, and the process was illegal. Of course, Yang Bo knew how Sophie and the others were plotting against him, but he wasn't plotting against them. Just now, while operating the computer, he had discovered someone was remotely recording the data. Yang Bo had also created a tracking tool that could track the storage location of these remotely recorded data. He also turned on the video recorder to record all the times Book Fee helped him break into other people's websites. Then everyone would threaten each other to see who was more afraid. I wasn't afraid of being targeted by assassins. The more senior the organization was, the more I liked it. Chapter 1338. Sophie also watched Yang Bo's operations with curiosity, but unfortunately, she couldn't understand them. Yang Bo also noticed that someone was remotely learning his operations. He had anticipated this. For these families, they were always reluctant to trust outsiders, trusting those they had nurtured and brainwashed from childhood. These people were clearly learning his hacking skills, but Yang Bo ignored them because, from his perspective, he couldn't do anything about it. This time, Yang Bo took 9 minutes to crack the welfare organization's website and began searching for the information he needed. The website contained a large amount of data and numerous data paths. Yang Bo directly pulled up the data logs, knowing that experiments required data transmission, but not all the time. In other words, data transmission with regular patterns was not a problem. Based on these data paths, Yang Bo quickly found the suspicious target. Then he continued working, and soon Yang Bo said, "This optical computer's performance is not good enough." Then pause, Sophie said after hearing this. He then went to the bedroom to contact the others. A few minutes later, Sophie emerged and said, "There's a supercomputer at this address. How long will it take to access their database if I grant you access?" "Half an hour." Yang Bo wondered if Sophie and the others were fools. They were actually planning to give him access to the supercomputer. Don't they know who he is? Is this essentially giving him the supercomputer for free? With something like this in his hands, how could he not exploit a backdoor? How could he not keep it in his own hands? Of course, these people might be confident, thinking they were only granting him temporary access and that someone was watching over them. But what am I, a top hacker? If those scumbag supervisors could spot my tampering, would I still be a top hacker? Okay, Sophie agreed. Yang Bo felt that being around non-professionals was quite pleasant. Then Yang Bo gained temporary access to the supercomputer and discovered it belonged to a financial company. After gaining access to the supercomputer, Yang Bo hijacked numerous virtual servers within the Federation, using them as a springboard. He then began cracking the database associated with the welfare agency. In 24 minutes, Yang Bo had breached the database, which contained a wealth of experimental data and research paper data. Yang Bo began downloading this data, which was then diverted to the hijacked Federation virtual servers and then relayed to other servers. To others, the data looked like garbled code. It needed to be combined and then specifically decoded. Sophie glanced at the message someone had sent her and said to Yang Bo, "Send the information to this address." Yang Bo was truly impressed. How could these people be so generous? The address they were receiving the information from might be the database connected to the Pierre family's secret research laboratory, or even the Pierre family's think tank. This meant the Pierre family had exposed some of their secrets again. But then Yang Bo realized that these people didn't take him seriously at all. "Can I go back now?" Yang Bo erased all traces of himself and directly detonated the hijacked virtual server. After cleaning up, he removed the virtual device and asked cautiously, "Haha." Sophie waved to Shirley, and Shirley left. "Yang Bo, you done a great job. We need people like you." Sophie looked at Yang Bo and found it amusing. Go back? Could he go back? What do you mean? Yang Bo suddenly stood up. I mean, you have to come with us. Otherwise, everything you did today will be evidence of a crime. If you don't leave, you spend the rest of your life in prison. The killing organization will send people to take good care of you in prison. You heard about what's going on in prison, right? You don't want to. Sophie looked at Yang Bo with disdain and threatened. You're not keeping your word. You're setting a trap. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to expose you. Yang Bo said with a look of rage. Go ahead, go ahead. What's the harm in suing? I can say you cheated me. Let's see if the judge believes you or me, the legislator. Besides, I have a family. Even if something happens to me, it's just me. Even if I go to jail, I'd be out soon. But you lose your girlfriend, your private land, everything you have now. Your little money isn't enough to compensate for other people's losses. Sophie was incredibly proud, because Yang Bo would be her subordinate from now on. I want to go to the bathroom. Yang Bo seemed to have been holding back for a long time before he finally said this. Go ahead. Sophie felt a little disgusted. After all, a grown man was in her own bathroom, but knowing that he wouldn't be there again, she didn't mind. Yang Bo entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and sat on the toilet. His expression suddenly changed. Then, Yang Bo began using his watch. First, he had to breach the room's LAN. Because the villas here were fortress-like, especially due to the intense winds, smart devices relied on the villa's internal LAN, which was connected to the outside world via wire connections. He first changed the LAN settings to ensure that Sophie and the others wouldn't receive any messages for a short period of time. Then, Yang Bo connected to the virtual server he had previously hijacked from the Federation, which contained numerous hacking tools. He then began attacking the supercomputer provided by the Pierre family. This time, Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpowers to quickly discover vulnerabilities in the supercomputer. The supercomputer possessed powerful computing power and formidable defenses, but Yang Bo employed a feint to the east, mobilizing server resources to attack the majority of vulnerabilities. He then conducted a covert attack on the most critical vulnerabilities. The supercomputer could repair itself, but the automatic repair process itself had vulnerabilities, and it failed during the attack. Repairs were only possible with humans, but they were helpless against the massive attack. The super-optical computer sounded a rapid alarm, and the team managing it was bewildered by the sheer number of pop-up windows. Security pop-ups are part of the security system, and the vulnerability Yang Bo had exploited affected the entire system. Damn it, who is that? It's just a data attack, nothing serious. The super-optical computer supervisor said, looking at the attacked area. Activate the emergency plan. Activate the backup system. Activate the Deep Blue Defense Network and implement countermeasures. The security chief issued a series of orders. Since the attacks appeared to be confined to the periphery, they activated the backup security system and issued a series of orders. Boss, the attack is coming from the Federation. It's the Federation's virtual server. It's crashed. The security chief listened to each voice and nodded. As the countermeasures were implemented, virtual servers were taken down one by one, and the warnings became fewer and fewer. Finally, the warnings ceased, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Little did they know, Yang Bo had already gained access to the entire super-optical computer. Using the super-optical computer as the main tool, Yang Bo attacked Sophie's group website. In less than 3 minutes, he had gained access to the group website, as its backup data center was the super-optical computer center. Then he breached the security defense system of the Pierre family's Rose City. Only then did Yang Bo send Sophie a message. Miss Sophie, I have something to talk to you about. Sophie went to the bathroom with a hint of disgust. She opened the door and walked in, only to see Yang Bo sitting on the toilet. What's going on? Sophie asked. Please look. Yang Bo activated the virtual projection on his watch. Miss Sophie, you look familiar with this scene, don't you? This is Rose City. Just now, I gained access to the entire Rose City security system. TSK, I never thought the renowned Pierre family would be related to the Red Countess. The Red Countess? Yang Bo observed the virtual projection and controlled it. After seeing the scene in the virtual projection and hearing Yang Bo's words, Sophie's body went limp, and she sat down on the bathroom floor. But the next second, Sophie lunged at Yang Bo. A scorching aura emanated from her, her clothes charred black, clearly a user of fire energy. But the next second, Sophie felt a large hand grip her neck, and her strength drained away like the tide. Miss Sophie, you don't think the creator of the meteor fist is weak, do you? Yang Bo said, grabbing Sophie's neck as he placed her head under the faucet. Sophie felt no strength, and let the water run over her head. And here, That's where you just gave me access to the super light computer. Look at these idiots, they thought they were victorious. Yang Bo changed the virtual projection. This was the super light computer's control center, where the security director was ordering his men to find out who had attacked the super light computer. You're so conceited. If these idiots could understand my operations, they wouldn't be sitting in the control room, working boring overtime. Sophie's head was soaked with sweat, her mind blank as she stared at the director of the super light computer control center in the virtual projection. Miss Sophie, if I wish, I can donate the money in the accounts of these people in the super light computer to any charity. The two core financial companies of your Pierre family can expect bankruptcy. Yang Bo chuckled, and the virtual projection appeared. She could see Yang Bo checking the data in the super light computer data center. Sophie saw the money in her bank account and her spending history. She was bewildered, because those people in the super light computer control center hadn't noticed. It's over. It's over. It's over. Miss Sophie, I only need to snap my fingers, and your Pierre family will be completely divided up by the other families. Even if your Pierre family is a political family, so what? You're colluding with the Red Count. That makes you a terrorist. In the Alliance, that's a red line. Anyone, any family, tainted by it will die. And I can just snap my fingers, and bring even more charges against your Pierre family. The Red Countess. TSK, I never thought the Pierre family's most prominent female politician would be a Red Countess. Everyone in your family will die, in all sorts of ways, because those connected to you will be the first to eliminate you. Only when you're dead will they be safe. Yang Bo released his grip on Sophie's neck. Sophie sat down on the ground, her clothes covered in carbonized fabric. Her underwear was clearly made of a fire-resistant material. You brought this upon yourself. You were foolish enough to give the super optical computer to a god-level hacker like me. Yang Bo continued to attack Sophie's psychological defenses. Because Yang Bo had just released a spiritual seed into Sophie, he discovered that this Sophie was the Red Countess, but only a figurehead, and the Pierre family was merely a covert means for the Red Countess to amass wealth. Sophie had never met the Red Countess, and as for the claim that the child was a product of technological fusion, Sophie had merely provided some biological samples. The Red Countess issued the orders, and some of the bases Sophie knew about were all in the Federation. I was wrong, I was wrong. Please, please. I was wrong, Sophie finally reacted. She crawled over gratefully, hugging Yang Bo's thighs, exclaiming loudly, but a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Then Sophie suddenly entangled herself with Yang Bo, her entire body radiating a blazing glow. Bang! Sophie noticed a flash of silver light, and a suit of armor suddenly appeared on Yang Bo's body. Then, with a thud, a suffocating pain shot through her abdomen. The fiery energy glow on Sophie's body instantly vanished. You? Sophie slid softly to the ground, staring at Yang Bo, clad in armor. She felt a pang of frustration. How could Yang Bo possess such advanced armor? Killing me is useless. If you kill me, if anything happens to me, the hacking program in the supercomputer will be activated, and everyone's money will be donated. And your family's secrets will be released to all internet platforms, including my own account. Yang Bo squatted down, smiling. Devil, you devil. Sophie screamed. Same here. Miss Sophie, you don't want your family to be destroyed, do you? I'm giving you a chance now. To be more precise, I'm giving your family a chance to be a dog. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. So what if Sophie was an A-level Esper? He had released a spiritual seed into her, so he naturally knew what she was thinking. I wait for you outside. You have 5 minutes. Yang Bo walked out of the bathroom, his armor vanishing. He then pulled out a space box, and pulled out a set of clothes. Sophie was desperate. A strong woman? A counselor? If the truth were revealed, she would face certain death. Those in the alliance connected to her family would unite, and quickly eliminate the Pierre family. Be a dog. Okay, let's see who's truly the master of our dog. Ha ha. Ha ha. Sophie suddenly had an idea. Then Sophie stood up, turned on the shower, rinsed herself, put on her bathrobe, and left the bathroom. Chapter 1339. Yang Bo knew that women like Sophie were capable, and had been nurtured by their families since childhood. Otherwise, there would be no way to control a women's group. Through their personas and displays of wealth, they harvested the wealth of their subordinates. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that most of the middle and upper echelons of women's groups, like Sophie, were quite rational. But for the sake of profit, these people wouldn't expose such lies. And among the women at the bottom, a small number were relatively clear-headed. They joined for the profit. The vast majority of the rest were brainwashed, some even receiving welfare and saving to buy certain things. Brainwashing has little to do with intelligence or education. So many people on Earth have been deceived by pyramid schemes, many of them highly educated. Not to mention scams, just look at those college students. Sophie emerged in a bathrobe, her hair still damp. Yongbo, what you just said is true, Sophie asked, looking at Yongbo sitting on the sofa. Of course. Yongbo knew what Sophie was planning. The more powerful a woman is, the more easily she is swayed by personal gain. Then, we, the Pierre family, are willing to be your dogs, Sophie said as she untied her bathrobe, revealing her underwear. Sophie showed Yongbo her body. She knew how perfect it was. Because she cultivated the image of a powerful woman and was a member of a powerful group, she was very particular about maintaining her figure. Sophie refused to believe that Yongbo wouldn't react to her body. Unless Yongbo didn't like women, but judging by his profile, he had several girlfriends. A strong woman like Sophie, one who has achieved great success in politics and business, knows how to capitalize on her. Puff! Yongbo watched Sophie's body unbuttoning her bathrobe with amusement. It had to be said, Sophie's body was truly perfect, a bit like the AI-generated perfection. A perfectly S-shaped figure, delicate face, fair skin, a high, firm chest, a waist as thin as an A4 sheet, long legs, and a perfect butt. And, most importantly, it wasn't black. Yongbo observed, but his words were different. You don't think your body is very attractive to me, do you? Since you collected information about me, you know I have more than one girlfriend. Su-wei is a princess, and my other two girlfriends are no less impressive. Not to mention that those of us online haven't seen it all. As a woman with a child, you have absolutely no advantages in my eyes, Yongbo said with a grin. Sophie nearly snapped when Yongbo called her a mother, but she suppressed her anger and knelt before Yongbo. Although I'm a mother, I'm also a senator. Sophie knelt on the ground, revealing everything about herself to Yongbo. Ha ha. So what if I'm a senator? I can snap my fingers, and your family will be wiped out. By then, if I wish, someone will immediately deliver you to me. You be a true dog then. Yongbo ruthlessly attacked Sophie. Before you came to me, didn't you know why I was targeting Gutterbang? It's because the propaganda killer organization has a bounty on their head. We otakus don't like to cause trouble. But if anyone tries to bully us, we show them what we're capable of. Ever since you sent me that message, I've been feeling funny. Which killer organization dares to target me now? Which political family dares to offend me? Not to mention I'm on the hook with the Department of Homeland Security. Even the president and vice president don't dare offend me. Otherwise, I'd bankrupt the consortium behind them in a second. You brainwashed those poor women and made yourself incredibly arrogant. You're playing the queen in front of those poor women, Yongbo said sarcastically. Sophie's heart ached at Yongbo's words. Because this operation was Sophie's own decision. In other words, everything Yongbo had been doing was just an act, a show for others to see. From the moment he received her message to the moment he came to see her, everything had been a lie. If he had sent her that message, she wouldn't have met him at all. But he had come, and even put on a show right in front of me, then seized the opportunity to gain access to Rose City's security network, even taking over the highest levels of authority within the family's core financial company. Each of these alliance families had a financial company, or financial company, as its core platform. Just like the women's group Sophie had developed, the installment plans those women used for their purchases were run by her family's financial company. Is it uncomfortable? From the moment I received your text, I had a plan. I just didn't expect you and your family to be so stupid. You actually gave me temporary access to the supercomputer. Ha ha. Ha ha. And you asked me to attack the welfare agency's network. You're putting a handle on me. You know there are over a dozen cities in Gutter State, and each one has its own independent security network system. I can hack into over a dozen independent security network systems by myself. You actually trusted those idiots in your family. Their hacking skills are childish to me. While I was hacking, they were watching online. They didn't even realize I had taken control of their computers. I just didn't expect there would be an even bigger discovery. You're the Red Countess. Yongbo's words cut Sophie's heart, one knife after another. Sophie felt like a complete failure now, and she couldn't even breathe. Stop talking. Sophie couldn't help but say. TSK. I know a strong woman like you won't give up. You're planning to use the Red Earl against me, aren't you? But have you considered that the Red Earl knows nothing about me? Is it easier for him to deal with your family, who knows everything about you, or with me, who knows nothing about you? If the Red Earl knew you made such a mistake, do you think he'd deal with you immediately? Do you think those bodyguards outside are there to protect you? And what about the people the Red Earl has planted in Rose City? When the time comes, will they become your executioners? Yang Bo attacked Sophie again. Because Yang Bo didn't want this woman to cause trouble while under his control. Sophie's face suddenly changed when she heard Yang Bo's words. The Pierre family truly serves the Red Earl. The Pierre family's expansion and political success over the years are largely inseparable from the Red Earl. Because they can know about the Red Earl's actions in advance, they can make preparations and even use him to attack political opponents. For example, if they launch terrorist attacks in certain cities, the political careers of the mayors of those cities will be over. There are many of the Red Earl's people in Rose City. Sophie also has the Red Earl's bodyguards around her. According to the Red Earl's people style, if the Red Earl gives the order, these bodyguards will kill her without hesitation. I was wrong. We were wrong. We are willing to be your dogs. We have no other intentions. Sophie was truly terrified now. If the Red Earl knew, her family would be finished. Sophie looked at Yang Bo with a pleading expression. Since you want to be a dog, then you must be obedient. As long as you cooperate, finding and destroying the Red Earl won't be difficult. I don't think your Pierre family wants to be a puppet forever. Yang Bo had no intention of specifically targeting the Red Earl right now. Because, in Yang Bo's view, the Red Earl was still quite useful. At least he could be a scapegoat. If the Red Earl was truly destroyed, it would be difficult to find such a high-profile scapegoat. After all, the Red Earl's record was verifiable. Not to mention a situation like Zhang Xin's last time. Sophie knew that Yang Bo was just trying to make a fuss after the blow. But Sophie was genuinely moved. Of course, Sophie didn't know that Yang Bo had released a spiritual seed into her, allowing her to control herself at will. Okay. Sophie knew that Yang Bo's words were partly a way to discourage her, to prevent her from having other thoughts, and partly to paint her in a rosy picture. I believe in fair trade. If I want your family to do something, I pay the same price. But if you want me to do something, you have to pay the same price. After all, raising a dog in the alliance is more troublesome than raising a person. Yang Bo said calmly. Okay. What else could Sophie say? Okay, that's all for today. Yang Bo said. Sophie felt a little embarrassed about her posture. Okay, turn around. Yang Bo nodded. Sophie turned around, somewhat puzzled. Don't look back, I'm a robot. Yang Bo said. Sophie immediately realized that Yang Bo had discovered her hobby. Then Sophie experienced something she couldn't experience with a robot. Because the robot's program was preset, the user knew exactly what the robot would do. Sophie's collection of items appeared in her mind. She felt like Yang Bo was that perverted robot, and one whose program couldn't be controlled. Of course, robots in this era looked like real people. You asked me to do something this time, so we're even. From now on, you have to pay me in advance for anything I do. Yang Bo looked at Sophie, who was slumped on the sofa. After getting dressed, he spoke. Sophie was completely limp. She tried to respond to Yang Bo's words, but she had no strength at all. No wonder her superpowers had no effect on this guy. This guy had such a perverted physique. Even more perverted than a robot. After all, Sophie was an A-level psychic, and she had cultivated a strong woman persona, so of course she couldn't have a boyfriend. So she had to resort to robots. Yang Bo hacked directly into Sophie's watch and ordered his bodyguards to take him back to where he'd been picked up. As for how Sophie cleaned up the mess, that was her business. That damn bastard. Shameless. Despicable. Even worse than those damn politicians. Sophie waited until Yang Bo left, regained her strength, and quickly cleaned up the scene. While cleaning up, Sophie didn't dare say a word. Because Sophie had also discovered the commands from her watch. She was afraid Yang Bo would hear her scolding him. Sophie was now in the bathroom, the door closed, soaking in a hot bath while swearing. Sophie was practically on the verge of tears. She had assumed Yang Bo was a homebody. She easily manipulated him. She unexpectedly been manipulated by someone else, even his entire family. More importantly, all her secrets had been discovered. Thinking of the future, that damned Yang Bo might be omnipresent, spying on her every move at any time. Sophie felt incredibly frustrated. Yang Bo had once again tormented her on the sofa in various ways. She was a strong woman. She was a senator. Pervert. How could this guy be so perverted? Sophie's word perverted had two meanings. First, Yang Bo's hacking talent, and second, Yang Bo's own strength. Because Sophie had found all the information on Yang Bo, that's why she was so confident about coming to Yang Bo. She didn't expect to be so badly screwed. Thinking of how Yang Bo had toyed with her, Sophie gnashed her teeth with rage. He's still making empty promises. Sophie thought of Yang Bo's words. But after calming down, Sophie reflected that since Yang Bo had such skills, the family's future development would continue to improve. If they could escape the Red Earl's control, then temporarily submitting to Yang Bo would be a good idea. Because as long as he wasn't the Red Earl, the Pierre family wouldn't be afraid of Yang Bo's threats at all. Because terrorists are a real threat. Anyone convicted of terrorist activity has no chance of recovery and will be targeted by everyone. The key lies with the people the Red Earl has assigned to his side, as well as those within his family. Sophie's mind raced again at this thought, especially her 2 personal bodyguards. At this point, Sophie had an idea. Keeping the secret for long with 2 personal bodyguards was impossible. The only option was to drag these 2 into the fray as well. Forget about replacing them, because anyone else would be the same. Thinking of this, Sophie quickly got up, went to the living room outside, picked up her watch, and sent a message to Yang Bo. I need your help in dealing with my 2 personal bodyguards. Yang Bo had just returned to the villa, and he was also observing Sophie with his spirit seed. People like Sophie who prioritize profit over everything else have their advantages. Yang Bo finds trouble with those who have been severely brainwashed by the Red Earl, because they do anything to protect their so-called orthodoxy. Yang Bo, are you asking me to do you a favor? After seeing Yang Bo's reply, Sophie gritted her teeth and said, fine. Yang Bo, but I pay you enough. Sophie, come and get it if you can. Yang Bo, your 2 personal assistants are die-hard Red Earl loyalists. Sophie, precisely because they're die-hard Red Earl loyalists, they won't be so impulsive when things get bad, unless they want to be purified by the Red Earl. Yang Bo, okay, I come back in a couple of days. Think of anything else you can do for me, and we pay you then. Sophie, okay, Yang Bo hasn't figured out how to deal with the Red Earl people around Sophie. Of course, he can't just kill them, because they're the evidence of Pierre's collusion with the Red Earl's people. Eliminating them would be troublesome if the Pierre family turned their backs on him. But he can't let them discover anything unusual about the Pierre family. Troublesome. Yang Bo thought, but thinking about his control over a political family, this little trouble wasn't a big deal. If all else fails, launch a terrorist attack. Get rid of the disobedient ones. Yang Bo pondered. But that would expose even more of his own weaknesses. So, he wouldn't resort to this method unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 1340. However, Sophie still faced a problem. How to explain this to her family? The Pierre family, while arguably the Red Earl's puppets, but they weren't simply puppets, only the core members of the Pierre family knew of their relationship with the Red Earl. Other members of the Pierre family were developing outside their own ranks. Sophie actually hated Yang Bo more, because the Red Earl only controlled the core members of the Pierre family. Yang Bo's net not only held information on everyone in the Pierre family, but also on their clients and other resources. Sometimes, Sophie hated them so much that she wanted the Pierre family to self-destruct. But Sophie was also afraid that a self-destruction would have no impact on anyone else. First, other families with good relations with the Pierre family would immediately take measures to sever ties with them. Furthermore, the Red Earl's alliance would be powerless against them. Even if they captured Red Earl's men, they wouldn't be able to find him. As for Yang Bo, he might immediately erase all traces of him. Then this damned guy would make a secret deal with someone else. And then this guy wouldn't get hurt at all. After all, Yang Bo's hacking skills were so strong, the entire alliance needed them. Yang Bo could even sign a plea agreement. Damn it! Sophie's pretty face was filled with hatred as she thought of Yang Bo. She had gone from hunter to prey in the blink of an eye. The whole family had become someone else's prey. After gnashing her teeth, Sophie began to think about how to tell Yang Bo about his situation. The key is that if I tell her now, my family might not believe me. We have to wait 2 days before we figure it out. Sophie was in a state of panic. She could only wait for Yang Bo to arrive in 2 days. Yang Bo unexpectedly received another piece of news from Sophie. News about the mother planet. The galaxy where the mother planet is located doesn't have any space jump points. A spacecraft traveling from the nearest space jump point back to the mother planet at its fastest speed would take 4.5 years. A round trip would take essentially 10 years. A large area surrounding the mother planet's location is devoid of other planets. There's a lot of evidence that space jump points are energy channels created by the mutual erosion between several galaxies. The invasion of 2 galaxies is very slow from our human perspective. So, we humans barely notice the changes caused by the invasion. The 3 countries have implemented closed management of the space jump points leading to the mother planet. The main reason for this is that there are significant disagreements between the three countries and the mother planet. It's said that the mother planet faced a major disaster, so some people left on spacecraft, while those who stayed behind faced the disaster. However, the subsequent disaster wasn't as severe as expected. During their interstellar journey, some of those who left on the spacecraft developed superpowers. Then some of them developed their brains, discovered things from prehistoric civilizations or other civilizations, and learned how to harness energy from interstellar creatures. Then, mutant creatures were discovered on some planets. Those who remained on their home planet felt abandoned by those who left. And those who left also felt wronged, because leaving was also an unknown road. Those who left also endured the darkest hours of their lives within the vast starfield. Of course, those who could afford to leave by spaceship must have been the elite of society. Technological development on the home planet seemed to have taken a different path. It seemed to be due to that disaster. After all, the three interstellar nations were still quite wary of the home planet. Knowing this, Yang Bo became curious. What could have so terrified three such vast nations? Could it have been the impact of that so-called disaster? But Sophie didn't know the specifics, as trade with the home planet was minimal, and most of it was done under the guise of the home planet. Could it be that everyone on the home planet is a top-tier, rare superpower? Yang Bo suddenly had a thought. Not to mention that this possibility was incredibly high, because the home planet's environment was so simple, the people there were completely untouched by contamination. As a pharmacist himself, Yang Bo knew that the contamination inherent in people's awakening of superpowers played a significant role. The contamination itself comes primarily from two sources, genetic inheritance, and the second is the different planets. The radiation energy levels and properties vary on each planet in the Alliance. It's related to both the planet itself and its distance from the star. Although experiments have shown that the impact of contamination on the awakening of superpowers is minimal, Yang Bo's influence is still significant. It's like cultivating fungi in an experiment and getting a few foreign bacteria mixed in. It's possible that the foreign bacteria have no effect, but it's also possible that the foreign bacteria have a significant impact. The impact of the experimental results is only 1 in a million. This is a calculation based on big data. For individuals, there's only success and failure. There are also individual factors at play. Find an opportunity to stealthily board the spacecraft that reaches the home planet. Then release an unmanned fighter jet into the home planet's space. Then equip this unmanned fighter jet with an energy stone containing spatial coordinates. Yang Bo didn't have years to work on this, so this was the only solution he could come up with. Then Yang Bo read Sophie's memories again and discovered that she was in a dilemma. This was a dilemma Yang Bo had deliberately left for Sophie. He would wait until she begged him next time, then he would help her solve this problem. For such a strong woman, he had to constantly attack her. So happy, Yang Bo was delighted. This was a member of the Alliance Senate, a representative of a prominent feminist organization in the Alliance, a renowned strong woman in the Alliance. And yet, behind the scenes, she was still obediently being tormented by him. Because these people were politicians, they value their own interests more. If you encounter someone who's been completely brainwashed by the Red Earl, they'd likely self-destruct. Catherine had been brainwashed by the Red Earl before, but her long association with the Empire's nobles gradually changed her mindset. Brainwashing is a process, and it requires constant indoctrination, and once someone is exposed to the outside world, they develop their own perspectives. This is why pyramid schemes gather people together, even when they're just taking them out for a stroll, to brainwash them. Because once they're released, over time, they learn so much that they no longer believe in their theories. To put it bluntly, it's an artificially created information cocoon, distorting things to brainwash people. As for Sophie, although she was brainwashed by the Red Earl since childhood, she is, after all, from a political family. These political families, like those conglomerates, teach their children from a young age about profit. The Pierre family's relationship with the Red Earl has become somewhat delicate, because the Pierre family has become a political family. If there is a safe way to get rid of the Red Earl, the Pierre family will do their utmost. Of course, the Pierre family doesn't have a better solution for now, so they can only act as puppets for the time being. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo went to the laboratory, and then to Li Zhan's fleet. Yang Bo prepared to investigate the Red Earl's true abilities. Yang Bo used the optical computers of 3 B-class battleships, the optical computers of the entire Gutterbang, and a massive planetary security system. Gutterbang also had several super optical computers. Gutterbang had several super optical computers to serve gambling and pornographic websites. The planetary surveillance system's optical computers perform better than civilian systems. The planetary surveillance system's optical computers are distributed, with some located underground and on the surface, and others in space. There are several types of planetary surveillance satellites, one of which is a central satellite equipped with an optical computer. This type of satellite is primarily used for computing. The data collected by all satellites is integrated and calculated, and then commands are executed. Yang-Bo has integrated this immense computing power, preparing to pursue the Red Earl's information with unstoppable force. Based on all available evidence, the Red Earl's base is in the Federal Central State. Sophie had been in the Central State when she came to the Federation. Catherine had also been training in the Central State. Additionally, some of the Pierre family's funds were also flowing into the Central State. These funds flowed into the Central State through various means, essentially flowing into the Red Earl organization. There was no need for Yang-Bo to act in the battleship. He simply switched to mechanic mode, charging his batteries while doing so. He used his photoelectric superpowers to probe the Central State network. He searched for security vulnerabilities. He used his photoelectric superpowers to generate a series of hacking tools. Yang-Bo planned to investigate several aspects, the most important being the flow of funds. The second was issuing orders to Sophie and her group. The third was the relevant weapons and equipment, and the fourth was Sophie's daughter, who had been bred using technological means. This organization was quite famous in the Federation. Yang-Bo prepared for the better part of a day, but he wasn't ready to act yet. He needed someone to take the blame, and the Pirate Alliance, currently at war with the Central State, was naturally the first choice, so Yang-Bo registered an account on a hacker forum. Yang-Bo then used this identity to send a message to the Pirate Alliance, claiming he had discovered a vulnerability in the Federal Central State Security Network and also posted a general security vulnerability. The Pirate Alliance also had an account on the online platform. Yang-Bo believed the Pirate Alliance also had its own cybersecurity team. Of course, these people could transform into hackers at any time if they chose. Yang-Bo's posting of this security vulnerability was a phishing attempt. At that point, he would sell some high-risk vulnerabilities to the Pirate Alliance at a high price. When the Pirate Alliance launched attacks targeting these high-risk vulnerabilities, he hid within them. Red Earl. Yang-Bo was excited, because the Red Earl was so well hidden. However, Yang-Bo still felt that the Red Earl was still a member of the Empire, because the Red Earl's philosophy was similar to that of the most conservative aristocrats. Yang-Bo wasn't sure if the Red Earl was the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, because Yang-Bo himself had never met the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Yang-Bo had a feeling that the relationship between the Grand Duke of Golden Oak and the Emperor of the Empire was more complicated than it appeared. Although the Grand Duke of Golden Oak had disappeared and had nothing to do with the Emperor, but the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's previous actions were all based on authority granted by the Emperor. Without the authority granted by the Emperor, how could the Grand Duke of Golden Oak have become so powerful? There were many questions worth exploring. I wonder if there will be a chance to take down the Pirate Alliance at the same time. Yang-Bo's idea was that the Pirate Alliance would openly attack the Federal Central State. If he acted secretly, he could not only plunder the wealth of the Federal Central State, but also the Pirate Alliance. But that would be too conspicuous, easily raising suspicions about Yang-Bo's identity. So Yang-Bo planned to wait and see. His first priority was still information related to the Red Earl. The rest would depend on the situation. Furthermore, after the Pirate Alliance received the private message from Yang-Bo, the Pirate Alliance was now in a difficult position. Although the Pirate Alliance had won a great victory last time, it had not gained much. It only worsened their reputation, even though it was already bad to begin with. Several elders on the Pirate Alliance Council have been having a headache lately, because the compensation demands from the pirate groups below are too high. Thankfully, the previous battle against the Central State Consortium's mineral planet was a victory. So, after receiving the news, the elders on the Pirate Alliance Council didn't take it too seriously, as the Pirate Alliance had been receiving so many similar messages, some of which were pure scams. They simply handed the information over to the Pirate Alliance's cybersecurity department. The Pirate Alliance's cybersecurity department is truly impressive. Because the Pirate Alliance is actually backed by major consortiums, the Pirate Alliance is inherently highly profitable and a tool for attacking competitors, so cybersecurity must be a priority. After reviewing the relevant emails, the Pirate Alliance's cybersecurity department discovered that the sender was a sham account newly registered on a hacker forum. That didn't matter. Then the Pirate Alliance's cybersecurity department began verifying the security vulnerability. Because the vulnerability's directive was so obvious, verification was swift. The Pirate Alliance Council Street Security Department was also shocked by the assessment results. You have to understand that a vulnerability in a state security system is no small matter, even if it's just a minor one. This is because a security vulnerability affects the entire system's security alerts. Once network security is compromised, the established alert procedures won't activate at all. If the alert procedures aren't activated, the repair and defense systems won't activate either. Of course, network security is complex and doesn't have just one layer. Contact the person who sent the message and ask if he has any other security vulnerabilities or high-risk vulnerabilities. Money isn't a problem. Several elders from the Pirate Alliance's Council of Elders lit up after seeing the assessment results. The federal government of Madhya Pradesh had just received a large sum of money. Although the budget had been approved, the money hadn't been spent and was still stagnant within Madhya Pradesh's financial system. And now, the Pirate Alliance was desperate for cash, and someone had just set an example by robbing the entire state of Gujarat. Don't be too demanding on our side, a little looting would suffice. The Pirate Alliance's cybersecurity department then instructed others to contact the sender immediately. Are there any other vulnerabilities? The price is negotiable. Yang Bo saw the Pirate Alliance's message and replied, "Of course I do. I'm just worried you can't afford it. Pirate Alliance, since you sent us this message, you know our strength." Yang Bo, "Of course I know your strength, but you don't even have the money to compensate the other pirate groups right now." The elders from the Pirate Alliance Council personally read Yang Bo's reply, though they didn't know his identity. After seeing this message, everyone felt a little awkward. The Pirate Alliance is essentially a platform, with very little capital. It's impossible for this platform to hold much money, as it's backed by major conglomerates. Whoever gets the extra cash will be the beneficiary. So, now the conglomerates are being asked to pay compensation to the other pirate groups. This is already a matter of debate, as these conglomerates receive different proportions of revenue from the platform's operations. So, who will contribute more and less? If compensation is paid to some pirate groups, will the other groups also demand compensation? How should the percentage of losses paid to the pirate groups be calculated? Should it be a total loss, or a certain percentage? What standard should be used? A lot of things. And how much did those pirate groups actually lose? Are they reporting false information? After all, these pirate groups can't possibly allow the Pirate Alliance to inspect their bases, but the Pirate Alliance is short on money. That's an undeniable fact. Ask them how much. We don't have much money, but we do have tens of billions of credit points, the Great Elder demanded. Yang Bo received another similar response from the Pirate Alliance, so he replied, "Haha, tens of billions. I have a high-risk vulnerability, and its value is inestimable." Pirate Alliance, "So what do you want to do?" Yang Bo, 50 billion credit points plus a share of the profits. I know your Pirate Alliance is short on money, but the federal central state just received a large sum of money, and there's so much wealth in the federal central state's financial companies. Pirate Alliance, you make it sound easy. Do you know how strong a planet's security system is? Yang Bo, if our team wasn't so small, we'd do it ourselves. Pirate Alliance, you're afraid of offending the federal central state and being hunted down by its consortium. Yang Bo, anyway, this is our deal. I give you one of the high-risk vulnerabilities, and you can evaluate it yourself. If it doesn't work, I find someone else. Yang Bo sent the other party another high-risk vulnerability. The Pirate Alliance's security department analyzed this high-risk vulnerability and verified its authenticity. Who is this guy? Could it be the Alliance's mysterious hacker? Don't believe the lies of those Alliance politicians. There's no such thing as a hacker god. They're just people pushed out by the Alliance security agencies to take the blame. It was actually the Alliance security agencies that attacked the federal state of Gujarat. I think it was the Alliance security agencies that attacked too. Many of the computers and servers in the federal state of Gujarat were Alliance products. The Alliance security department must have exploited a backdoor. I think so too. Otherwise, how could one person breach the entire planet's defense system? The elders of the Pirate Alliance Elders Council simply didn't believe the Gujarat attack was the work of a single person. Of course, this was also the incident assessment report from the Pirate Alliance Security Department. But those guys in Gujarat deserved it. They actually kidnapped Alliance citizens. This is simply asking the ruling parties to step down. The financial consortiums behind them certainly don't want such a huge loss. What about the other parties' demands? We can increase the commission, but we can't give too much. Maybe this guy sold us a high-risk vulnerability first, and then sold it to the Federation later. Yes. The other elders of the Pirate Alliance Elders Council all agreed with this plan. Yang Bo negotiated with the Pirate Alliance for a while, finally reaching an agreement, 10 billion credits and a 10% profit share. Yang Bo then sent the Pirate Alliance a series of high-risk vulnerabilities, including 2 extremely dangerous ones. However, Yang Bo politely declined the Pirate Alliance's invitation to join him in the crime. Hee. Wait until the Pirate Alliance attacks the federal central state, then I take advantage. This time, we're just looking for information on Count Hong, but we can also implant hacking programs in the central state and the Pirate Alliance. If we can't do it this time, they do it the same next time. Yang Bo chuckled. Because Yang Bo considered that while Count Hong could provide a steady supply of experts to hone his skills, the Pierre family would provide him with greater support right now. Because he couldn't gain control of the second world without politics. Chapter 1341. After the Pirate Alliance received the high-risk vulnerability Yang Bo sent them, they were all gearing up for a major attack. The consortium behind the Pirate Alliance's Council of Elders was also interested in this matter, and quietly provided a large number of resources. The Pirate Alliance already had many transport ships. While the computers on these transport ships weren't as powerful as those on their warships, they were outnumbered. Furthermore, there were pirate groups within the Pirate Alliance. Some of the consortiums had their own pirate groups. The computing power of the computers on these pirate groups' warships could also be integrated. The Pirate Alliance was going to make Central State suffer this time. Yang Bo quietly waited for the Pirate Alliance to launch a general attack. Yang Bo's actions were actually depleting the Central State's strength. Central State had just received a large sum of money from Gutra State, effectively increasing their combat power. This was certainly not what Yang Bo wanted to see. Yang Bo knew the Pirate Alliance couldn't wait too long, as the system vulnerabilities might be discovered at any moment. Yang Bo arrived at Prince Holden's territory in the second world. Prince Holden's territory continued to develop normally, though a number of workshops had appeared. Some were producing cement, others were performing simple smelting. Yang Bo allowed the players to freely develop these things. However, these players preferred to go out and plunder as pirates, or hunt for levels. These players were primarily concerned with their own interests. Currently, the most prominent figures in the second world were the 2 warships in Prince Holden's territory, which had obtained plunder permits. The players aboard the warships were live streaming, generating considerable popularity. After a short stroll, Yang Bo returned to March Star, as his other 2 identities wouldn't be busy for a while. After returning to March Star, Yang Bo discovered a message from Sophie asking, "How should I explain this to my family? And do you have any good ideas for hiding this from the person behind this?" Yang Bo then used his spiritual seed to examine Sophie's memories. He discovered that Sophie looked rather haggard, and that she hadn't seen her assistant since he left. She was afraid of being exposed and being discovered by the Red Earl. In an organization like the Red Earl, the higher up the hierarchy, the more people know the truth, but profit brings them together. For someone like Sophie, if exposed, she would absolutely refuse to self-destruct. She couldn't let go of the things she enjoyed. She wanted to live. As long as she lived, she had the chance to enjoy them again. Sophie's biggest regret was provoking Yang Bo and bringing disaster to her family. If the family knew the truth, she wondered how they would react. Adding to the fact that she was surrounded by Red Earl's men, Sophie was extremely anxious. Yang Bo didn't reply to Su Fei. Because anxiety is normal, he wanted her to be anxious. The more anxious she was, the more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. And then, when he helped her solve her problem, she would remember it. As the saying goes, adding icing on the cake might not be remembered by others, but helping someone in need will definitely be remembered. After all, he would need the Pierre family's help in the future. And his threats to them would definitely be remembered by them. So, he had to leave them with the impression that he had done more for them. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also followed Su Wei and the others to train with the mecha. Wang Wuxia has sneaked in again. I knew long ago that those 2 girls couldn't escape the clutches of a scoundrel like you. Wang Wuxia said angrily, as they soaked in the bathtub after discussing a multi-million-dollar deal. How do you know so much? Yang Bo held Wang Wuxia in his arms, one hand still caressing her curvaceous figure. After they followed you to the Empire, you brought them so much wealth. And the immense reputation you earned in the Empire and the Alliance. They never meet someone like you again. No matter who they meet in the future, it'd be hard to compare. If your excellence was only temporary, and then faded, they'd probably forget about you. But you're becoming more and more outstanding. And the more comparisons they make, the more your excellence becomes apparent. Then, they unconsciously feel a sense of regret. At that point, if you give them even the slightest chance, they throw themselves at you. Wang Wuxia explained. Is that really true? I'm a woman, don't I understand women? Su Wei and the other 2 simply can't handle the kind of stress you put on them. They love someone to share some of the burden. Su Wei is originally a princess of the Empire, a noble there, and her private life is even more decadent. As for your other two girlfriends, they've grown from ordinary people to where they are now, and they're most grateful to you, so they won't expect too much from you. They probably never imagined they could have the life they have now, or own such an expensive mecha. These two girls have experienced the hardships of life, and they cherish their present lives even more, as long as you don't hurt them. Wang Muxua saw through all this, but she admitted that she wouldn't have spoken about these things before. Your analysis is spot on. So, analyze what I should do next? Yang Bo asked with a smile. Wang Muxua had no idea how powerful Yang Bo was right now. In any case, she simply let Yang Bo strike all sorts of poses in front of her. This kind of otaku has so much to see, and so many tricks to play with. Before Su Wei and the others returned, Wang Muxua slipped away again. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had already become part of the family. After all, everyone was honest with each other every night. Since there was nothing else to do at the company, they followed Su Wei and the other two for mecha training. Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang both had a talent for mechas. Yang Bo also entrusted Zhang Boijun to help him purchase more mechas. While enjoying the blessing of having so many friends, Yang Bo kept an eye on the Pirate Alliance's progress. The Pirate Alliance was moving faster than Yang Bo had expected. It took just one day to get going. Yang Bo had already implanted several programs into the high-risk vulnerabilities exposed to the Pirate Alliance. If anyone exploited them, he would be alerted. Yang Bo went directly from the lab to Li Zhan's warship and began the operation. The Federal Central State has recently suffered significant losses, leading to an increase in online gambling and other shady industries. As a result, many people are online. Yang Bo used all his computing power this time, including the entire Gutra state and the warships. Computing power is crucial in this operation, because in a hacker attack and defense, anticipating the opponent's reaction depends partly on talent and partly on computing power. Gutra state's computing power primarily serves as an auxiliary calculation. Yang Bo followed the Pirate Alliance. Everyone was thrilled when the Pirate Alliance successfully breached the Federal Central State's security system. These people had no idea someone was behind the scenes cleaning up their mess, yet they were still gloating. Yang Bo also took the opportunity to hack into the Pirate Alliance's network, as the Pirate Alliance's data flow was terrifying at the time. Then Yang Bo planted some backdoors in the Pirate Alliance's network and erased all traces. The Pirate Alliance moved swiftly, targeting the assets of the Federal Central State. At this point, the Pirate Alliance posted information about the Federal Central State's high-risk network vulnerabilities on hacker forums. The vultures on the hacker forums immediately swooped down on the Federal Central State. These people had already benefited greatly from the Gutra state last time, and this time, there were even more people. The Federal Central State's Security Department had finally received an early warning. Yang Bo smiled faintly and began. Yang Bo targeted specific network servers with blasting attacks. Some of these servers were fake, serving as springboards. Yang Bo's blasting speed was so fast that the springboards had no time to be destroyed before Yang Bo charged in. 2 minutes. Yang Bo obtained the data he was looking for, simply by following his preset search path. It's the Empire. Yang Bo saw the data pointing to a mysterious account within the Empire. And the encrypted instructions and information unexpectedly pointed to the Second World Game. In other words, the encrypted instructions were transmitted from within the Second World Game, then passed down through the ranks to the members of the Red Earl organization. Immortality. Yang Bo then saw some research data from related bases, all pointing to a single research topic: lifespan. Currently, humans can maintain their physical youth, but they cannot control their souls. In reality, Yang Bo knew that those in power in both the Alliance and the Empire were secretly conducting research. The Alliance forbade studying the soul, believing it to be taboo. Once someone mastered it, they could easily control others. Mastering the soul code would be equivalent to controlling all of humanity. Although it was officially prohibited, much research was underway, though with little success. Yang Bo's unrestricted cyber attacks were primarily aimed at disrupting the Red Earl's organization's information transmission channels. This included contact information, account numbers, and historical transaction records. Because funds and orders had to be transferred through the Federation, Yang Bo's destruction of this transit point prevented the Red Earl from issuing orders to his subordinates for a short period of time. Restoring these channels would be necessary. Of course, some data would be disconnected from physical links and stored separately, and some would be paper documents. Recovering these, however, would be extremely difficult. Furthermore, Yang Bo cancelled numerous communication accounts, further complicating the Red Earl's recovery efforts. The federal central state implemented a series of emergency measures, including manually disconnecting the power supply and even directly ordering warships to bombard the data servers. All of Madhya Pradesh's quantum communication satellites in outer space were destroyed. The hacking program continued to wreak havoc, though its momentum was running out. The Pirate Alliance secured 210 trillion credits from the federal Madhya Pradesh, and the elders of the Pirate Alliance's council were ecstatic. While it wasn't even a fraction of what they received from Gutra State, it was a free gift. The Pirate Alliance then took the initiative to announce on social media, "We, the Pirate Alliance, take responsibility for this attack on the federal Madhya Pradesh. We've been preparing for this for years, and we profited 210 trillion credits." Of course, this was only the Pirate Alliance's profits. Much more money was held in other third-party accounts, including donations to charities within the Empire and the Alliance. The Pirate Alliance wasn't being kind, but rather fragmented. In her villa on March Star, Sophie saw a message from her watch. It was from the Red Earl. Silence. She then looked at the message from the Pirate Alliance and hurried to contact her contact. Holy crap. That despicable Young Bo must have done this. Sophie jumped when she discovered her contact's number didn't exist. She quickly logged into a Federation website, only to find it was inaccessible. A few minutes later, the Alliance officially announced the federal central state had been hacked by the Pirate Alliance and was completely disconnected. The world was in uproar. The federal central state was disconnected. Some people in the Alliance then discovered a large sum of money had inexplicably appeared in their accounts, and they quickly spent it. In the Alliance, if a bank transfers money incorrectly, the responsibility lies with the bank. As for others who made the mistake, sorry, it was used. The court's decision was one thing, but if there was no money in their account, it was all for naught. As for the money raised from the charity fund, it was quietly spent. Everyone's not stupid. The source of this money can be found in the news. Is it you? Is it you? Speak up, is it you? Please speak up. Damn it. Sophie frantically messaged Yang Bo. But Yang Bo didn't reply at all. When Yang Bo returned to March Star, he discovered a tangle of messages from Sophie, hundreds of them, some good, some bad. Finally, a short video. It's not me. Yang Bo replied after reading it. It's not you. Sophie texted. It's really not me. I need to see you. I'm busy. Then I come find you. You try. Don't you want to teach me a lesson, robot? Sophie sent a short video, striking a very coquettish pose. Wait for me. Sophie was certain, even Shirley had received the silent message. Silence was an order from the Red Earl. Those who received it were prohibited from contacting anyone within the organization unless the order was revoked. Yang Bo arrived at Sophie's place. He was still timid before entering. Once inside, Sophie came up and ripped off Yang Bo's clothes. It's really not you. Sophie asked lazily in the bathroom, hugging Yang Bo. What do you think? It's really you. How did you do it? Sophie suddenly perked up. If you're a dog, you have to act like a dog. Really? Sophie licked her tongue and continued. In the end, Sophie still couldn't get anything out of Yang Bo. Moreover, Yang Bo was far more powerful than Sophie had imagined. She used every trick in her power, and yet this guy was still alive and kicking. A plus? Sophie was still a little unsure. But Sophie was certain that the Red Earl organization wouldn't be able to find out what was happening to her for a while. This seems like a good opportunity to break away from the Red Earl. As long as we break away from the Red Earl first, Yang Bo's threats won't matter. Then I make this guy a dog. Sophie was sometimes too presumptuous. It's not true that big breasts mean no brains. After all, she was usually quite astute. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo went to the laboratory and then to Tianyun Star. Yang Bo wanted to verify whether Sophie's daughter had any connection to the imperial family. Yang Bo had released a spiritual seed into Sophie, so he naturally knew where her daughter was. He only needed to obtain biological samples. He already had samples from Su Ruoyun, Su Ruoxin, and even the deceased prince. Yang Bo liked to collect biological samples from others, just in case they came in handy for a disguise. Chapter 1342. Sophie's daughter was also in Rose City on Tianza Star. Yang Bo only lost a day, yet he easily obtained a biological sample, a single hair. Although Sophie's daughter was well protected, she was completely defenseless against Yang Bo's invisibility. Furthermore, the entire Rose City was under Yang Bo's surveillance, so he easily determined the enemy's location and, while the enemy was enjoying himself in the private amusement park, easily obtained a single hair. Sophie's daughter, at such a young age, already possessed superpowers. Yang Bo did not release the spiritual seed in her. There was no need. However, the day Yang Bo lost on Tianyun Star allowed Lin Yu to perform well. Lin Yu also received benefits from Li Yong's family, as Li Yong had been promoted. Then Yang Bo returned to the laboratory on March Star to analyze the biological sample's DNA. But the results were unexpected. Sophie's daughter's biological sample had no significant connection to Su Ruoxin or Su Ruoyun. That shouldn't be. Yang Bo was a little confused. Then Yang Bo compared Su Ruoyun and Su Ruoxin's biological samples. They're half-siblings. That's not right. Doesn't the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire have a queen? Could it be? Yang Bo recalled a rumor from the Blue Water Empire about a story that had happened between the queen and a certain master pharmacist. Rumors circulated that the queen had been replaced around that time. Based on this timeline, Su Ruoyun was born right after this incident. Yang Bo then analyzed Su Wei's biological samples and discovered a kinship with Su Ruoyun and Su Ruoxin. Shocked, Yang Bo felt completely paralyzed. That means the Red Countess. She's really just a puppet. The Red Countess is a firewall. Even if someone captures the Red Countess, they can't track the Red Countess. Not to mention this firewall. It really works. At least for me right now, I can't confirm the Red Countess's true identity. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Yang Bo discovered that Sophie's personal bodyguard, Shirley, had another bodyguard, and he became suspicious of Sophie. Because of Sophie's mental state, Sophie hadn't seen the bodyguards at all in the past 2 days. And now, Sophie seemed a bit overexcited. As bodyguards and assistants, the two knew Sophie well. Sophie was indeed a bit overexcited. Although he didn't know the relationship between the Pirate Alliance and Yang Bo, but right now, the Red Countess had no way of knowing his situation. Sophie decided to return immediately. This was her best chance to escape the Red Earl. Of course, she needed Yang Bo's help. First, get rid of the Red Earl, then get rid of Yang Bo, then the Pierre family would truly be an independent political family. Sophie decided to return immediately, so she texted Yang Bo, "Robot, I'm leaving now. I look forward to seeing you in Rose City. My sofa is huge." After sending the message, she also sent Yang Bo a very sexy and wild photo. Yang Bo didn't even reply. Sophie and her group secretly left March Star again. It took a full 2 weeks for the Federal Central State's internet connection to be restored. On the one hand, the destruction of the quantum communication satellite caused a large amount of space debris to appear in its orbit. In order to redeploy the quantum communication satellite, the communication satellite would have to clear this debris. Of course, this wouldn't take long, at most 2 or 3 days. On the other hand, the federal Madhya Pradesh state decided to replace the entire planet's security system. This delayed things. The Madhya Pradesh state was afraid, unsure whether the existing security system might have backdoors left by hackers. At this time, a new parliament had already been formed in Gutra. The companies in the cities of Gutra first formed city councils, then planetary councils. Of course, while these companies still had their original names, their shareholders had long since become shareholders of the companies in Kalaya. These companies had already completed all the paperwork. However, the ostensible professional managers of these companies remained unchanged. Even many of the city council members remained unchanged. It was only the bosses behind these council members that changed. So, for ordinary people in Gutra, they had no idea that the entire planet had changed. Of course, for ordinary people, it didn't matter. Because no matter who comes, ordinary people are exploited and oppressed. John Lee announced the lifting of martial law, transferring power to the new Gutra State Assembly, and returned to Kalaya State with a B-class warship. 2 other B-class warships, and 2 C-class warships were hired by the new Gutra State Assembly to provide security services for Gutra State. Yang Bo also returned to Kalaya State with a B-class warship. Yang Bo also knew that after reopening its network, the federal Madhya Pradesh government had sought assistance from the Union Department of Homeland Security, seeking white hat hackers to test the security of its systems. The Alliance's Department of Homeland Security sought Yang Bo's opinion, but he declined. The Alliance itself didn't want to take on this kind of business. Security systems require continuous updates, so just because a test is successful now doesn't guarantee it will be problem-free in the future. If something goes wrong later, it'd be a real problem. The Federal Central State approved a military procurement plan worth 4.5 trillion credits. It plans to build 5 main fleets. The main battleships will be manufactured in-house, while the remaining warships will be purchased from outside. The total procurement value has reached 1.5 trillion credits. In addition, the Federal Central State has issued missions to the mercenary and adventurer guilds. The total value of these missions has reached 40 trillion credits. These primarily target various bounties against the Pirate Alliance. The total number of missions exceeds 100,000, involving over 60 pirate groups and the Pirate Alliance Elders Council. The total value of hacker bounties alone exceeds 100 trillion credits. The direct and indirect losses suffered by the federal central state exceeded 500 trillion. The direct losses exceeded 900 trillion, even though the Pirate Alliance only received 2,100 trillion, but even more funds were diverted to unknown sources. Because Yang Bo indiscriminately destroyed all information, he deleted many accounts and data. The federal central state has yet to recover its data. Because Yang Bo also compromised the backup database. The central state itself has a lot of gray network income. So, whether it's financial companies or banks, their data refresh rates are very high. This high refresh rate is mainly due to the automatic backup system. It's impossible to back up data to a server today and then disconnect the server from the network. Even the power went out, saving the data, but the automatic backup system was also breached, so the data was lost. Very little data from these financial companies and other banks can be recovered. So some people in Madhya Pradesh are frustrated, while others are jumping for joy. Yang Bo's data breach didn't destroy everything, so those with deposits lost their deposit data. Those with loans also lost their loan information. Some even had their identities and contact information revoked. Madhya Pradesh expects it will take 3 months to recover. The biggest losses have been suffered by online gambling and pornographic service companies. In particular, some streamers at pornographic service companies have lost the money in their accounts, and paid content has been circulated online, because there were so many hacker vultures at the time. The exact extent of the losses suffered by these companies in Madhya Pradesh is still uncertain. Some companies have lost everything, while others may still have data and information, but who knows if it's been leaked. Some companies in Madhya Pradesh have already received ransomware messages, and it was these hacker vultures who gained access to their sensitive data. In short, you're in a mess now. The Pirate Alliance, on the other hand, they quickly reached a compensation agreement with the pirate group. But the Pirate Alliance is now struggling with whether or not to pay the individual who provided the high-risk vulnerability. Because it's a huge sum of money. A full 210 trillion. Because the revenue was 210 trillion, Yang Bo originally agreed to a 10% commission. In fact, the figures here have been significantly reduced. The Pirate Alliance's security department directly transferred funds to the accounts of some pirate groups. This money served as compensation. In addition, some money was also transferred to the accounts of the other elders currently in charge. The Pirate Alliance's elders will meet to resolve this issue. I suggest we don't give them the money. This only happens once. That's right, every planet is upgrading their network security plans. We can immediately cut off the power. Or destroy the space quantum communication satellite. We don't have any money in our accounts anyway? Several elders on the Pirate Alliance Council spoke up. These elders wanted to divide up the remaining funds. The main reason was that the consortium behind these elders had their eyes on this money. This money could be easily laundered through fraudulent trade, significantly increasing the consortium's profit margin. We could ask him to set up an account and deposit some money. Then we could use that money to track his identity. Or we could send a message to the federal central state and have them track these digital currencies. I don't think this method is appropriate. Don't forget, we also rely on the internet for business. The elders on the Pirate Alliance Council were holding a virtual meeting. If he can find high-risk vulnerabilities in the central state, he can probably find vulnerabilities in our transactions. Perhaps even the people behind us will be implicated. Some elders disagreed. Do you think this person is the Alliance's most powerful hacker? Probably not. The Alliance hacker is fake. And if the Alliance hacker were real, the Alliance security department would have been keeping an eye on him long ago. He would never do something like this. Yes, the Alliance's security department, knowing their identities, will definitely be keeping tabs on their every move. Then, is there a possibility that the Alliance's Department of Homeland Security can't keep tabs on them? Yang Bo and the two elders released through the spiritual seed attended the meeting simultaneously. What they said was true. The Alliance's security department was keeping tabs on Yang Bo. But Yang Bo couldn't possibly allow them to keep tabs on him. So he was brazen when monitoring the Pierre family and sending messages to Sophie. Because no one else could see them. That Alliance figure is just a fake one they put forward. Because that's how they avoid diplomatic disputes with Gutra State. I have to say these Alliance guys are really good at what they do. They directly transferred Gutra State's money to the federal central state, so the federal foreign office wouldn't take this seriously. I don't think we need to pay this. Then let's vote. The result delighted the elders of the Pirate Alliance Council. They decided not to give Yang Bo a share of the money. Yang Bo didn't react much to this news. Such a large sum of money would be difficult to manage on my own. Let the Pirate Alliance keep it for now, and later I find a way to obtain it using my real identity, and do it openly. To obtain it openly, I need an excuse and a thorough plan. Yang Bo also shook his head when he saw that the Federal Central State had replaced all its security systems. This was because Yang Bo had already mastered the hardware and software of the network system. If he wanted to, he could use the programs in these hardware to hack into the entire network system at any time, unless the other party replaces all their hardware. Even if they replace the hardware, it still has underlying programs inside. Then he could analyze it again and find the same vulnerability. Sophie, Yang Bo, I need to be honest with my family. Find a way to show off your strength, Yang Bo. No, Sophie, you damned robot. What do you want me to do? Yang Bo won't show off at all, because he knows the chances of the information leaking out increase with each new person who knows about it, and Yang Bo hasn't released spiritual seeds to anyone else in the Pierre family. He doesn't know what others are thinking, and with so many people in the Pierre family, releasing so many spiritual seeds on his own would negatively impact him. So, no matter what Sophie sent him, Yang Bo ignored her. Because the other party had no good intentions either. They wanted to use this opportunity to seize control of the family. Sophie gritted her teeth, her plan having failed. That's right, they're trying to use Yang Bo to gain power over the entire family. Sophie, don't even think of me helping you anymore. Yang Bo looked at the threatening message and blocked the other party. Then Yang Bo went to deal with another troubling matter. Prince Holden in the second world was getting married. The king had sent a special envoy to escort the wedding procession to Prince Holden's territory, and he even sent someone to notify them in advance. Yang Bo had no idea what to do next, and the other party was almost here. Who cares? Yang Bo decided to wait and see, because there would be more people in the territory out of nowhere. What were their intentions? He had to wait and see what they were thinking after releasing their spiritual seeds. Yang Bo arrived at Prince Holden's territory. A warship he plundered had returned, laden with cargo. Chapter 1343. Yang Bo, transformed into Prince Holden, stood atop the castle. He watched the cheering players below. Yang Bo had watched these players' live streams. It had to be said that these players had indeed done a lot of homework, as they were very skilled at sailing. However, the Empire players had much better controllability than the Alliance players. Because the Empire players used neural connections. These players weren't robbing merchant ships. They had encountered a pirate ship on the vast ocean. This pirate ship had just participated in a robbery, and was returning with a full cargo. Because these pirate ships were all together during the robbery, after their gains, they separated and returned to their respective homes. Then, one unlucky ship happened to encounter these players. These players had modified their sailing warships. And since the pirate ships were fully loaded, there was no way the pirates could escape. As for being more ferocious, is there anyone more ferocious than these players? What's more, these gamers' equipment was enough to easily outmaneuver the pirates. Small catapults, giant crossbows, and rockets. Then came the boarding battle. And the injured pirates were used as experimental subjects by the gamers. These gamers were already secretly developing antibiotics and performing surgical procedures. Not to mention, they were doing it with a serious degree of sophistication. But the pirate captives were in trouble, as they had to conduct different experiments tailored to their injuries. The gamers waiting at home, seeing the return's gains, were envious. They quickly repaired their warships, gathered enough supplies, and then set off impatiently. The remaining pirate warship was damaged. Yang Bo signed another order in the persona of Prince Holden, forming a new raiding party. The players who participated in the raiding became wealthy. After paying taxes, the highest share went to 400 gold coins, while the lowest was 20. The players' profits were divided primarily based on position and military merit. This instantly caused a sensation in the second world. For one thing, the pirates were robbing relatively valuable cargo. For another, the pirates' savings. Of course, everyone knew the players' lives on the ship were difficult. They spent a month eating, drinking, and relieving themselves in the cramped quarters of the ship. After meeting with these players, Yang Bo offered them encouragement. Then he returned to his mystical studies. The players had become accustomed to Prince Holden's behavior. 2 days later in the second world, Yang Bo arrived in the second world as Prince Holden again. Yang Bo stood atop the castle, watching the team emerge from the distant sea. A team comprised of 4 warships, 2 passenger ships, and 2 merchant ships. The port in the territory simply couldn't handle so many ships, So the first passenger ship docked first. Yongbo could see 8 ships on the sea, their occupants staring at their territory in amazement. The people aboard the 8 ships were all amazed at Prince Holden's territory. Because Prince Holden's territory was 100 times better than everyone had imagined. Prince Holden's territory had originally been a barren wasteland. The terrain wasn't great either. But now it looked better than even the average noble's territory. The town at the foot of the mountain had a port, a dock, and even fishing boats. Judging by the scale of this town, it was larger than the average aristocratic town. And the layers of terrace fields, and the pastures in the distance, and the orchards, and the castle perched halfway up the mountain. The ship in the dock looked like a warship. Damn it! Many people on the 8 ships cursed inwardly. These people had made such a big scene this time, hoping to show everyone the disgraceful state of Prince Holden's territory. And then to make Prince Holden's reputation infamous. Your Highness! The butler was already waiting with formal attire for Yongbo to change. Yongbo hadn't cared about these things at first, but he saw the eager expressions of the gamers in the territory. Yongbo also knew that many of the gamers were live streaming. So, with the help of his servants, he changed into his formal attire and rode his tall unicorn to the port. Prince Holden had 3 unicorns. The other 2 were unicorns he had stolen from other nobles. Prince Holden marched in full attire, followed by his knight captain and 20 other knights. These knights were all in armor. The first passenger ship docked, and the first to disembark were the royal knights of a neighboring kingdom, escorting the princess to her wedding. Greetings, Your Highness, Captain Vic of the 1st Squadron of the Ice Bear Knights. 4 knights disembarked from the passenger ship. The leader, with one hand on his chest, greeted Yongbo, who had been waiting. This time, Prince Holden was marrying into the Kingdom of Ross, a country in the northwest. This country possessed greater combat power because its conditions were even worse. It was located at a higher latitude, and its agriculture was the least developed. Thank you for your hard work. Yongbo observed the knights and cavalrymen disembarking from the passenger ship, realizing that this matter was not so simple. The people of the Kingdom of Ross had sent so many knights and soldiers this time. The kingdom had also sent 4 warships, clearly to see him suffer a mockery. If his territory looked too bad, the people of Ross would surely break off the engagement. This was a huge humiliation for a prince. Mainly, Yongbo hadn't considered this, as his development focus wasn't here. Then the passenger ship began unloading various items. After the boxes were carried to the harbor, they were all opened. Prince Holden's steward led his men to count the items. This was Ross's dowry. The players who were live streaming the game were stunned when they saw the dowry. This gorgeous dress, the gems on it look real. And that set of intricately patterned gold tableware. And so many exquisite costumes. It's still better in games. You're saying we're going to kidnap Prince Holden now, aren't we going to get rich? You're crazy. Even if we steal the gold, we can't take it. TSK. The first passenger ship brought the more valuable dowry. The second passenger ship brought the bride, also with an expensive dowry. What left Yongbo speechless was that the bride was only 15 years old and looked like a little girl who hadn't fully developed. But this little girl wore a low-cut dress, like a Western noblewoman, had slightly curly golden hair, and blue eyes. The bride's name was Leon. The royal family of the Kingdom of Russ was called Trier. The princess's dowry included a wealth of clothes, luxury goods, spices, jewelry, and processed gold and silver utensils. The other 2 merchant ships also carried cattle, sheep, horses, and provisions. Leon had 10 personal maids and a housekeeper. Yongbo sensed that the housekeeper's mental strength was higher than that of an average person, approximately 5 times higher. This housekeeper was a lady-in-waiting to the royal family of the Kingdom of Ross. Yongbo's mind raced. Could this be the person the imperial family was looking for? Yongbo's exploration of the second world was limited. Primarily, he couldn't explore on a large scale, because of the hidden weaponry and space laboratories in space. Any energy fluctuation would be easily noticed. This limited Yongbo's range of activities in the second world. Although Yongbo possessed the ability to travel to the heavens and into the earth, he couldn't use them here. Although he could perform various tasks in stealth, his range of activity was limited. Based on preliminary observations, there were still some anomalies on this planet. First and foremost were the unusual beasts like unicorns. The size of these beasts seemed to have been bred through mutation. Then came the mystical mysticism. When it was the turn of the men on the 4 warships to disembark, Yongbo issued a direct order to prevent them from doing so. Prince Holden was still the prince of this country. So, the men on the warships dared not disobey Yongbo's orders. The men on the warships erupted in curses. The people of the Kingdom of Ross were also aware of this situation, as Prince Holden had previously rejected the marriage proposal. This was another country's internal affairs, and the people of the Kingdom of Ross could not interfere. Then, a grand wedding took place the next day. However, participation from Prince Holden's side was limited, because the nobles attending the wedding were all on the four warships. Now those nobles who attended the wedding have become a laughingstock. The people of the Kingdom of Ross will surely laugh at them when they return. Leon. On their wedding night, Yang Bo looked at the little girl. In Yang Bo's eyes, ordinary people had large pores and a variety of body odors. "Your Highness, you can call me Alice," Alice said, her eyes wide, looking at Prince Holden. "I have dedicated my life to the occult," Yang Bo said. "So I'm sorry. There will be no substantial relationship between you and me. And you are free here," Yang Bo said. "Huh?" Alice tilted her head, confused. "Your Highness." Just then, Alice's housekeeper, named Alia, appeared outside the door. Alia, now 24 years old, has been Alice's housekeeper since she was born. "Your Highness." Alice must have children. Alia bowed to Prince Holden upon entering before speaking. "My territory, my rules. If you want to leave, go ahead," Yang Bo said, preparing to depart. "Your Highness." Alia stood in front of Prince Holden. But Prince Holden violently pushed her away. Then Prince Holden sprang away. The moment Yang Bo pushed her, he released his spiritual seed into her. A sect? This Alia was actually a member of a sect. It was called the Moon Goddess sect. The Moon Goddess's highest priest was called the Moonlight Goddess. The entire sect was composed entirely of women, and their ultimate goal was to establish a nation dominated by women. Because all countries in the Second World are now dominated by men, Second World women are merely subordinates to men. What intrigued Yang Bo was the women in this sect, who practiced several cultivation techniques similar to ancient martial arts. These women in this sect were active in various gray and black organizations, acting as assassins, thieves, and con men. They used these methods to raise funds or exploit their beauty to stir up conflict. Alia, on the other hand, practiced a form of hypnosis. This technique was used to uncover secrets. Yang Bo also discovered that Alia's own memory was fragmented. She clearly possessed a higher level of mental power. The powerful use some method to erase this memory. Hypnosis uses a similar method. I just don't know if it was done by the Moon God cult or the Water Blue Empire royal family. The Water Blue Empire royal family must have noticed this Moon God cult. Spiritual power is closely related to the soul. Could it be that only the natives of this world can cultivate the secrets of the soul? Is this why the Empire has been researching for so many years, but still hasn't found a direction? Even though the Empire has used cloning technology to cultivate, many people haven't found any direction? Yang Bo knew this was very likely. Although the Empire was strong in soul research, it was only SOSO. So-called strength was only compared to the other two countries. So the imperial family had no way of reading these people's memories. They could only obtain a small portion of their memories. Yang Bo also understood why the three countries now banned cloning technology. The majority of the population in the three countries was still naturally conceived embryos. That's because the proportion of cloned humans with superpowers is too low. This is actually quite easy to understand. The genes produced by clones don't change much. Just like plants, if they were exclusively propagated using cloning technology, they wouldn't evolve, and their disease resistance and other properties would gradually decline, because viruses and other things are constantly evolving. That's why many plants are still propagated using seeds, as seeds constantly evolve during the breeding process. The natural human embryo also evolves as it constantly adapts to the environment. So far, the three countries have not yet reached a definitive answer as to which segments of human genes influence superpowers. Many scientists lean towards the soul, but currently, humans have only observed the existence of soul-like particles. Even if these soul particles were captured, there's no way to interpret them. Interesting. Yang Bo found this second world increasingly fascinating. Alia? Alice looked at Prince Holden as he left, then at Alia, who had been pushed down by Prince Holden, and quickly helped her up. Your Highness. It's okay. Your Highness will change his mind. Alia already had many plans in mind, but she wouldn't act rashly until she knew Prince Holden's true background. Yang Bo returned to Prince Holden's occult research and left the second world. The next morning, Yang Bo transformed himself into Prince Holden again and sent off the Ross Kingdom's wedding procession. Then he returned to Prince Holden's occult research. Yang Bo returned to John Lee's warship and, using his hacker identity, sent an email to the Pirate Alliance demanding the payment of his 10% commission. After receiving this email, the Pirate Alliance responded directly, Sorry, we're pirates. Yang Bo, what do you mean? Are you going to deny your debt? Pirate Alliance, we're pirates. We pirates have never paid anyone before. Of course, if you're willing to work for us, then we do it. You get a share of 210 trillion. Yang Bo, are you planning to break the contract? Pirate Alliance, yes. Yang Bo, just wait. Then Yang Bo deleted his account on the hacker forum. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. Yang Bo was acting because it would be unnatural not to contact the other party, given the huge sum of money. Yang Bo was also worried that the other party would pay him back, because he wouldn't be able to collect it. That's 210 trillion. In fact, most of the money the Pirate Alliance received this time would eventually end up in Yang Bo's hands. Most of it was used to compensate other pirate groups, which had already begun purchasing warships from the Empire. No matter how you look at it, the warships purchased by these pirate groups will end up in Yang Bo's hands, whether it's Li Jian or Yang Bo himself. So Yang Bo actually isn't losing out at all. The Empire has already agreed to sell the pirates export-oriented C-class warships. As for the federal government's response, the Empire simply ignored it. Because the federal government's reputation is now tarnished, it can't even defeat the pirates. The federal government doesn't dare to say anything, because the federal government has already sent a special envoy to the Empire, preparing to purchase a large number of Imperial warships. This time, the Federation plans to purchase over 20 A-class warships, over 40 B-class warships, and 150 C-class warships. The Federation also plans to build its own main battleships, but many of the equipment inside them will also have to be ordered from the Empire. The Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State are both spending money, actively increasing their strength. The Federal Central State has expanded its recruitment of soldiers and reorganized its officer promotion system. The people from several major consortiums in the Central State no longer want to serve as officers, having been killed in the battles with the Pirate Alliance. Previously, these consortium members served as officers simply to make money and collect salaries without working. Now, if they're killed by pirates, their money won't be spent, and their women will be taken advantage of by others. So, the people from these consortiums are asking to resign one after another. Looks like I did a good thing. Yang Bo rubbed his chin after learning this. Yang Bo controlled a B-class battleship back to Karaya State. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Bo transferred the robots from Bart's laboratory to the battleship. After returning to Karaya State, these robots prepared to begin building the battleship dock. Yang Bo specially built 6 super optical computers, and then established an intelligent system. This is the control core of the battleship dock. Besides manufacturing warships, the battleship dock is also a space fortress. This is because Yang Bo knew that once his battleship dock began manufacturing, someone would definitely come to sabotage it. Of course, this battleship dock's intelligent system was superior to those of other existing warship docks. I'm exhausted. Yang Bo felt a little tired after finishing his work. This was mainly due to the considerable mental energy consumption during this period. On the one hand, he had to build the super optical computers, and on the other hand, he had to transport these robots to the warships via space teleportation. This consumed energy, and also mental energy. Yang Bo also had to appear in Prince Holden's territory from time to time. Yang Bo was currently sitting on Prince Holden's castle, basking in the sun. No one else was allowed up there. As for Alia and Alice, they were strolling around the territory. Yang Bo found these two people's ideas ridiculous. They thought the people in their territory were all civilians, and they wanted them to identify with them. Yang Bo let them be. After all, these gamers were loyal to their own needs. The cookies and other things Alice and her friends distributed were then sold to these gamers at high prices. Chapter 1344. In the eyes of the gamers, these two were just NPCs. These gamers weren't stupid either. They knew what these two NPCs were up to. So, they began to devise ways to extort benefits from them. So, whenever Alia and Alice left the castle, they would be greeted enthusiastically by the commoners and knights of the territory. Some gamers even used AI to generate exaggerated language. Alia and Alice were stunned. They hadn't expected the commoners of Prince Holden's territory to have such high standards of art in speaking. Huh? Yang Bo had spent the entire afternoon basking in the sun. Not to mention, the air quality and sunshine in the second world were quite pleasant. After sunset, Yang Bo was about to leave this world. Suddenly, Yang Bo sensed something was amiss. Yang Bo sensed a clear mental fluctuation in Alia's room. Then Yang Bo used his mental seed to check on her. He discovered she was cultivating. She was sitting on the balcony by the window, facing the moon. She's really cultivating her spiritual power. Yongbo silently observed Alia's practice. After an hour, Yongbo noticed a slight increase in her spiritual power. Yongbo also understood Alia's method of cultivation. It was to disperse her spiritual power. It was like using her spiritual power as an antenna, absorbing soul particles in the air, and then increasing her own spiritual power. This method of cultivation was the first time Yongbo had encountered it. Because the spiritual power of the three nations in the interstellar era was developed from the inside out, this meant that their spiritual power grew through their own supernatural powers. In a sense, the second world's spiritual cultivation method is even more advanced than that of the interstellar era. This is because the second world's cultivation method allows for active growth. Yongbo didn't intend to try it rashly, he needed to see what was happening. Through his spiritual seed, Yongbo simultaneously sensed Alia's cultivation method. This time, Yongbo's perception was a bit vague. He didn't know if it was due to individual differences, or simply because Alia's perception was inherently vague. After completing her cultivation, Alia faced the moon and prayed. Yongbo quietly left the second world, planning to return tomorrow. Yongbo returned to Devon Planet, where the space return device was still under construction. The construction period was expected to last approximately a year. But Yongbo wasn't idle either. He enjoyed afternoon tea with Ning Shui and the others at Bart's manor. In the early morning of the next day, Yongbo arrived in the second world from Bart's private laboratory, just in time for Alia's cultivation. Alia's cultivation time varied depending on the season. She always practiced after sunset, facing the moon. This time, Yongbo's perception was still rather vague. It was certain that this was how Alia's cultivation felt. She spread her spiritual power out like a vast net. The moon was like the source of the released soul particles. This vast net captured the free soul particles. But Alia's capture efficiency was very low. Each cultivation session resulted in only a 1,000th increase. This meant that to double her spiritual power again, she would need at least 2 years of cultivation. This data seemed inefficient, but don't forget, this was active cultivation. If the interstellar world could actively grow, then even doubling one's mental power in 3 or even 10 years would be a significant investment. This is because mental power is related to soul strength, and the stronger the soul, the greater the lifespan. Look at those renowned scientists, the vast majority of them live very long lives. Perhaps their physical condition weakens in old age, but their spirits remain strong, and some people, while in good health, simply pass away in a single sleep. This is a problem with the soul. Yongbo has initially experienced this feeling, but he hasn't yet decided to cultivate, because Yongbo's own mental power hasn't fully recovered. Also, Yongbo plans to observe and research more. Then Yongbo returned to Devon Planet, strolled around the Ring Hotel, and comforted the resentful Su Ruoxin. Then in the evening, he returned to Bart's manor. And then, in the early morning, he arrived at Prince Holden's territory in the second world. From Devon Planet, Yongbo could observe from a distance, but a closer look offered a more detailed view, allowing him to observe the changes in Alia's physical strength. Although Alia's cultivation time was only an hour each time, however, Alia took a long time to enter this state. That is, she slowly spread her mental power, forming a network, which took a long time. Although Alia's mental power was 1.5 times that of an average person, her perception was still very weak, especially her self-awareness. So this time, Yongbo decided to actively participate. Yongbo's active participation didn't mean he was using his own mental power to help Alia, but rather, it was to amplify Alia's perception. If before, Alia was like someone with severe myopia, struggling to see and understand things. After Yongbo took the initiative, it was like putting a pair of glasses on Alia. This time, Alia completed the spiritual power laying in just 10 minutes. Alia suppressed her excitement and thanked the Moonlight Goddess. Alia's spiritual power formed a large net, only about 2 meters in diameter. Any soul particles within this area would be absorbed by the spiritual power net. Seeing this, Yongbo wanted to conduct a few experiments. Because the interstellar era had already discovered ways to capture soul particles. Can we use technology to form a large funnel, with a spiritual power net at the mouth of the funnel? Or perhaps we could use high-tech methods to capture soul particles in a certain space, increasing the density of soul particles there. Yongbo pondered. But I'm not a native of this world. Using myself as an experiment, I might not achieve the desired results. And most importantly, I don't know if there are any high-tech monitoring tools in the space labs in the sky. Yongbo hesitated to try, most likely because of the space labs in the sky. Because the imperial family's research on the soul was at a high level, Yongbo couldn't guarantee they didn't have the means to observe soul particles or mental fluctuations. If he began cultivating his mental power, he'd likely be discovered. That's a pain. Yang Bo felt the urge to act. If Alia's mental power grew too quickly, she might be captured and used for experiments by the imperial family. So Yang Bo returned to March Star and decided not to observe her personally for the time being. He let Alia get used to the sensations she just experienced, and would actively participate next time. After Yang Bo returned to March Star, he began to think about how he could acquire an armed spaceship with his current status. What's the best way to get one? Yang Bo held Wang Mushu in his arms. Don't even think about it in the Alliance. Only a few security companies can acquire armed spaceships. No one else can even dream of getting one. Those capitalists and politicians in the Alliance are most afraid of death. Wang Mushu lay on top of Yang Bo. Is there no other way? Yang Bo actually had many options in mind, but there were some things he couldn't be too clever about. You can go to the Federation and set up a security company and buy armed spaceships. But you have to think carefully. You can't leave the country right now. Those guys at the Department of Homeland Security will definitely be keeping a close eye on you. Although you can be free online. But you can't leave this body. Unless you buy an identity on the black market and use a disguise potion. But if your current identity becomes known to the outside world, you'd be taking on huge risks. Wang Mushu said. I noticed two things. The Alliance Parliament passed a bill to sell warships abroad some time ago, and then shortly afterward, John Lee attacked Gutterbon. Do you think there's some kind of deal between the Alliance and John Lee? Yang Bo asked. Well, those who understand will understand. Then could I contact John Lee? After all, I done him a big favor. Why not ask him to send me a small warship? If he needs anything else, I can still help him. Yang Bo asked tentatively. No. You still want a battleship? Do you know what battleship command entails? Do you know how many things are involved in battleship command? And why do you want a battleship? Wang Mushu was a little surprised. With my mental strength, learning something is too easy, Yang Bo said with a smug look. Commanding a war tests your ability to react on the spot, not your mental strength, Wang Mushu said unhappily. I mainly want adventure. I want to treasure hunt in the unknown starry sky. I feel like my life is a little too dull. Yang Bo pretended. Wang Mushu didn't believe Yang Bo's nonsense and asked tentatively, do you feel insecure that Homeland Security doesn't know about your abilities? Yang Bo didn't expect Wang Mushu to come up with such an excuse. Of course not. I just want to go on an adventure with my girlfriend. You're taking my girlfriend and not me? Are you planning to abandon me? Wang Mushu pinched Yang Bo's vitals. That's outrageous. Yang Bo gave Wang Mushu a beating. Actually, I don't necessarily have to take the risk myself. Most spaceships and warships now have quantum communication modules. I can ask John Lee to give me a warship, and then I can remotely control it and go exploring. Yang Bo embraced the limp Wang Mushu and expressed his final thoughts. You decide for yourself. Wang Mushu agreed with Yang Bo's idea. She felt groggy and completely incapable of thinking. But it doesn't feel right to let John Lee know my identity. Can I change my identity and buy an armed ship at the Federation auction house? Then have them remotely grant me access so I can control it directly. Yang Bo asked again. Don't bother me. Wang Mushu pinched Yang Bo unhappily. Forget it, I asked fourth brother for help. Zhang Buizhen heard that Yang Bo wanted to buy an armed ship abroad and remotely control it to go on an adventure. Zhang Buizhen naturally knew Yang Bo's identity as a super hacker. But Yang Bo didn't mention it, so Zhang Buizhen couldn't bring himself to ask. I can help with that. And I can even find a way to get you a space quantum communication module. Zhang Buizhen offered his services. Zhang Buizhen felt that Yang Bo was completely incomprehensible to him. He had grown so much. He still had some doubts about Yang Bo's single-handed breach of Gutterbane's planetary security system. He felt that Yang Bo was being pushed out by the relevant departments of the Alliance to take the blame. As for why no one else was blamed, it's because Yang Bo had nothing to blame. All those other well-known hackers have connections, and they've long been co-opted by certain financial groups. Of course, Yang Bo may have some real skills, but not to such a perverted degree. Thank you, fourth brother. Yang Bo said quickly. We're not outsiders. I give you an explanation within a month or 3. I don't want any money, just consider it a gift. Zhang Buizhen said generously. That won't work. We're brothers, so let's settle accounts. Actually, I have a way to buy it, but transferring money would easily expose me. Yang Bo actually had many ways to acquire an armed spaceship. Yang Bo did this to let everyone around him know what he was doing, rather than remaining anonymous. Well then, We settle accounts later. Zhang Buizhen was eager for Yang Bo to owe him money and favors. He decided to see if he had the chance to see the true strength of Yang Bo's hacking skills. Zhang Buizhen planned to purchase an armed spaceship directly from abroad. Then, he would give Yang Bo control of the armed spaceship. He would also give Yang Bo a space quantum communication module. Space quantum communication modules are strategic materials and must be registered with the Alliance. But secretly getting one for Yang Bo on March Star wouldn't be a problem. Every wealthy space mech has a space quantum communication module. Why is no one doing anything about them? Because in the Alliance, everything relies on evidence. Space mechs are someone else's personal property. To search someone's personal property, you need a search warrant issued by a judge. And a search warrant requires evidence. What group of people use space mechas? Who's going to take this too seriously? If this group of people gets serious, some will be in big trouble. After everything was settled, Yang Bo prepared for his legendary journey. He remotely controlled an armed spacecraft, discovered an abandoned warship, and even found a habitable planet. He even founded his own country. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. Yang Bo's confidence in taking over the second world is growing stronger and stronger. Because Yang Bo can exploit the weaknesses of the three countries at any time. When the Alliance steps in, he announced the news of the zombie planet, and let the Alliance prove that the zombie planet's current state had nothing to do with them. Yang Bo won't directly say that the zombie planet was caused by the Alliance, but if the Alliance officials keep the matter secret and let the military handle it privately, many people will believe it was the Alliance's doing. As for the Empire, his Grand Duke status is enough. If all else fails, he can just assume the Red Earl's status as the Emperor of the Empire. After all, it's a good thing. As for the Federation, it would be even easier. By then, he would be one of the Federation's greatest warlords. Plus, he was also the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. With a group of people under his command, he could take down anyone who targeted him. Yang Bo felt the time was right. All he needed to do was expose his identity. Disguised as Li Jian, Yang Bo successfully returned to Karaya State and sent a message to the Alliance, announcing his intention to order warships. Chapter 1345. The Alliance agreed readily, but insisted on going through the necessary procedures. And they needed official endorsement from the state of Kalaya, which was certainly no problem. The state of Kalaya quickly approved the relevant procurement authorization. Why authorization? Because these people didn't want to pay. And they were calculating. Even if John Lee bought the warships, no one would take care of them. The people in the state of Kalaya now wanted John Lee to have more warships. Because the company behind the council also controlled the state of Gutra. John Lee quickly signed the relevant authorization as governor. Yang Bo, using John Lee's name, took this authorization and negotiated with the Alliance. However, the Alliance's price for the warships was extremely high, so, Yang Bo, using John Lee's name, purchased some warship parts. The Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. Purchasing parts was a much smaller goal than purchasing an entire warship, and they quickly approved John Lee's application. The total transaction amount reached 50 billion credit points. On the other hand, John Lee didn't have much cash on hand. On the other hand, Yang Bo was just looking for a gimmick. Because Yang Bo couldn't just pull off a docking robot out of thin air. Furthermore, the Alliance was afraid that Li Jian would make further demands, so they started shipping as soon as Li Jian paid the deposit. At this time, one of Li Jian's B-class battleships finally returned to Karaya State, although Li Jian had only taken a B-class battleship with him when he left, but this time, Li Jian had directly captured a planet, and 2 B-class battleships, and 2 C-class battleships remained in Gutra State. General. That's amazing. Lisa and Vivian were brimming with pride. They were John Lee's public women. And John Lee's reputation was known to everyone in the interstellar world. Even when John Lee just bought tens of billions of warship parts from the Alliance, the federal government didn't dare to say a word. This was because the federal authorities had long known about John Lee's deal with the Alliance. But the federal Central Gang was too busy to care about John Lee. Of course, in the eyes of the Central State, no matter how powerful John Lee was now, once the Central State's 5 main fleets were fully equipped, it would have at least 8 main fleets. Then, they would simply pin John Lee to the ground and rub him. John Lee would be made to watch his woman lick everyone else's boots. That damn John Lee would be made to pay. Yang Bo reveled in the warmth of Lisa and Vivian. After enjoying themselves for a while, Yang Bo took the two to the cocktail party. At the cocktail party, Yang Bo's disguised John Lee was the undisputed star. The shareholders of these companies, as well as members of parliament, all flattered John Lee. Now, these people had a certain degree of sympathy for John Lee. Because John Lee's relationship with the Alliance government was unclear, They thought John Lee was the Alliance's white glove. But John Lee was not the Alliance's white glove. John Lee's attack on Gutter State not only showed goodwill to the Alliance, but also brought huge profits to these companies. Now, these people speculated that Alliance personnel must have been aboard John Lee's warship at the time, because John Lee alone couldn't control the warship in combat. And the B-class battleships that returned with John Lee might also be filled with Alliance soldiers. Before they figured out who was behind John Lee, these people would only flatter him. And they donated generously. Donations to John Lee's fleet. This was actually a well-known unspoken rule. John Lee helped these companies gain control of Gutter State. Why were these companies able to buy the equity, supplies, and other assets pledged by Gutter State companies at extremely low prices? It was because John Lee had imposed martial law on Gutter State. At a single reception, John Lee's fleet received over 800 billion credit points in donations. Of course, that's far less than the value of Gutter State. In fact, these companies contacted Yang Bo and asked if he wanted shares. Of course, Yang Bo didn't want any. You think giving you shares for free is a good thing? These people could run their companies into a mountain of debt. Because, in Yang Bo's mind, these companies belong to him. If I want, I can grab it anytime. I take the company shares myself, and then I have to worry about other things. For now, I just hand them over to these companies for safekeeping. General, those two classmates I told you about last time really want to meet you, Lisa said, hugging Yang Bo after the reception. Let's talk about it later when we have time. I'm very busy lately. They want to be on a battleship, too. Then take them on your B-class battleship for internships. Once they learn the ropes, I assign them to second in command. Yang Bo knew what Lisa was thinking. On the one hand, she was a pimp. After all, she had strong physical fitness. The second was to form her own small circle, since the captains and vice-captains of the other C-class battleships were all from the company. Third, her classmates also felt uneasy about getting a vice-captain position without paying something back. Because that's just the way things are done in the Federation. Their family also wants to expand in Gutter State. Their family's business in Madhya Pradesh has been losing money, Lisa said. No problem. Just let them go. Yang Bo nodded. Madhya Pradesh certainly hasn't seen much rapid development. Yang Bo has been very busy lately, or more accurately, Li John. The Greyhound pirates are contacting Li John again. Their purpose is self-evident, and Yang Bo, disguised as a pirate, is providing the Federation with information on pirates, and now the Federation wants to buy that information at a high price. The most important thing is the construction of the battleship dock. Many of the materials provided by the companies on Karaya State have already arrived. These materials are stored in a space warehouse, 500,000 kilometers from Karaya State. Yang Bo now had to wait for the Alliance ship. Once the Alliance ship arrived, he would unload the docking robots and other equipment from his B-class battleship. As for the warship parts purchased from the Alliance, Yang Bo wouldn't use any of them, as the underlying programs for these parts were controlled by the Alliance. Yang Bo still had a lot of work to do. The first was to set the initial parameters for the docking robots and battleship manufacturing robots on the B-class battleships. These robots operated in space and needed to be set within a specific range, as well as according to the gravity conditions in their area. Furthermore, these robots need to establish a local area network. These robots won't connect to the outside world. Huh? Yang Bo snuck a break from his busy schedule and arrived at Lisa's B-class battleship. As soon as he entered the captain's room, he saw two of Lisa's classmates, whom he was about to introduce. General, this is Wen Na. This is Lu Meng. They are both my classmates, and they both have excellent command performances. Lisa pointed at two stunning women in captain's uniforms. Wen Na had long silver hair in a ponytail, blue eyes, fair skin, and a curvaceous figure. She wore a Federation uniform that was very form-fitting. In the Federation, female soldiers' uniforms are very beautiful. Because female soldiers in the Federation Army primarily serve the officers, not in combat. Lu Meng had yellow skin, black wavy hair, and large black eyes. Both were tall and had long legs, and their legs were very well shaped. General. Their eyes lit up when they saw John Lee. Their families are also part of a consortium. Most consortiums in the Federation consist of more than one family, though these families are categorized into different levels. Some are major families, others are vassal families. But right now, all the consortiums in the Federal Central State, regardless of size, are suffering. Although both possess psychic abilities, their abilities are only at level C. Even though both achieved high marks in the Command Academy, their ultimate fate is still marriage, and everyone knows the current state of the Federal Central State. And at times like these, The conflicts between these consortiums become increasingly prominent. So, the two families now want to leave Madhya Pradesh and expand elsewhere. But these families need backers to move elsewhere. Otherwise, they'd be left as shams. Hello. Yang Bo was surprised that Lisa had brought them both here. General, you're amazing. We want to learn more about commanding a warship from you. The two came over and hugged Yang Bo's arms. Hey then, let's get to know each other better. Yang Bo chuckled. Lisa breathed a sigh of relief. If she wanted to gain more benefits, she needed to have her own small circle. She couldn't do it alone. She had already called her classmates over, but for some reason, John Lee hadn't seen them. So Lisa took the initiative to bring them here this time. Yang Bo released his spiritual seeds in them. He discovered that these two had no other identities. They were simply sent by their families to establish connections with him. So, Yang Bo didn't hesitate and trained them to become captains. The two possessed psychic abilities, and their grades at the Command Academy were among the best. As for the level of their abilities, Yang Bo had plenty of solutions. Because Yang Bo knew that these warships would ultimately require human control. Even if he could control a warship alone, he would need someone else to act as a cover. So, being able to control a warship alone was his ultimate trump card. This meant that if anyone tried to infiltrate, sabotage, or control the warship, they would first target these individuals. These two were also very proactive. Yang Bo dealt with them in a matter of seconds the first time, and even Lisa was left in a state of panic. Even one more mouth wouldn't be enough to counter Yang Bo. Yang Bo didn't send Vivian this time. Because Yang Bo knew competition was the key to success. Wei Weian also found someone. Study hard with Lisa. After you complete your internship, I assign you the position of vice captain. Also, if your family arrives in Gutra State, let me know what business you're looking for. Also, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Yang Bo asked. Lu Ming, lying beside Yang Bo, exhausted, replied with a hoarse voice, General, please speak. Your family can exchange their assets in Madhya Pradesh for mineral planets attacked by pirates. When these mineral planets are mined again, it will be an endless source of wealth. I purchase all the mine materials, and I can even give you a deposit. Yang Bo realized that building warships requires a lot of materials. Currently, these materials are controlled by companies like those in Kalaya State. He didn't want to fall out with these people, but if they raised the price, he wouldn't be able to say anything. I talked to my family later. The two nodded. Okay. Yang Bo just said. If their families didn't agree, then so be it. At worst, he could let the pirates take the others first, and then he could take the pirates' own. Yang Bo hadn't waited a few days in Karaya State before the warship parts shipped from the Alliance arrived, just 500,000 kilometers away from Karaya State. Yang Bo released robots from the B-class warship one after another. After these robots emerged from the battleship, they began scanning the surrounding environment to see if it matched the designated environment. Yang Bo deployed 2 B-class battleships for protection. First dash, second dash, and third-generation robots were all beginning to be manufactured from materials. Smelting in space was incredibly convenient. Materials were suspended in midair, and then heated using various methods. They could be heated directly with lasers, microwaves, or electricity. They could even be heated directly with large lenses and sunlight. These smelted materials transformed directly into a mass of molten metal in space. This scene might seem sci-fi, but it's perfectly commonplace in the interstellar age. Because space is a near-vacuum environment, there's no contamination at all. The star region where the battleship dock was being manufactured was also designated a restricted area. Logistics here were handed over to Vivian. Vivian now served as deputy project manager for the battleship dock. Vivian's primary responsibility was receiving materials shipped in from other locations, storing them, and entering the data into the database. This way, the robots can use various materials based on the information in the database. Now, the robots are starting to build robots. Once the number of robots is nearly complete, they will begin building the warship dock. Theoretically, the more robots there are, the faster the warship dock can be built. Similarly, the more robots there are, the faster the warships can be built. Some robots are already manufacturing the parts needed for the warship dock. Some of the extra-large dock parts are already ordered directly from various companies. Some have already arrived, and these companies are processing them directly into the corresponding parts at the Mineral Planet processing plant. Yang Bo didn't publicize this. While others knew that John Lee was building a warship dock in this place, they had no idea how quickly it would be done. Yang Bo stayed in Karaya State for 2 months. Of course, he wasn't there all the time. He also had to take care of March Planet, Devon Planet, and the Holden Prince Forest store. Robots have already begun building warships. At first, there were only a little over 1,000 robots, but the production rate has increased significantly. The first generation of robots manufactures the most sophisticated core components, the second generation manufactures less sophisticated parts, and the third generation manufactures general parts. 1,000 robots can produce 20 robots per hour. These 20 robots can then join the robot production team. The initial growth in the number of robots was indeed slow, but once the number reached a certain base, it became terrifying. When the number of robots reaches 10,000, that's 200 robots per hour, or 4,800 robots per day, and when the number reaches 50,000, that's 1,000 robots per hour, or over 20,000 robots per day. Of course, due to the limited number of first dash, second dash, and third generation robots, there's a limit to the production capacity of core precision components. By the time Yang Bo left Korea State, 200,000 robots were already manufacturing warships. First dash, second dash, and third generation robots primarily manufacture precision components. The remaining robots are responsible for transportation and various component manufacturing tasks. These robots used a variety of energy sources because they varied in size. Some small robots were only a few centimeters in diameter, while others were extremely large, reaching tens of meters in height. These large robots were primarily responsible for assembling large parts. What Yang Bo needed now was materials, so he first traveled around and then went out with the pirates to rob. The Central State of the Federation had smuggled a large quantity of materials from other places, intending to build its own main battleships. Yang Bo felt it would be a waste to give these materials to the Central State. It would be better to use them himself. When the time came, he would need the materials, and the pirates would need the battleships. Yang Bo returned to March Star primarily to receive the small armed spaceship that Zhang Buizhen had given him. This small armed spaceship was in Gutra State. It belonged to a wealthy individual, and Yang Bo had used it to help him secure a bank loan. This small armed spaceship was unpopular at auction because, given the current chaotic situation in the Federation, it was of little use. As for the companies in Korea State, they weren't interested either, because Gutra State currently had 4 of Li Zhan's warships. So Zhang Buizhen bought this small armed spaceship at a very low price, and Yang Bo thought it was just right, because he could teleport to a warship outside Gutra State and then assign the space coordinates to the small armed spaceship. Of course, before that, Yang Bo had to remotely control the small armed spaceship's control system and other functions. Look, this is the equipment I use for space exploration, Yang Bo showed off to Su Wei, Annie, Xia, Lu Jingxiang, and Zhou Kersen. 88 meters long, 25 meters wide, 12 meters tall at its highest point. 3 energy cannons. Su Wei looked at the data Yang Bo showed off about the small spaceship and felt it was a bit rubbish. Ahem, mine can freely land on many planets, withstand 6 times the standard gravity, and even has military radar. Yang Bo quickly explained. No wonder the companies in Korea State didn't like this armed spaceship. Because this armed spacecraft is indeed too small, it is a micro-armed spacecraft. Chapter 1346. Of course, small armed spacecraft also have their advantages. They can take off and land on a larger planet. The larger the spacecraft, the smaller the range of the planet it can take off and land on. Large passenger and cargo spacecraft are almost impossible to land on a planet. Because of their sheer size, escaping the planet's gravity is a complex task. There's also the issue of gravity itself. The range of planets where military warships can take off and land varies depending on their class. The smaller the spacecraft, the lower its energy consumption. This type of micro spacecraft is inherently suitable for interstellar exploration. Today, humanity has explored a vast area, centered around space jump channels. If a new space jump channel is discovered, the first to explore it will be the large conglomerates and corporations. These large conglomerates and corporations can simultaneously launch numerous probes, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. This is because probes in the interstellar age have become very affordable. There are also super large energy exploration spacecraft. They can capture energy fluctuations throughout space. So, if individuals want to achieve something, it's very difficult, and they have to go farther. This places a high demand on the spacecraft's energy reserves. With the help of modern technology, anyone with energy can live anywhere. Some explorers spend over a decade on a single round trip. Of course, the vast majority of explorers are supported by foundations or consortiums. Of course, this support isn't free. If you discover a planet or something, these foundations or consortiums will receive a share of the profits. Humans are social animals. Not everyone can escape human society for long. It still feels a little small, with only 2 floors. Su Wei shook her head. This is already quite good. My previous social housing was much smaller. And it has all the necessary facilities. Besides, no one's exploring this place, and no one's living there. Yang Bo shrugged. Well, good luck. Su Wei said, and left. Yang Bo, I'm counting on you. Go ahead, Yang Bo. Yang Bo, do whatever you want. The other women spoke sweetly, but their expressions and tones betrayed them. Yes, yes, I won't let you down. When the time comes, I find a habitable planet, Yang Bo said with a feigned stubbornness. Yes, yes. The group then left for mecha training. After they left, Wang Muxue arrived again. Wang Muxue carefully examined the microarm spacecraft's parameters. The endurance and radar data are all quite good. The speed and takeoff and landing range are also good. A rare little golden bottle among microarm spacecraft. But your microarm spacecraft has a major flaw. Yang Bo feigned understanding. Without anyone on board, if something suspicious were to occur, there's no way around it. Exploring it thoroughly might lead to missed discoveries. Yes. Wang Muxue nodded. Humanity hasn't discovered a new space jump channel in over 200 years. And the area surrounding the original space jump channel has been largely explored. Also, beyond the jump channel, too far away to be worth exploring. And the planets of value have been discovered in the last 200 years. These planets are hidden in special environments, with intense energy fluctuations across the region, making them impenetrable to scientific detection equipment. Or perhaps there's interference from the planet itself that's affecting the detection data. So, if you discover a suspicious target, but can't investigate it yourself, you'd be in a dilemma. If you give up, you're worried about its value. If you don't, you either have to buy another spacecraft or sell the information. But that would increase costs and potentially lead to significant losses. Yang Bo hugged Wang Muxue, gently patted her perky breasts, and said with a hint of arrogance, my goal is to find a place that humans can. A habitable planet. I'm not interested in money right now. I'm not interested in status either. If I wanted, I could hold an important position in the alliance. If I wanted, I could have countless money. Wang Muxue looked up at Yang Bo and chuckled. Many explorers have the same idea as you at first. But when they face repeated failure, they lower their expectations. Yang Bo saw Wang Muxue like this and said unhappily, it seems you're lacking discipline again. Look at my big stick. Wang Muxue, under Yang Bo's discipline, expressed her confidence in Yang Bo's ability to achieve her goals in a hoarse voice. She also promised not to question Yang Bo again, and so, Yang Bo pressed on, winning battle after battle. Pa! Wang Muxue glared at Yang Bo fiercely as she left. She was so stuffed she felt uncomfortable even walking. Normal operation, Yang Bo muttered to himself. He hadn't used abilities, like power absorption yet, otherwise he would have surrendered even faster. Su Wei and the others discovered that Yang Bo was remotely controlling a miniature armed spacecraft from his workshop, claiming to be reconfiguring its systems. 10 days later, the armed spacecraft left Gutterbon, made several space jumps, and then entered the vast starry sky. Yang Bo went back to the basement to conduct experiments. Su Wei and the others breathed a sigh of relief, because for the past 10 days, Yang Bo had been busy in the studio during the day and on his own at night. Finally, he's gone to the basement lab to conduct experiments. Lu Jingxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Bo's physique is truly abnormal. Zhou Kersen nodded. Finally, you know we three don't mind you being Yang Bo's girlfriend, Su Wei nodded. Annie said, when I first started meeting Yang Bo, his physique was already incredibly abnormal. I never expected the gap between us and him to widen. Lu Jingxiang asked curiously, what level has Yang Bo's superpower reached? What is he researching in the basement? Zhou Kersen chimed in, has he reached A level? Probably more than that. I think he's at A+. Su Wei shook her head. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were both stunned. Impossible. Yang Bo isn't even 30 yet. Let alone a 30-year-old A+. Even a 30-year-old A-level superpowered person would be incredibly abnormal. The two said in disbelief. Su Wei shook her head. There are plenty of A-level superpowered people under 30 in this world. But they all have a rich heritage and many other means. These people are truly geniuses. The outside world knows nothing about them. Many guardians of great noble families in our empire become A-level espers before the age of 30. Only core family members, or even the patriarch, know about these people. Their mission is to protect the family. They won't intervene unless the family faces a life or death situation. They don't need to worry about managing the family. Their only task is to improve their abilities. Let them become A-level espers before the age of 30. This will give them enough life to learn more. Forging, pharmaceuticals, mechas, fighter jets. I'm not sure if Yang Bo's abilities have reached A+, but he's definitely A-level. Just look at his physique and you know. As for what Yang Bo does in the geography lab, you can ask him when the time comes. Sui said. TSK. Looks like we need to speed up our training. When the time comes, we squeeze him dry. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were both delighted. After all, the stronger Yang Bo's abilities became, the more they proved they were right. Alas, it's not like Yang Bo's out having fun. Actually, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter if a man goes out for social events. Su Wei had a different perspective. No. Let's find a chance to introduce him to a few women we know well. Li Qiubai from our new company has asked me about Yang Bo several times in front of me, Lu Jingxiang said. He asked me in front of me too. Zhou Kersen exclaimed in surprise. Annie shook her head. Yang Bo is now one of the top young billionaires. He doesn't have any bad habits. And he owns over 1 million square kilometers of land. Look at the current land prices on March Star. They appreciated 10,000 times since Yang Bo acquired them. When Yang Bo acquired the land, he practically gave it away for free. The interstellar lifeforms discovered a while ago have multiplied the value of the land on this planet. The land is now worth at least trillions. More than that. The mutant biological materials produced from these 1 million square kilometers of land are a constant source of income. So whenever a man like that socializes, a ton of women flock to him. The others nodded at Annie's words. I think Yulia from our company has a very calm personality. She doesn't strike me as someone from our alliance, Zhou Kersen said. Let's leave it that way for now. Yang Bo spends most of his time conducting experiments. Su Wei nodded. Yang Bo had arrived on the miniature armed spacecraft. The miniature armed spacecraft was leaving Gutrabang. Li Zhan's 4 warships conducted a routine inspection of the armed ship. While inspecting the ship using a drone, Yang Bo placed an energy stone with spatial coordinates inside the ship. So Yang Bo easily entered the ship. Yang Bo's purpose in coming here was to replace some parts. Many of the parts in this ship were embedded with underlying programs, most of which contain backdoors. Programs written directly into the hardware are difficult to replace remotely. The spaceship is currently navigating the vast starry sky, relying on inertia. Active radar scans are activated within a limited range, because there are no airways in this starry sky, so we need to detect ahead of time. Some planets have strong gravitational pulls, and we must avoid their gravitational pulls. For example, some massive stars. Once we enter their gravitational pulls, we consume energy. Yang Bo transformed into mechanic mode, using energy to disassemble the hardware and then reassemble it. He also took this opportunity to comprehensively upgrade the entire spaceship, energy system, control system, optical computer, weapon system, defense system. He optimized the backup energy system. And he added sufficient energy stones to the backup energy system. He also reassembled the internal components of the various detection equipment carried by the spaceship, as these components also have underlying programs. Thank goodness the spaceship isn't big, otherwise I'd be exhausted. He worked continuously aboard the spaceship for a week. Yang Bo transformed himself into Prince Holden again, and arrived in the second world. Yang Bo's appearances in the second world were unpredictable, sometimes a day apart, sometimes 2 or 3 days apart, sometimes even 7 days apart. Yang Bo told the butler that he was training in mystical powers similar to animal hibernation. The butler wasn't very knowledgeable about the occult, so he believed whatever his prince said. Another warship returned to port, but this one didn't bring any results. We did encounter a fleet along the way, but it was so large that there was no chance of approaching. This Alia is quite good. Her mental power has been growing rapidly lately. But her mental power isn't expanding properly when capturing soul particles. When she starts practicing in the evening, I guide her on how to expand her mental power to a wider range, which will improve her capture efficiency. Yang Bo was helping her this way primarily to see if anything changed when her mental power reached twice that of an average person. Alia had been very excited recently because, at her previous training speed, it would take her at least 5 years to advance. While theoretically she could gain 1,000th of the power daily, this wouldn't work in bad weather, and the speed would slow down as she progressed. So, at least 5 years would be necessary. Now, if she's fast, she could advance in 2 years. Alia felt that this was her lucky place. Alia no longer cared about Prince Holden. After all these days, they only met twice at the beginning, and never saw each other again. In the evening, Alia was ready again. When the sun completely set, Alia faced the moon and began practicing again. Alia quickly entered the state, but suddenly something else crossed her mind. Is this the goddess's favor? Alia felt a surge of excitement. In the past, Alia had relied on her own exploration to expand her spiritual network. But now, many other thoughts were flooding her mind. Alia followed these thoughts, which were precisely the goddess' guidance. Alia discovered that her spiritual king was thinner, but with a larger area. Everyone knows that if the radius of a circle increases by even 2 centimeters, the area of the entire circle will increase significantly. Alia was incredibly excited and practiced even more intently. After completing her practice, Alia quickly prayed and offered blessings. At this rate of practice, she would advance within a year. Yang Bo merely conveyed his thoughts to Alia and did not directly intervene. The systems those time travelers encounter? Could it be people like me guiding these newbies from behind the scenes? Is it just so the bosses can verify some of their ideas, or perhaps they're just using it as an experiment? Then who's behind the scenes experimenting on me with this strange superpower? Yang Bo felt a chill down his spine at the thought. Yang Bo left the second world and arrived in Karaya State. Yang Bo prepared to set out again with the pirates to rob the supplies purchased in Madhya Pradesh. Yang Bo looked at the warship dock outside Karaya State. It needed a lot of materials. Buying was out of the question. The only way to maintain it was to rob. Chapter 1347. The pirate groups that have collaborated with John Lee have been extremely anxious recently. For one thing, these pirate groups have grown in strength. These pirate groups have made a fortune from their several collaborations with John Lee. Except for the witch pirates, who accepted a mission from the Pirate Alliance and suffered a heavy loss. The remaining pirate groups are now incomparable in both the quantity and quality of their warships. Of course, these pirate groups haven't publicly demonstrated their true strength. For another, the Pirate Alliance has paid a large sum of money in compensation to the other pirate groups. These pirate groups have commissioned the Pirate Alliance to order a batch of warships from the Empire. And now the Federal Central State is also building and purchasing warships, and everyone knows the Empire's character. The Empire will deliver warships to both the Federal Central State and the pirates simultaneously. Once the Central State has enough warships, the risk of further expansion will increase significantly. On the other hand, the other pirate groups had also suffered heavy losses. If they regained their strength, they would face immense competition if they attempted to seize Madhya Pradesh. However, John Lee had been in Gutra State for some time, so these pirate groups had been waiting for a long time. Once John Lee had returned to Karaya State, these pirate groups were impatient. So, when Yang Bo sent these pirate groups the coordinates of the assembly point, they immediately rushed to the gathering point at lightning speed. These pirate groups deployed half of their warships. Yang Bo only brought 2 C-class warships this time. Because Yang Bo was now the governor of the Federation, he had no way of taking possession of the Federation warships and spaceships that had been robbed by the pirates. He had no way of appearing in person. So, he only had to take 2 warships to load the materials. There were many people watching John Lee's warships. Because John Lee had grown to his current heights in a short period of time, and every time John Lee's warships disappeared, there was a huge gain. The Pirate Alliance, the Federation, the Alliance, the Empire, and other institutions, especially the other states in the Federation, they were wary of John Lee. Some even secretly called him a lackey of the Alliance. Of course, John Lee's excuses at the time prevented these people from openly opposing him. This incident also exacerbated the conflict between the various states of the Federation and the Central State, because the federal government had no say in the matter. The reason was well known to everyone. Yang Bo publicly controlled 2 C-class warships and left. After leaving, the 2 C-class warships entered silent sailing mode. However, Yang Bo discovered that there were too many people watching. Several space jump points out of Karaya State were filled with suspicious ships stationed nearby. It was a rather clumsy surveillance method, but it was effective, since even silent navigation required a space jump point. When Yang Bo's 2 C-class warships left the star field where Karaya State was located and jumped to another star field, he was surprised to find that someone was also watching in that star field. However, this operation didn't require Yang Bo's personal involvement, so it didn't matter. Yang Bo didn't know who these people were, mainly because he had offended too many people, but they definitely had bad intentions. Yang Bo once again arrived at Prince Holden's territory in the second world. Yang Bo always came here for a stroll. Summer was approaching in Prince Holden's territory, and the grass in the pastures was already lush. And the crops in the fields, thanks to various traditional methods used by gamers, were yielding ever-increasing yields, and pests and diseases were becoming increasingly rare. Some gamers were also crossbreeding seeds, using traditional methods to create fertilizers and pesticides. Even the livestock in the pastures were being crossbred. Yongbo didn't forbid these gamers from inventing things in his territory. He wanted to see the emperor's reaction. Alia's cultivation talent was indeed impressive. Yongbo had only helped her twice, and her progress had nearly tripled. She was even thanking the Moonlight Goddess, believing it was her divine grace. Yongbo didn't continue helping, because to do so would mean becoming involved, which could have had a negative impact. Anyway, the next promotion wasn't too long away, at most, a year or two. It's just that the number of observable objects was too small. But there was no other way. Yongbo didn't dare act rashly here. In Prince Holden's territory in the Second World, Yongbo could only use passive energy detection methods. If he used active detection methods, the abnormal energy fluctuations would be detected by the armed ships in space. Then Yongbo returned to Devon, disguised as Bart, to check on the progress of the space mecha's return to city device. At the same time, he also manufactured a batch of high-temperature resistant parts. The price of these materials has risen dramatically, but there's no demand for them, because this is Bart's specialty. Energy engines made with this material have an overall performance improvement of at least 15%. This is reflected in their service life, instantaneous energy output, and reduced energy loss. Using this material in energy cannons can significantly shorten the recharging time, directly increasing their firing rate. It can also increase the cannon's power. Increased power means increased range and particle size. Detectors made with this material also have a wider range of applications. This material is also excellent for energy protection, because high temperature is a form of energy. Of course, most high-temperature resistant materials are made into tools. For example, the energy furnace used for smelting. This is essentially an energy generator. It's a bit like a microwave oven. In the vacuum and microgravity of space, there's no need for a physical furnace. Simply place the material in space and heat it. Then, the desired material is produced. High-temperature resistant materials can increase the power of these energy generators. It can also produce more cost-effective, high-temperature resistant materials, meaning it can create materials with a lower upper temperature limit than its original material. Then he took another stroll around Devon. Then Yongbo returned to March, not forgetting to visit John Lee's fleet and Prince Holden's territory on the Second World. The Federal Central State has recently become wealthy and powerful. He smuggled a batch of materials from the Alliance at a high price. In reality, it was simply shipped directly from the warehouse of a mining company in the Alliance. The Alliance mining company didn't pay taxes to the Alliance, which is why it's considered smuggling. In the interstellar age, regulating these mining companies is difficult. Because most of their mining takes place in the vast expanse of the starry sky, this makes smuggling easy. Although the mining equipment on the mineral planets has tax software installed by the Alliance's specialized tax authorities, in the vastness of space, interference from interstellar energy fluctuations can sometimes cause signal loss. Some even simply scrap all the equipment and cut off communication. Then, they continue mining in secret. The materials purchased by the Federal Central State this time are intended for the construction of main battleships. Thus, the value of these materials is extremely high. The Federal Central State is operating quietly. Partly, they fear attracting the attention of pirate groups. Partly, they fear smuggling is inherently shady. Of course, the most important factor is that the Federal Central State is currently undergoing a major military overhaul. In particular, officers are being retired en masse, and new officers are being promoted. The Federal Central State deployed 2 fleets this time. These 2 squadrons were drawn from the Federation's main fleet. The Federation also knew that the Pirate Alliance's intelligence spies would be keeping an eye on the fleet. Using a single fleet for the escort mission would undoubtedly lead to discovery. However, by removing warships from 2 fleets for the escort mission, the mission could be conducted with complete stealth. The pressure on the Federation's intelligence agencies and military was immense. The Federation had suffered several significant losses before, clearly due to internal leaks. However, the intelligence and military agencies, after a lengthy investigation, arrested numerous suspects but failed to find anyone who had leaked the details of the operation. Thus, the Federal intelligence and military were even more cautious this time, placing the 2 squadrons under full surveillance during their departure. Only a dozen or so individuals in the intelligence department knew of the operation, all of whom were highly reliable, and the military had only so many personnel. However, there were still some uncertainties in this operation. After all, so much of the material had been sold by others. The 4 pirate groups collaborating with Yongbo arrived at the assembly point one after another. These pirate groups breathed a sigh of relief after watching the other side steal. They already knew they were about to face 2 squadrons. The 2 squadrons contained 2 A-class warships, 4 B-class warships, 10 C-class warships, and 25 D-class warships. As for lower-class warships, there were none at all. This was because the Federation had discovered that lower-class warships had a very low survivability rate in large-scale warfare, and they were of limited use. Furthermore, the lower the class of the warship, the less speed and performance it possessed. The Greyhound Pirates, the Witch Pirates, the Death Pirates, and even the Seventh-day Pirates, who stole the map, this time brought a total of 4 B-class warships, 12 C-class warships, and 24 D-class warships. On the surface, the strength of these pirate groups is not as strong as the 2 squadrons. However, these pirates will not confront the Federation's squadron head-on, but will resort to surprise attacks. General, it's a pleasure to meet you. General. Yang Bo remotely connected with the leaders of the 4 pirate groups, who all greeted him respectfully. Yes. Yang Bo knew the other party had no good intentions in calling him general. These pirates were ultimately looking to turn against him. Of course, he had already implanted a control program in their warships. If he chose, the warship's internal defense systems would kill them all. But now, he had to use these pirates to continue attacking Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh couldn't be allowed to recover. If it did, the first person Madhya Pradesh would target would be him, the governor. Yes. I'm being watched, but it's not a big deal. What I want to emphasize here is that you should try not to kill the Federation soldiers. If you kill the enemy soldiers in every operation, they won't surrender again. Also, the Federation Madhya Pradesh is currently recruiting fleet soldiers. Do you have any ideas? In any case, to ensure the success of this operation, Yang Bo still made some requests to these people. The Greyhound Pirates' leader for this operation was the 2nd deputy captain. Upon hearing this, he patted his chest and promised. General, rest assured. Our target is the warship. Yang Bo, upon hearing this, said, I know you're targeting the warship, but don't attack them after they launch their slingshot. The Witch Pirates' 1st deputy commander nodded upon hearing Li John's words. We will strictly abide by the general's orders. Also, we haven't sent any troops to Madhya Pradesh because we are already short-staffed. Even if we embedded our troops within the federal army, it would be difficult to get timely information. The army operates in silence, and until the mission is complete, there's no way to communicate with the outside world. Unless you become a high-ranking officer, but that's incredibly difficult. Of course, there must be someone sent by the pirate group. The Death Pirates were led by the 1st deputy captain this time. He said, General, don't worry. We follow your orders. That's good. Let's first discuss our target, the 2 fleets of the Federal Central State. They're stronger this time than we are. They're smuggling materials from abroad. So if the Central State loses a warship this time, it's likely they won't disclose it. Because if it were, the Alliance could easily trace the smuggling. I sent you the action plan. Begin executing it immediately, Yang Bo concluded. Once you arrive at the destination, wait for my next order. Yang Bo wouldn't reveal the target's route, speed, or other parameters. So, as a pirate group, we had no idea where our target was. While we knew the assembly point was the location of our operation, we had no idea where the target was. After losing contact, Yang Bo continued to control Li John's 2 C-class warships and wander around. Yang Bo realized that there were still quite a few people monitoring him. Then Yang Bo gathered more information from the Federation and discovered they hadn't changed their plans. Because this plan was within the Federation's intelligence department, it seemed foolproof. Because so few people knew about it, and the fleet was under constant surveillance, no one could communicate with the outside world. Of course, the worst-case scenario was also possible, where a spy was known to exist among a small number of people. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly, not intending to conceal it. Because the Federal Central State was also riddled with conflict. These consortiums were able to cooperate because they had sufficient interests to gain. When there weren't sufficient interests, these consortiums would target their peers. Furthermore, these consortiums in the Central State were already at odds with each other. After this one's done, let's do another as soon as possible. Yang Bo knew the Federation had a huge demand for warship materials, so he decided to seize this opportunity and make the most of it. Chapter 1348. Sophie of the Pierre family has been anxious and sleepless lately because Yang Bo blocked her. And she wants to give her family an explanation. Originally, Sophie wanted to use Yang Bo to gain control of the family. But Yang Bo refused to cooperate. So Sophie had no choice but to lie. But one lie requires more lies to cover it up. There are also psychological and physical reasons. Sophie used to like robots because they were obedient and controllable. But since being controlled by Yongbo, Sophie no longer feels the same way about robots. Because robots are just robots, there's no sense of conquering or being conquered. Yongbo, on the other hand, is different. He's a living person, and you never know what he'd do next. And then, there's Yongbo's identity. A super hacker, a wealthy young man, and a supernormal psychic, possibly an A+. Because Sophie is very familiar with his own superpowers. And the armor he wears is a type she's never seen before. And Sophie also has to maintain her original persona. He also had to participate in various activities, both political and economic. The Red Earl was also a bomb hanging over his head. It was very likely to destroy him and his family. Heartless. Shameless. Despicable. Vile. Despicable. Vile behavior. Sophie often cursed Yongbo in her heart. Mainly, Sophie had never suffered such a great loss in her life. But she couldn't retaliate against Yongbo. Because someone like Sophie, raised by her family from childhood, understood the trade-offs perfectly. Yongbo ignored Sophie because he wanted to show her how powerful he was. He would only strike when she was truly cornered. Several pirate groups were rushing to their destination, while the two C-class warships controlled by Yongbo were wandering around. These warships were remotely controlled. Most of the time, Yongbo pretended to be on March Star, remotely controlling a miniature armed ship. Yongbo named this armed ship Alibaba. Yongbo wanted to choose a different name, but unfortunately, there were too many registered ship names, and all the good ones were already taken. Of course, the people in this world didn't know the story of Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. When Su Wei and the others asked about it, Yongbo simply said there were no good names, so he just picked one at random. Yongbo chose this name to imply that this ship could find other people's treasures. In a sense, the second world originally belonged to the imperial family. But it was hidden from the public, like a robber's treasure. Yongbo was speechless about Su Wei and the others. They continued to help him find women. It seemed staying in one place for too long isn't a good idea. It wasn't that Yongbo deliberately wanted to stay on March Star for too long. It was that he wanted to show others that he was working on something. Then, while the others were away, Yongbo took advantage of the situation to wander around. Bard Manor on Devon Star, the Ring Hotel, the private laboratory. Karail State was inconvenient, as John Lee was nominally out. And there was Tianyun Star to visit. During this period, the Federal Central State signed a warship purchase agreement with the Empire, with the total contract value reaching 1.1 trillion. A customized system was also developed specifically for the Federation's warships. This meant the Empire's original system would no longer be used. The customized system was a joint development, with ownership and usage rights remaining with the Federation. And the Empire had secured a 120 trillion NT warship order from the Pirate Alliance. Alas! I've been busy, and the Empire is the one making the money. Yongbo sighed upon hearing the news. Of course, this was also a good thing for Yongbo. Because the Federation and the Pirate Alliance had a limited number of warships they could accept at the same time, this gave him an opportunity. Yongbo currently despised C-class battleships. His sights were set on A and B-class battleships. To defend the Second World, we need at least 2 or 3 main fleets. But 2 or 3 main fleets per planet would definitely not cover the costs. But then, I won't be able to openly seize other people's warships. As for doing business, I'm afraid it will be difficult, because I actually have to establish a country. The Alliance and the Federation's consortiums will definitely not want to, because none of these consortiums have established countries. The Alliance won't attack me, but it won't support me either. They might even impose comprehensive sanctions on me. As for the Federation, each state has a different attitude, but those guys will definitely take action if they get the chance. It's hard to say about the Empire. Yongbo was unsure of the Empire's reaction, because he hadn't yet decided what to do. If he chose to expose the imperial family's actions, he would offend them, but the other nobles wouldn't target him. Of course, after dealing with the imperial family, the other nobles might turn against him. Another option is to avoid exposing the relationship between the Second World and the imperial family. The imperial family would certainly attack him privately. However, the imperial family would likely not openly allow the Empire to attack him. Everything is uncertain. Establishing a nation is incredibly difficult. Of course, there are solutions. One approach is to destroy the space jump channel to the Second World. But space jump channels are difficult to destroy. The specific cause is unclear, but most scientists speculate that it's due to the collision of the gravitational fields of several nearby galaxies. To destroy a space jump channel, one must destroy the surrounding galaxies. So far, humans have been able to influence space jump channels for a short period of time. Destroying them is impossible. Of course, some scientists theorize that destroying a space jump point could trigger a chain reaction, such as a spatial collapse. Even the lowest spatial frequency oscillations could cause problems in the surrounding galaxies. That's why humans haven't actually attempted to destroy a space jump point. While Yang Bo was lost in thought on March Star, the leader of the Greyhound Pirates privately messaged John Lee, "General Lee, can we discuss something?" Yang Bo kept a close eye on the two C-class warships, which were being remotely controlled by shape-shifting interstellar creatures. So Yang Bo, controlling the interstellar creatures, replied, "Please tell me what you have to say. We want to deepen our cooperation. We'd like to hand over the loot we taken to you," the leader of the Greyhound Pirates messaged. After seeing this information, Yang Bo began to doubt the Greyhound Pirates' leader's motives. Although selling stolen goods is lucrative, the risks are also significant. If he actually sold them, it could easily become evidence. Even the Pirate Alliance has some sensitive materials that must be destroyed. Of course, the Pirate Alliance takes all materials, including sensitive ones. It's just that the Pirate Alliance's motivation for searching for these sensitive materials is different. On the one hand, the Pirate Alliance's selling price for stolen goods is very low, so they're willing to buy anything, even sensitive and difficult to handle materials. On the other hand, these sensitive materials themselves could be problematic. For example, perhaps the Pirate Alliance's backers behind a certain elder need to resort to robbery to settle accounts. Or perhaps they're targeting a rival company, which is why they're sending these pirate groups to seize sensitive, difficult to handle materials. Pirates generally don't steal these difficult to sell items. I'm not interested. Yang Bo flatly refused. "General Lee, we want to leave the Pirate Alliance. Continue to deepen our cooperation. And don't worry, the supplies we provide are very easy to sell." The leader of the Greyhound Pirates sent another message. "I have no interest in doing business. So let's not talk about this anymore." Yang Bo truly had no interest in these matters, because it would be very troublesome to disguise the stolen goods. The Pirate Alliance already has a complete chain for selling stolen goods. The goods are directly loaded into a specially designed spaceship, which houses a redesigned smart factory. These goods can be resold after being disguised. In the interstellar age, these goods can be traced back to their origins. So, if these goods are rebranded inside the spacecraft, then some fake numbers will be generated in some other smart factory. So, building this complete chain is not so easy. Because these goods cannot be sold at a high price on the black market, only through legitimate channels can they generate huge profits. The leader of the Greyhound Pirates felt somewhat helpless when he saw John Lee unwilling to do it. "General Lee, we have no ulterior motive for doing this. We simply feel that you suffered a loss in our cooperation. We always take the lion's share, and we still owe you a lot." The leader of the Greyhound Pirates sent another message. Upon seeing this message, Yang Bo replied immediately, "Don't worry about these things. I just received news that the Pirate Alliance has ordered a number of warships from the Empire. These warships are ordered by the Pirate Alliance on behalf of other pirate groups. Please keep a close eye on these warships for me. Which pirate groups have a grudge against you? I robbed them." Regardless of whether the Greyhound Pirates leader's words were true or not, Yang Bo had his own plans. The pirate group leaders breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Li John's reply. The reason the Greyhound Pirates leader contacted them was because they were uneasy. The main reason was that during the early operations, most of the spoils were divided among the pirate groups, and because Li John was the federal governor, he couldn't equip the Federation's warships. So now, the four pirate groups owed Li John a large share of the spoils. These pirate leaders were also afraid of being betrayed by Liu. Pirates simply don't trust others. In fact, every time these pirate leaders partnered with Li Yuan, they were prepared for his betrayal. Although the cooperation between the two sides had been good so far, the pirate leaders still didn't completely trust Li Yuan. This was also why the number of warships deployed by each pirate group was limited, meaning it wasn't enough to cover even a single emergency. Now, hearing Li Yuan's words, the pirate leaders breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, General Lee, we definitely help you find out." "To be honest, General, we do have quite a few enemies," the Greyhound pirate leader quickly replied. "Well, let's grow stronger together. You have more influence in the Pirate Alliance, and I have more influence in the Federation. Whoever teams up with you in the Pirate Alliance will be targeted. And if anyone in the Federation is hostile to me, you go after them." Yang Bo was reassuring the four pirate groups. Yang Bo could guess the pirate leaders' concerns. But Yang Bo's concerns were far greater than the leaders. for the pirate leader had no idea Yongbo could control all their warships. If Yongbo had wanted to, these 4 pirate groups would have been captured in a matter of minutes by his guise as Governor John Lee. Of course, Yongbo wouldn't do this unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to use the pirate groups to attack other states in the Federation, including the Central State. If the Central State had freed up its forces, it would undoubtedly target John Lee. On the surface, John Lee couldn't possibly defeat the Central State, as it possessed several major fleets. Okay. Then excuse me, General. The leader of the Greyhound Pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, I have no way of targeting the Central State. Once they have time, they definitely target me, the governor, first. So you can rest assured. We can't let the Pirate Alliance and the Central State stop fighting now. Once they stop, we'd be at a disadvantage. The more warships you have, the more trouble you can cause the Central State. This will also help me. I know you're a little worried, but please rest assured. We have common interests, Yongbo continued. Yongbo didn't mind talking more about these pirate captains, because even if these pirate captains acquired more warships and trained more soldiers, they could still own them if they wanted them. Besides, he couldn't openly equip the Federation's warships. Only these pirates could equip it. We were overthinking it. Then let's work together happily. The Hound Pirates leader and several other pirate leaders, upon seeing this message, were already somewhat convinced. Happy cooperation, Yongbo replied. The rest went smoothly. The 4 pirate groups were ambushed along the smuggling ship's route. The 4 pirate groups' warships opened fire in unison, directly attacking the 2 squadrons. A single attack took out 2 C-class warships. The 4 pirate groups were ambushed to the flanks of the 2 squadrons. The officers and soldiers of the 2 squadrons abandoned their warships half an hour after the pirate groups publicly declared their support. The 2 A-class warships were indeed powerful. But unfortunately, their flanks were exposed to the 4 pirate groups. The 2 A-class warships could indeed withstand the onslaught. However, the 2 A-class warships were relatively fast. If the battle continued, the 4 pirate groups would be right behind them. This angle made it easy to attack the A-class warships' energy engines. The energy engine was the weak point of all warships. For pirate groups directly seized the smuggling fleet. Everyone on the smuggling ship was also driven off. Yongbo disguised himself as Lee John and boarded Lee John's warship, then spent over a day cracking the Federation fleet's system permissions. In reality, Yongbo could have completed the task in 5 minutes. The reason it took so long was to mislead others. The Federation president was furious. Investigate! Investigate! The Federation president roared, as he was also a spokesperson for the consortium. These materials were directly related to the construction of the Federation Central Gang's main fleet. Chapter 1349. Yongbo watched gleefully as the Central State Intelligence Department of the Federation contacted him. Yongbo had originally provided intelligence to the Federation, leading to victory in a war against the Pirate Alliance. However, problems arose later, and the 2 sides stopped cooperating. The Central State contacted the Federation several more times, offering higher and higher prices each time, but Yongbo didn't respond. This time, the pirates robbed the Central State, leaving it speechless. Because this was originally a smuggling mission, there was no way to make it public. If it were made public, it would likely cause trouble for the Alliance Company, thus cutting off this source of materials. But the people of the Central State were heartbroken, as the Central State had lost too many warships. Now, the loss of 2 more squadrons was even worse. The materials transported by 2 transport ships were not worth nearly as much as the 2 squadrons. There must be a traitor. Investigate. What's your intelligence department for? Only a limited number of people know this time. The Federation President and Vice President cursed. The Federal President and Vice President were both pushed forward by the consortium behind them. Now that the situation has deteriorated to such a degree, there are many voices within the consortium. But what's making the Federal President and Vice President choke is that no one wants to be President or Vice President. Everyone used to be vying for the position, but now no one wants it. Now, even if they don't want to, they have to do it, and they have to be ridiculed and pointed at. This is why they are extremely frustrated. I think the intelligence department bears primary responsibility for this incident. Our military isn't responsible at all this time. The enemy's ambush was incredibly clever. The Federal Defense Minister quickly shifted the blame. The head of the Federal Intelligence Department sneered at this. There's absolutely no reason for our intelligence department to do this. On the contrary, some departments want new warships and want to settle past scores. There are far more compelling motives for doing this. The head of the Defense Department was furious. What do you mean? Are you saying our people are deliberately selling information? Humph. Who knows? You need to inspect the warships anyway. What makes you say it's our intelligence department's responsibility? Did you investigate it yourself? The head of the intelligence department refused to buy his argument. Everyone in our intelligence department who knew about this is centrally managed. We have full video footage. We can also access all their communications. So I don't think it's our intelligence department's responsibility, the head of the Federal Intelligence Department said, shifting the blame. This information could have been leaked by someone else. Don't you know who's behind the Pirate Alliance? Many of the Alliance's consortiums have pirate groups. The company that sold us the materials might just be trying to rip us off. There are also government departments, including the Ministry of Defense, who know about this. Why do you say our intelligence department leaked it? The head of the intelligence department wouldn't take responsibility. The head of the intelligence department was also promoted by the Madhya Pradesh Consortium, and was even a core member of one of the consortium's families. The intelligence chief was so determined to deny this. Because if he admitted, he would be the one to take the blame, and so would the intelligence department. Upon hearing the intelligence chief's words, the federal president and vice president immediately shouted, "You intelligence department, you're right. How much valuable intelligence have you provided us in our ongoing conflict with the Pirate Alliance? Our Madhya Pradesh has suffered such heavy losses. You should bear the lion's share of the responsibility." The intelligence chief sneered at the president's words. The military has its own intelligence department, with plenty of annual funding, and they're even more useless than us. Back then, someone proactively provided us with intelligence, and that led to a crushing victory. It's all because of you short-sighted bastards, who refuse to agree to other people's terms. Now, after such heavy losses, you're satisfied. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, I'm just afraid of you pig-like teammates. I'm done with this. Whoever wants to do it can do it. The intelligence chief simply resigned. The intelligence chief found the situation in Madhya Pradesh too precarious. Pirate groups are everywhere, sometimes attacking smuggling teams, sometimes stealing minerals from planets. Now it's impossible to tell who the spies are. Even the head of the intelligence department isn't sure if his own people will leak information. Because the federal Madhya Pradesh government and various federal government departments are entangled in the struggles between financial groups. For these financial groups, the only way to gain greater benefits is to disrupt the existing profit structure. Pirates are a perfect tool, so as long as this internal strife continues, the pirate groups will get what they want. The head of the intelligence department also knows that certain federal consortiums have considerable influence within the Pirate Alliance. It's not ruled out that the pirate group involved in this operation is controlled by one of these consortiums. The head of the intelligence department felt as if this matter was directed at him. It was clearly the idiots in the Ministry of Defense who were incompetent, but now the intelligence department was being blamed. So the head of the intelligence department simply quit. The federal president and vice president were also in a state of panic. They would be cursed and pointed at by those in the Madhya Pradesh Consortium. Neither of them had any idea who leaked the information, because anyone could have. This was not only about political interests, but also about commercial interests. The Madhya Pradesh fiscal pie was not evenly distributed. For example, in this case, some consortiums and industries with more disputes, such as those related to war and cybersecurity, received more funds. Other consortiums received less. Some consortiums, whose mineral planets were destroyed, are furious. However, the Madhya Pradesh Legislative Assembly did not pass the bill regarding mineral compensation. Of course, as the intelligence chief said, it's quite possible that they were sold by the seller. Smuggling is the easiest way for the smugglers to rob each other. The main reason is that the other party has the Madhya Pradesh government in their hands, and the price they paid for these materials is 20% higher than the market price. Now that Madhya Pradesh has lost its mineral planet, those sellers will definitely take advantage of the situation and add insult to injury. It's possible the other party is robbing the other party, and then selling the materials to Madhya Pradesh. Of course, this possibility is relatively small, as the materials have all been inspected by people from Madhya Pradesh. Let your Ministry of National Defense handle this. Your military intelligence department gets so much funding every year, it's time for them to start playing a role. The federal president and vice president were helpless, and had to tell the head of the Ministry of National Defense. How can our Ministry of National Defense take on such a responsibility right now? How much funding does our military intelligence department get each year? The Minister of National Defense was unwilling. If he agreed, then if it failed again, the responsibility would be his. Then everyone, stop doing it. Why don't we just surrender to the pirates? The president and vice president were also a little furious. Actually, I think this is a good idea. There's no fundamental conflict of interest between us and the pirates, the head of the Ministry of National Defense suddenly said. The president and vice president exchanged glances. Although Madhya Pradesh is wealthy now, its economy has been severely impacted. If we don't resolve this problem, the consequences will be unbearable for Madhya Pradesh. The head of the Ministry of Defense actually didn't want to go to war, as his subordinates were all connected. These people with connections were adept at collecting salaries without working, but they were idiots when it came to fighting. Although officers were being replaced, these newcomers lacked much combat experience. Luckily, Madhya Pradesh still had an advantage in equipment, otherwise, Madhya Pradesh would have been overrun by pirates long ago. The effectiveness of the new officers would have to be tested in war. Building combat effectiveness would take a long time. Of course, the head of the Ministry of Defense also knew that there were numerous conflicts within the federal state of Madhya Pradesh. Now that the military was lacking those consortium members, this would have a side effect. If the military suffered another defeat, he, the head of the Ministry of Defense, would be pushed to take the blame. In the past, when the military suffered defeat, the officers at all levels were all members of the major consortiums. So everyone turned a blind eye and muddled through. The Minister of Defense was also a member of the consortium. So if he took the blame, the consortium would also be affected. Of course, we don't have to negotiate peace. We can use it to buy time. Use this time to accelerate the development of our army. The Pirate Alliance has suffered heavy losses so far, and they paid out so much in compensation. The Pirate Alliance was originally a tool used by certain people to attack their opponents. The Minister of Defense, seeming to feel a little embarrassed by his previous words, quickly added, "After all, as the Minister of Defense, it's not easy to voluntarily seek peace when you can't defeat them. Such an embarrassing situation definitely requires an excuse." The Federation President and Vice President nodded in agreement upon hearing this explanation. Besides, we're wealthy now, so we might as well spend more on intelligence. The Pirate Alliance has also ordered a number of warships from the Empire. Given the character of those damn nobles, they definitely balance the number of warships delivered between us and the Pirate Alliance. If those pirates replenish their warships, our troubles will only get worse. The Minister of Defense continued. Who will negotiate? The Federal President asked. Of course, the Intelligence Department will. If the Pirate Alliance wants to make a fuss about this, we just deny it. We work on many fronts: peace talks, intelligence acquisition, and accelerated military development. The Minister of Defense still thought the old ways were better. I hate war the most. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to just quietly make a fortune? Surely the Intelligence Department won't want to negotiate? The Vice President shook his head. Ahem. Just give the orders to the people in the Intelligence Department. The head of the Defense Department coughed. The President and Vice President understood instantly. Hasn't the head of the Intelligence Department just given up? Just have someone issue the orders to the people below. They won't know anyway. If anything goes wrong, the Intelligence Department will be blamed. Then Yang Bo learned the news, because it was the Secret Intelligence Department that was carrying out the mission. TSK. Madhya Pradesh actually wants peace talks. Looks like they can't stand it anymore. In that case, I can't let you stop. Yang Bo certainly wouldn't let Madhya Pradesh and the pirates stop. When the Pirate Alliance attacked the security network of the federal Madhya Pradesh, Yang Bo learned about the personnel structure within the Ministry of Defense. Every country's army has 3 factions: hawks, doves, and the fence-sitters in the middle. Although the officers in Madhya Pradesh's army, from top to bottom, are all members of the consortium, there are still a few who are very capable. So Yang Bo only needs to contact these people and have them perform meritorious deeds. Then any peace talks between Madhya Pradesh and the Pirate Alliance will be a joke. Yang Bo had locked onto a target, the first squadron of the Central State Third Fleet. The Central State Third Fleet was the fleet he had provided intelligence to last time, which had led to a resounding victory. The first squadron of the Third Fleet consisted of 1 A-class battleship, 3 B-class battleships, 9 C-class battleships, 20 D-class battleships, and a variety of other warships. The Central State Third Fleet was, to be more precise, the Third Fleet of the Federation. The commander of the first squadron was himself a scion of a major Central State consortium. He possessed real ability, but lacked experience, so he could only command a squadron. This time, the Central State Army underwent a major officer reshuffle, but no officer in the first squadron resigned. This was because the officers of the first squadron were primarily from this consortium. The squadron's commander was named Zhang Han. He was 45 years old. He had performed exceptionally well in the previous operation against the Pirate Alliance. However, Yang Bo would wait until the right time to send a message to Zhang Han. He would wait until the Federal Intelligence Department and the Pirate Alliance officially held negotiations before providing intelligence. This would infuriate the Pirate Alliance and make it public. The Federation would then undoubtedly defend itself, claiming it was just a delaying tactic. This would further infuriate the Pirate Alliance, believing the Central State had tricked them. He would then contact the other pirate groups he was collaborating with to carry out a few more raids. Hee. Yang Bo thought of the Central State's prestige. It would be even less of a blow. This was exactly what Yang Bo wanted, because once the Central State had a chance, it would undoubtedly deal with Li Jian, the internally discordant figure. Yang Bo also wanted the Pirate Alliance to continue fighting the Central State, otherwise he wouldn't be able to seize the materials. He wanted to push Zhang Han out to prevent the Pirate Alliance from actually conquering the Central State, which was not what he wanted. Peace talks? Did you ask me? Yang Bo sneered inwardly. Chapter 1350. Yang Bo, with a plan in mind, waited quietly. The Federation's Secret Intelligence Department was preparing to contact certain elders on the Pirate Alliance Council. For the Pirate Alliance rests with these elders. More precisely, the consortiums behind these elders have the final say. The war between the Pirate Alliance and the Federation has reaped huge profits for some elders and the consortiums behind them. However, some consortiums have not only seen no profit, but have even suffered losses due to poor market performance. The biggest profits come from materials, cybersecurity, and the various upstream and downstream industries, and companies related to robot manufacturing and warship manufacturing. There's also insurance. The losses come from tourism and transportation. The Federation receives a large number of tourists every year. These tourists need to travel on transport ships and purchase insurance. And because of piracy, travel costs have become extremely high. As a result, the number of travelers continues to decline. The sluggish transportation industry has also hindered the market performance of the upstream spacecraft manufacturing industry. Although transport ships and warships share many similarities, even if the two businesses are within a single company, they are still separated into two companies. Especially for the Alliance, there wasn't much good news, as all the orders went to the Empire. The Pirate Alliance is a collective of interests. Some profit, some don't, and naturally some feel unbalanced. So, the chances of peace talks are still high. Yang Bo arrived at Bart's private laboratory on Devon Star. Then, using a fake identity, he sent a message to Zhang Han. Zhang Han, commander of the 2nd Squadron, 3rd Fleet of the Federation. The family is a shareholder in the whole group, one of the largest conglomerates in the Federal Central State. The whole group's primary business is mining, though it also includes finance, insurance, and internet companies. In the Federal Central State, conglomerates are primarily divided into two camps, the traditional industrial camp and the emerging high-tech camp. The traditional industrial camp primarily deals in zinc ore and various industrial production activities. The high-tech camp, on the other hand, focuses on intelligent systems, internet services, and internet security. These conglomerates all have their own financial companies at their core. Zhang Han, 45 years old, was able to become a squadron captain primarily due to his family's influence within the Federal Army. No matter how talented you are, you can't get promoted. Zhang Han also has his own social media accounts, but he doesn't flaunt his wealth, and no one knows his true identity. Zhang Han's favorite content is military content, and he's a relatively well-known military blogger. Zhang Han received many private messages. Zhang Han saw a message from Yang Bo, a stranger. The stranger's name was Quangbiao 9527. Yang Bo had thought of quite a few good names, but they were all taken. Quangbiao 9527. General Zhang, I have some information about your rival. Zhang Han looked at the message, puzzled as to who his rival was. Could it be a rival in the military? So Zhang Han added the person. The person had posted a secret virtual chat room. After Zhang Han entered the chat room, he saw the other person as a shadowy figure. Quangbiao 9527. General Zhang, please take a look at this. Wanting to see a screenshot, the other party threw out a screenshot. His jaw dropped in surprise. Yang Bo produced the account that provided intelligence to the Federation, along with the information and content. This was the crucial information for the 3rd Fleet's victory. Zhang Han asked directly, "Does your excellency have any information on pirates?" Quangbiao 9527. Yes, I know General Zhang has real military talent. I think the people you central government supporters of the military are useless. General Zhang is more than qualified to be Minister of Defense. Of course, I don't provide intelligence for free. Of course, You can also provide me with some information. Zhang Han had been wondering about the identity of the person providing information to the Third Fleet. Hearing the other party's words, he asked uncertainly, "Are you also a pirate?" Quanbia 9527, haha, worthy of being General Zhang. Yes, I am a pirate. Otherwise, how would I know the pirate group's deployment so clearly? We can cooperate. Please provide us with valuable information about the Federal Army, especially your competitors within the Federal Army. And I can guarantee that information will help you rise to prominence. General, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but someone in your Federation is already negotiating with certain elders of the Pirate Alliance. A country is actually compromising with pirates. Zhang Han was shocked to hear this. He hadn't heard of this news himself, yet the other party knew it. Given the immense influence of his family in Madhya Pradesh, the fact that even his own family didn't know about this shows how closely guarded this information was. Of course, it's also possible that they had just taken action. This further proved the other party's source of information among the pirates. Zhang Han didn't think the other party was lying, as this was too easy to expose. Zhang Han shook his head upon hearing this. I'm sorry, I can't provide you with information about our Federation Army. While I approve of your plan, I'm a Federation soldier, and they are my colleagues. I know what kind of people these colleagues are, but they are my colleagues after all. If your Excellency is willing, I'm willing to pay other prices, such as wealth. Of course, there are other things. Zhang Han's answer didn't surprise Yang Bo. Although the Federation Army was extremely rotten, it still had some real soldiers. Quanbia 9527, of course, our cooperation is flexible and adaptable. I just don't want to see the Pirate Alliance negotiate peace with the Federation. I won't hide it, my relationship with the Pirate Alliance is very bad. But your Federation is rotten internally. The Pirate Alliance can obtain a lot of information from various sources. I have a Pirate Alliance base here. To be more precise, it's a Pirate Alliance base for selling stolen goods. This base turns pirate-looted goods into commercial goods. Of course, this base involves world-renowned companies. I wonder if the General wants to know about this base, or about some pirate groups. After hearing this, Zhang Han paused for a moment and replied, I want to know about pirate groups. Dealing with such a base is a bit difficult for me right now, given the limited wealth I have at my disposal. Our family hasn't been doing well lately. Paying you more money requires the family's help. You're probably aware that within a family, there are many conflicts and rivalries. Once this news reaches the family, it won't necessarily be my credit. Yang Bo, upon hearing the other party's response, felt confident that he hadn't misjudged him. The Pirate Alliance's base, while influential, involves far too many issues. Zhang Han, in his current position, simply can't handle such a matter. If such a matter isn't handled properly, it will create a powerful enemy. Just imagine how powerful the consortium behind the Pirate Alliance is. These consortiums could easily intervene in the internal struggles of Zhang Han's family in various ways, causing Zhang Han to lose within the family. What about the base of a pirate group? Yang Bo asked. And General Zhang, you don't have to pay me yet. Because my main purpose in delivering this message to General Zhang is to disrupt the peace talks between the Federation and the Pirate Alliance. I don't think the General wants them to talk, either. Zhang Han nodded at this. Thank you for the message, Your Excellency. I personally do not want to negotiate with the Pirate Alliance, as it would be a disgrace to our army. However, if it's an order, I will carry it out unconditionally. Hearing this, Yang Bo was even more certain that he hadn't misjudged Zhang Han. This was a true soldier. Furthermore, Yang Bo felt that he could collaborate with Zhang Han in the future, using the identity of Zhang Li. True soldiers like Zhang Han are actually quite easy to deal with, as they follow orders. Next, General Zhang, I think you lead the squadron on patrol or in exercises that give us a chance to act independently. Yang Bo continued. Our squadron has been conducting routine patrols or exercises. Of course, our patrols and exercises aren't very extensive. Zhang Han explained the area his squadron was patrolling or conducting exercises. Okay. I send you a message when I have news. With that, the first contact ended. Because Zhang Han's squadron couldn't carry out missions in an unlimited area, Zhang Han's attacks on the pirate groups had to be confined to a specific area. This presented a significant challenge for Yang Bo, as it was possible that no pirate group would pass through Zhang Han's squadron's mission area before the peace talks between the Pirate Alliance and the Federation concluded. Of course, Yang Bo had to prepare for both scenarios. If Zhang Han didn't have the opportunity to act, he would then concentrate his pirate groups to rob the federal central state. However, as pirate groups, like the Greyhound Pirates, continued to upgrade their warships, These upgraded warships also flowed into other pirate groups. These warships had been backdoored by Yongbo. As long as they communicated with the outside world, Yongbo would be able to determine their locations. As long as Yongbo wished, he could obtain the locations of these pirate groups' bases, their planned routes, and so on. Unless these warships permanently ceased communication with the outside world, Yongbo would be unable to obtain any information about these pirate warships. Yongbo had just met with Zhang Han, but he hadn't anticipated trouble on March Star. To be more precise, Yongbo had overlooked a related issue. The Ancient Martial Arts Association's contribution point issue. The Imperial Ancient Martial Arts Association had originally come to discuss relevant matters with Yongbo, but unexpectedly encountered a terrorist attack. A series of events later delayed the matter. And now, the contribution points within the Ancient Martial Arts Associations of the three countries are simply insufficient. Yongbo returned to March and first checked the value of his Ancient Martial Arts Association's contribution points. You wouldn't know until you saw it, but the total value had actually exceeded 600 billion. On the one hand, the contribution points had appreciated in value. The Ancient Martial Arts Associations of the three countries didn't dare to openly exchange contribution points. Contribution points were exchanged for physical objects. That meant that members of the Ancient Martial Arts Associations could exchange any physical objects for contribution points. But now, contribution points were completely circulated. So, the Ancient Martial Arts Associations didn't dare to accept any more items. Because all the contribution points had gone to Yongbo. Yongbo looked at these contribution points with a certain amount of speechlessness, because he had no intention of acquiring any business outside the alliance. On the one hand, with his status, it was impossible for him to go to the other two countries. If he went there now, he would be throwing meat buns at a dog. On the other hand, if he acquired any business, he would be a pure leak. In the Empire, unless you're aristocrat, the various taxes will kill you. This is even more true in the Federation. Yongbo pondered for a moment, and asked Sui and the others if they wanted to exchange anything. Then, with the remaining items, Yongbo planned to organize a tournament. The prize money would be contribution points. Yongbo planned to hold the tournament on March Star, which would boost the popularity of the new Samsung members, and increase the value of March Star itself. Exchange for something? I like to use your contribution points, but would I be able to use them? Wang Mushua rolled her eyes. You can just use them secretly. You're a general, thank goodness. Yongbo chuckled. Precisely because I'm a general, any exchange I make must be registered, especially if it's from abroad, and must be inspected by the relevant authorities. Only on March Star can I sneak in here. Wang Mushua shook her head. Then I have to let Sui and the others choose. When the time comes, let Sui help you choose what you like. They really respect you. Yongbo hugged Wang Mushua. Bah, they respect me, and you're bullying me? Who was that just now? With such a gleeful expression? You bastard. Ah! Yongbo had Wang Mushua completely tamed. If a beating didn't work, he'd step up his game. Sui and the others were delighted to be able to exchange items at the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Then Yongbo contacted Zhang Buizhen again, using the excuse of thanking Fourth Brother for the armed spacecraft. Zhang Buizhen's interest was piqued upon hearing Yongbo's suggestion. After seeing the value of Yongbo's contribution points, his jaw dropped. This was an international competition, and the members of the Ancient Martial Arts Association were all either wealthy or powerful. The spending spree from these people on March Star could significantly boost the GDP of March Star. So, Zhang Buizhen personally visited Yongbo's villa. Zhang Buizhen wasn't surprised to see Yongbo had two more girlfriends. Zhang Buizhen knew both of Yongbo's girlfriends. After all, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had accompanied Yongbo to the Imperial Sword Association. Yongbo, can you elaborate on your thoughts? Zhang Buizhen asked eagerly after greeting Sui and the others. I don't understand this matter, so I leave it all to Fourth Brother. I just contribute the contribution points. Yongbo had no interest in such matters. Yongbo, you still have to participate in this. Zhang Buizhen insisted on letting Yongbo participate. I know nothing about this, and there's so much to ancient martial arts. How will the competition be judged? Some are proficient in boxing, some are swordsmanship, and some are proficient in lesser-known weapons. Anyway, I support Fourth Brother's decision, but I won't participate. I don't have the time. I rather play games with that time. After hearing Yongbo's words, Zhang Buizhen expressed his own thoughts. I think this competition should still involve the three ancient martial arts associations, and use an intelligent system combined with human judging, but you still have to be there. I can help fourth brother contact the president of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association, but I won't be involved in anything else. If fourth brother still wants me to participate, then I'm done. Alright then. Zhang Buizhen had no choice in the face of Yang Bo's words. Chapter 1351. Yang Bo helped Zhang Buizhen contact the president of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association, Su Xiangdong, and its two vice presidents, Qian Wuji and Ming Bufan. Then Yang Bo left the rest of the matter unattended. After Zhang Buizhen contacted the president and vice presidents, he hurriedly left Yang Bo's villa. To Yang Bo's surprise, Su Wei and the other women actually set their sights on the lands in the empire. To be honest, the lands that appeared in the Ancient Martial Arts Association were truly exceptional. I'm also a princess, so these lands won't be a problem at all. And if you're willing, Yang Bo, you can also be a princess's consort. Of course, as a princess, I can also confer you the title of knight or even baron. Su Wei explained, addressing Yang Bo's concerns. Then it be in your name. As for the knight and baron titles, forget about them. I'm fine as a knight at night. Yang Bo said this with a chuckle. Su Wei rolled her eyes at Yang Bo. Su Wei and the others then discussed exchanging the land for a high mountain pasture on Devon planet, along with an island. The island covers over 7,000 square kilometers, but 90% of it is mountainous, with only 10% being an alluvial plain. The island boasts stunning scenery, boasting a diverse landscape, including snow on the highest peaks. From glaciers to marine rainforests, various wonders form a uniquely three-dimensional miniature landscape. While March Planet hadn't publicly announced the Ancient Martial Arts Tournament, word had already spread within the Ancient Martial Arts Association. And Yang Bo had finally discovered a hapless pirate group. This pirate group, called the Flame Dragon Pirates, possessed 3 C-class warships, 5 D-class warships, and 9 E-class spaceships. It was a large pirate group with 4 bases and 2 temporary bases. Yang Bo invaded this pirate group and discovered that it might have connections to certain nobles in the empire. This pirate group's 1 C-class warship and 2 D-class warships were carrying out a mysterious transport mission. They happened to be passing not far from the star field Zhang Han was patrolling. Yang Bo was puzzled, as he hadn't even traced the pirate group's whereabouts before entering. The pirate group's destination was unknown, and the cargo shipped from the base was tightly packaged and shielded from energy detection. He had also discovered that the base had a separate, isolated internal local area network. Looks like they're conducting some kind of secret experiment. Yang Bo muttered to himself. And now Yang Bo didn't know the exact destination of the 3 pirate ships. But since the route was known, Zhang Han could proceed and take action. Never mind. Whatever the secret, it would be even better if we could uncover some earth-shattering secret. It's a shame I can't visit the 3 warships of this pirate group. Yang Bo suspected that these pirates were doing something rather shady. So, using the identity of Quangbiao 9527, Yang Bo sent a message to Zhang Han, explaining that the pirate group was carrying out a very mysterious mission and urging Zhang Han to be careful. After receiving Yang Bo's message, Zhang Han simply replied with OK. Neither party discussed the price of the information, let alone anything else, because Zhang Han couldn't offer any compensation for this unconfirmed information right now. Yang Bo himself wasn't idle either, preparing a surprise for the Federal Central State. The Federal Central State and the Empire had signed a warship purchase agreement. This also included the purchase of spare parts. Some of these parts happened to be compatible with the warships used by the Pirate Alliance. In addition, the Federal Central State had already activated its warship dock and began building warships with some stockpiled materials, but it was far from enough. The Alliance also had the Empire's strategic reserves, which were fully capable of handling a major war. This meant that the stockpiled materials could build a large number of warships, enough to meet the material needs of 50% of the number of warships currently in service. However, due to the relationship between the Central State and other states, the Federal Central State's reserves existed on the surface, but their actual quantity was unclear. These materials ostensibly belonged to the entire Federation, but management authority rested with the Central State. It was like a family, but the same person was in charge of both the accounting and the warehouse. And no one else was authorized to inspect the warehouse. Other states had proposed inspecting the strategic reserves, but their requests were rejected. Therefore, the Federation currently has a significant demand for warship-related materials. Yang Bo returned to Li Zhan's warship and retrieved the warship-building materials, which had been smuggled into the Federation in collaboration with the other 4 pirate groups. Li Zhan's fleet then returned to Karaya State, and Yang Bo instructed the other pirate groups to prepare. The Greyhound pirates had been experiencing strong growth recently, and they had sufficient warships for rotation. The pirate groups were all excited after receiving John Lee's news. These pirate groups don't have a large fleet these days, but their warships are of higher quality. C-class warships used to be quite impressive, but now these pirate groups have upgraded to A-class warships. Of course, these pirate groups are inevitably targeted by the Central State and the Pirate Alliance. The Central State is targeted because these pirate groups stole their warships. The Pirate Alliance doesn't want such powerful pirate groups, as it would have a significant impact on their rule. In reality, neither the Central State nor the Pirate Alliance is aware of the activities of the pirate groups collaborating with John Lee. The Central State won't actively publicize the fact that they've been robbed by pirates. And these pirate groups won't actively publicize it either, so the Pirate Alliance is completely unaware. The Federal Central State wants to negotiate peace with the pirates, and the Central State has demanded that the Pirate Alliance refrain from attacking any of its transport fleets during the negotiations. The Pirate Alliance, however, stated, "We will not attack any of your transport fleets during the negotiations." Then the Central State claimed they could redeem the materials you just looted. The Pirate Alliance claimed our pirate groups had never robbed us of any materials. Then the two sides reconciled their accounts. The Pirate Alliance Elders Council was furious, because the Central State had reported that they had lost several A-class warships, a significant number of B-class warships, and even more C-class warships. Who on earth did this? Our Pirate Alliance pirate groups actually have A-class warships. The Pirate Alliance Elders Council gasped. No one knew the combat power of an A-class warship better than the elders of the Pirate Alliance. And these were A-class warships used by the Federation military. Their performance far surpassed that of the warships of the Pirate Alliance. These guys must be caught. They stole so much materials, and so many energy stones, and who did they sell them to? These damned fellows sneaked out. They don't even take our council seriously. The elders of the Pirate Alliance's council looked at the data provided by the Central State. They were all visibly upset. These pirate groups had not only seized warships, but also obtained many valuable items. These items had not gone through the Pirate Alliance, meaning that the profits were pocketed by others. This was unacceptable to the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance knew that these pirate groups were secretly dissatisfied with them. But the Pirate Alliance had a stranglehold on these pirate groups. One was the channel through which they could sell the stolen goods, and the other was the channel through which they could purchase warships. Just like this time, the Pirate Alliance paid compensation to the pirate groups. These pirate groups later gave the money back to the Pirate Alliance because they needed to order warships from the Empire. And now, some pirate groups are bypassing the Pirate Alliance and doing their own private work, without needing the Pirate Alliance's connections. The Pirate Alliance cannot tolerate this kind of behavior, and will deal with it one by one. When Yongbo heard this news, he wasn't surprised at all. When he first brought the Greyhound Pirates and several other pirate groups together to do this, he had anticipated this situation. As for the Greyhound Pirates, they cared even less, as conflicts were already prevalent within the pirate groups. Not to mention the deeper conflicts between the pirate groups and the Pirate Alliance. Besides, the Greyhound Pirates and the other pirate groups hadn't obtained any loot, so they didn't need a distribution channel. Of course, the Pirate Alliance didn't believe it. The loot these pirate groups had plundered was incredibly valuable, all high-value items. Of course, the Greyhound Pirates and the other pirate groups weren't afraid at all. They were even secretly laughing. This was a perfect time to repay John Lee's favor. Anyone who wanted to attack them could sell them to John Lee. Every time these pirate groups divided the spoils, they owed John Lee a significant share. Of course, this was what these pirate groups wanted. The Pirate Alliance had no idea what these pirate groups were planning. If they had, they would have been furious. It was like a brawl between criminals in society. One group was about to attack the other, but the other called the police. So, these pirate groups contacted John Lee. Yongbo naturally agreed, as John Lee did need more warships, even though his group's warships were relatively inferior. But it was better than nothing. After all, these warships could be converted into unmanned warships. They could also create the illusion of losing control of the better warships. Then Yongbo could reap the benefits. There's no such thing as a completely impenetrable wall. The Pirate Alliance quickly zeroed in on the Greyhound Pirates and several other suspicious targets. The Pirate Alliance demanded an explanation from these pirate groups, but they denied it. However, these pirate groups had sold numerous warships to other pirate groups, and the news couldn't be concealed. Yongbo was eagerly awaiting good news from Zhang Han. Let's see what supplies the Flame Dragon Pirates had sent. March Star announced the holding of an ancient martial arts arena tournament. This tournament invited the ancient martial arts associations of the three nations of the Alliance Federation Empire to participate. The prize money was contribution points. Yang Bo, the founder of the Yang family Meteor Fist, donated half of his contribution points to host the tournament. The three ancient martial arts associations also issued similar announcements, inviting everyone to participate. March Star's fame skyrocketed, and Yang Bo's fame grew even more. However, Yang Bo was a reclusive individual, and few people knew anything about him. Yang Bo was currently in the dungeon of Tianyun Star, accompanied by Sophie. I didn't expect you actually come to Tianyun Star? Sophie, having just finished Yang Bo's rules, was completely exhausted. What's so strange about that? I use camouflage potion and then a disguised identity. As long as I don't go to sensitive places, no one will check my identity. Yang Bo actually came here from Lin Yu's villa. TSK. Did you come here specifically to see me? Sophie has been very irritable lately. The myriad things on her mind are driving her crazy, and she's under immense psychological pressure. Yang Bo wants to use this pressure to discipline Sophie, so when he senses that Sophie is under too much pressure, he comes to comfort her. Of course not. I'm here to buy intelligence. Yang Bo shook his head. What kind of intelligence would allow you to disguise yourself and come here? Sophie immediately piqued her interest. For these political families, even the smallest of matters can yield significant benefits. The federal central state is negotiating peace with the Pirate Alliance. Violent conflict has broken out within the Pirate Alliance, and some pirate groups are refusing to obey their orders. It seems the pirate groups have just robbed the Federation of smuggled warship materials, Yang Bo said. Hearing this, Sophie suddenly felt a surge of strength. The Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State are negotiating peace. This is undoubtedly a political event. Yang Bo watched the white object bounce back and forth as Sophie sat up, and he quickly applied the brakes. Is this important to you? Yang Bo asked. Of course, you don't understand politics, Sophie said as she sat down. Sophie then acted wildly. For these politicians, this kind of information provided immense emotional value. Yang Bo reveled in it. Sophie also released her stress. Yang Bo left the underground city, changing his identity several times before returning to Lin Yu's villa. Yang Bo met Li Yong. Big brother. Li Yong greeted his beloved big brother respectfully upon seeing him. The information he had provided him last time had helped him successfully become the commander of the squadron. Now, Li Yong needed good news to elevate him to a higher position. The Alliance is preparing to add 2 new main fleets to cope with the increasingly complex international situation. I need more help from you, big brother, Li Yong said eagerly after sitting down. I have plenty of information, but what will you give me in return? Yang Bo looked at Li Yong with a playful expression. Yang Bo knew that Li Yong and his son had already agreed. If Li Yong achieved another significant achievement, and if he became the vice captain of the new main fleet, they would eliminate him. I wonder what big brother wants. Li Yong felt a little uneasy, unsure of what his beloved big brother wanted. Chapter 1352. First of all, your statement is wrong. It's not about what I should ask for. It's about what you should give. Let's forget about the past. We brothers don't argue about who's at a disadvantage, or who's at a disadvantage. The intelligence I provided you this time has made you so successful. Shouldn't you take the initiative to thank me? Isn't that the most basic courtesy between people? Yang Bo heard Li Yong ask this, sounding earnest. Li Yong felt his elder brother's words made a lot of sense. Brother, thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you ask, I go through fire and water, even if I have to steal or rob, to get things done for you. Li Yong had no idea what to give his elder brother. Because Li Yong himself didn't have much money, his family was wealthy. But if he used the family's money, others would know about his elder brother's connection. It goes without saying how brutal the competition within the family was. Although there are rules within the family, it's inevitable that some people, angered by shame, will do something. Many families decline due to internal strife. For example, the patriarch and the leaders of each generation can't have just 2 or 3. So some of those who fail can tolerate it, while others can't. Okay. That's what you say, brother. As a good brother, I'm satisfied. Let's take a photo together. Before the photo, inject the reducing agent. Yang Bo didn't expect to gain any advantage from Li Yong. But if he didn't do so, it would arouse his suspicion. Li Yong heard that his good brother wanted him to take a photo. He sneered inwardly. He had already discussed this with his father. Even if the affair with his good brother were exposed, he could still claim to have been an informant. After all, he had already made solid contributions. If he could get a few more, that would be even better. As for the photo and the like, His family had already arranged it. Someone else disguised themselves as him and held a secret meeting somewhere. So, the photo with his good brother was someone else disguising themselves as him to frame him. Okay. Something's been bothering me lately. Give me some advice, Yang Bo asked after the photo. Brother, please tell me. Li Yong heard this and wondered what his good brother had to say. You're also aware of the conflict between me and the Pirate Alliance. But those guys in the Pirate Alliance are getting richer and richer. And they even reached a secret agreement with the Empire to purchase warships worth hundreds of billions of dollars from the Empire. I'd love to get my hands on one. But I'm still quite wary of the Empire, Yang Bo said slowly. Li Yong was ecstatic upon hearing this. The Pirate Alliance and the Empire had reached an agreement to purchase warships. This was very important news. Li Yong had another thought. If he could intercept these warships, this would be extremely beneficial to him and his family within the Alliance. The Alliance and the Empire have always been at odds, and this would give him leverage over the Empire. Although the practical significance was small, as war between the Empire and the Alliance was unlikely, this event could bring him immense fame. This incident would also give the government an excuse, allowing them to make a variety of choices. Brother, as long as you have the detailed route information, leave it to me, Li Yong volunteered. I give it to you, but what good would it do for me? If you can take the initiative, give me a few of the captured warships, and I can provide you with detailed information. I have too few warships right now. It makes me feel very insecure. Yang Bo smiled at Li Yong. Li Yong hesitated to agree to this, saying, I'm afraid I can't make the decision myself, especially since our military warships are under government surveillance. Giving these warships privately is too risky. Yang Bo chuckled at this. Everything involves risk. Go back and think it over carefully. You're not the only option I have. Yang Bo watched Li Yong leave, then left himself. Yang Bo planned to establish the Silver Moon Pirates. Having a pirate group would make things much easier. The Silver Moon Pirates' primary purpose was to deal with the Alliance. After Li Yong returned home, he told his father, Li Han, about this matter. After listening, Li Han closed his eyes and thought carefully. It seems that you, my good brother, have a very extensive network of connections within the pirate community. He actually knew information that the Alliance Intelligence Department hadn't even obtained yet. Li Yong nodded at this. This kind of thing is difficult to detect, and can only be inferred from the industrial chain or other circumstances. Because warship shipbuilding is a very secretive matter, the Empire has located the shipyard in a very secretive place. Actually, there's no need to rush this. Good brother said his main motive is to own the warship. He's more anxious about this than we are. Let's wait, Li Han said again. Li Yong felt a little anxious upon hearing this. Li Yong's perspective was completely different from Li Han's. Li Yong was speaking from his own perspective, a fleeting opportunity. Li Han, on the other hand, was speaking from the perspective of a father and a family patriarch. Father, good brother said he has many options. The Federation and the Pirate Alliance are now at loggerheads. Will good brother seek help from the Federation? And now that good brother knows about this, more and more people will know. Others in our army are very dissatisfied with my recent promotion. If good brother contacts others. Li Yong's first words were an analysis of good brother's words. The second words were meant for Li Han's ears. Li Han, upon hearing Li Yong's words, felt there was some truth to them. The families behind the other fleets in the Alliance army certainly didn't want their own family's power to expand further. They were undoubtedly searching for their own source of information. But this is a very risky matter. There's a way. After this incident, we can directly target your good brother. The key is that this incident must be significant enough. That way, your contribution will be significant. Li Han pondered. Then let's see what happens. Li Yong also felt that getting rid of his good brother was a good thing, as his current position in the military was already high enough. You can agree to it, but wait 2 days. Tell him you can exploit some loopholes in the process to get him the warship. Let him know this is a one-time deal, so he can maximize his profits. Okay, father. Li Yong nodded. Yang Bo was still in the dungeon at this time, because he had noticed someone following him. Yang Bo also knew about the conversation between Li Yong and his son. My dear brother, I show you just how ferocious pirates can be. Yang Bo was ready to give Li Yong a hard time. After all, life's ups and downs are what make it meaningful. A smooth sailing life only draws envy from others. Yang Bo also had another plan, to provoke a conflict between the Pirate Alliance and the Alliance. This was also a test. Yang Bo walked into an underground casino, feeling a little suspicious. Who was following him? And through whom was this person indirectly following him? Yang Bo had just sat down in front of a slot machine in the underground casino. This is purely mechanical, made of special materials to prevent psychic control, and it also has energy monitoring sensors. If anyone uses psychic powers on the machine, an alarm will sound, and the underground casino's thugs will rush out. Brother, I've been watching you for a long time. Yang Bo had just sat down when someone approached him. He looked like an ordinary young man. Yang Bo gave him a look of deep displeasure, as such conversations in the alliance were extremely dangerous. I mean no harm. I'm just curious about your gambling skills. I've seen you 3 times, and each time you were gambling in various casinos. You always use the free chips the casino gives you. Although you win and lose at every casino, you always win. And the amount you win at each casino is small, so it won't arouse their suspicion. And then you spend the money. That way, you won't leave any traces of yourself here. I have no interest in your purpose for coming to the dungeon. I simply want to learn your gambling skills. The young man said. Uh-huh. Yang Bo chuckled. Then, he pulled the slot machine and lost. You got the wrong guy. Yang Bo shook his head and turned away. This person was definitely not that simple, because every time Yang Bo came to the casino, he never noticed anyone following him. That meant something. It wasn't just one person watching him, but many. This made it difficult for him to detect that they were following him. Look at the man's movements again. Although he seemed casual, his gait still felt a bit like a soldier. Of course, this young man's current image wasn't necessarily true. After Yang Bo left, he had assumed the man would follow him, and he would release his spiritual seed into him. To his surprise, he didn't. This puzzled Yang Bo. Yang Bo felt a little regretful. He should have acted more decisively. However, Yang Bo didn't change his disguise. Instead, he exited through a back door of the bar, and prepared to leave the dungeon. Of course, Yang Bo was still disguised as someone else. As he reached the dungeon's exit, Yang Bo saw the young man who had been sitting next to him. The young man smiled at Yang Bo. Seeing the young man, Yang Bo approached him with a deflated look on his face. Okay, you're definitely not a gambler. Let's find another place to talk. The young man nodded at Yang Bo. Yang Bo followed him to a car outside. I don't want to know who you are, and you don't need to know who I am. I just want to know the information you just sold to others. I promise, we double what they gave us, the young man said from the car. Yang Bo looked innocent. I don't understand what you're saying. Li Yong. The young man smiled at Yang Bo and whispered 2 words. Yang Bo was extremely shocked when he heard the name. The reason Yang Bo hadn't been in the dungeon and had continued his disguise was because he suspected this possibility. Li Yong and his father would definitely not tell anyone else about the information he had given them. But the others weren't fools. Li Yong had achieved such great achievements in such a short period of time, and he continued to do so. There must be a unique source of information. Also, Li Yong isn't the only one in his family. He was even previously the one who was looked down upon. So what about the others in Li Yong's family, or Li Yong's competitors within the family? What actions will they take? Witnessing Yang Bo's performance firsthand, he smiled slightly. How can a fool like Li Yong achieve so many military merits in a row? There must be a unique source of information. And it just so happens that some in Li Yong's family are very dissatisfied with him. It took us 4 months. I just found a few clues. It's all because of your excellent gambling skills. And you probably don't know that the dungeon actually has a corresponding database. Others have to pay to enter the dungeon, but you don't spend a penny and enjoy a lot of things. When Yang Bo heard the man in front of him say this, he knew that the information he had was limited. However, Yang Bo didn't intend to expose him. For him, having more options was better. And for Li Yong, having another competitor would give him more consideration. Actually, they're all insignificant things. I happen to have a channel that knows something about the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance recently ordered warships and parts worth tens of trillions of credits from the Empire. So, Yang Bo shrugged at this. What do you want? The young man was surprised to hear this, but he asked calmly. I want warships too. Yang Bo looked at the young man and replied. TSK. The young man suddenly understood what was going on. So what's the content of your cooperation? The young man asked. No. First, we need to have a basic deal. I provide the specific whereabouts of some pirate groups, but you can also specify a specific area. If a pirate group happens to pass through your designated area, I can provide information. This is the basis of our cooperation. I need to know who I'm working with. Yang Bo shook his head. The young man's eyes nearly widened at this, because it was such a great opportunity. The young man believed Yang Bo's words, because it would definitely let him know who he was on. Happy cooperation, the young man said immediately after hearing Yang Bo's words. Happy cooperation. Yang Bo extended his hand. The other party, seeing Yang Bo extend his hand, simply extended a handshake. The other party's car and people left, and Yang Bo's expression remained calm. The third main fleet. Yang Bo knew who the other party belonged to. The family behind the third main fleet had significant interests in the Pirate Alliance. This family did not want to form an alliance and stood in opposition to the Pirate Alliance. In addition, Li Yong's recent performance had a significant impact on the Pirate Alliance. And this family did not want the first warlord's family to flourish too much. So, after Li Yong's last meritorious service, the family inquired about the situation with members of Li Yong's family. They received some vague information. Finally, after nearly 6 months of investigation, they located several suspicious individuals in the underground city, and Yang Bo was their 9th target. Yes, they were testing him. If Yang Bo were in the car and showed any other reaction after hearing Li Yong's name, the test would be over. Ha. Yang Bo chuckled, then headed to another underground city. He planned to go invisible to check on the core members of this family, and then release some spiritual seeds to gain a better understanding of their movements. Chapter 1353. The third fleet of the Alliance was an old acquaintance for Yang Bo. The 9th elder of the Pirate Alliance Elders Council was the one behind the third fleet. The main family of the third fleet was surnamed He. I call it a main family because, over the years, the Alliance Council and the Alliance military have been interfering with the various fleets. However, the He family still held absolute control over the third fleet. It was just that they had to be increasingly cautious and follow procedures, no longer being able to do whatever they wanted as they did in the past. However, because they had so many close associates, the He family's influence over the third fleet was unshakable. The He family members were also spread across all walks of life in the Alliance. Yang Bo had openly investigated the He family, but the available information was scant. The main reason was that these families had become more sophisticated and had changed their surnames. The core disciples of the He family might no longer be surnamed He. This made it difficult for ordinary people to discern the connection between the two at a glance. Of course, many people on Earth also use this tactic. The major warlords in the Alliance compete with each other, yet they also cooperate with each other. To put it bluntly, it's an exchange of benefits. Today you promote my people, tomorrow I promote yours. Of course, promotions aren't so easy these days, they require sufficient achievements. The Alliance government's procedures are currently very rigid. The Alliance government has always emphasized correct procedures and procedural justice. As a result, Li Yong has made significant contributions one after another. The major warlords in the Alliance have long taken notice, including the Alliance government. However, Li Yong's contributions also benefited the government. More precisely, they also benefited the politicians in the Alliance. Therefore, the politicians in the Alliance government had no objections to Li Yong's achievements. Just like the last time Li Yong discovered the pirate base and rescued so many people. Then the Alliance government quickly resettled them, demonstrating the Alliance's commitment to freedom and justice. So even if there were other factors behind this incident, Li Yong's actions were truly significant. This earned the Alliance another wave of goodwill in the eyes of ordinary people. The biggest wish of 80% of the people in the Federation is to immigrate to the Alliance. And some people in the Empire are also willing to immigrate to the Alliance. This is all thanks to the Alliance government's constant efforts to establish its own image. Yang Bo quickly found the residence of the core members of the He family. The He family's residence is relatively low-key, named Moon Lake. It is a huge alpine lake. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it boasts beautiful alpine meadows, snow-capped mountains, and a variety of animals. The most beautiful feature is the lake. It is crescent-shaped, with a crystal-clear blue water. Surrounding the lake are several buildings, some resembling pyramids, some like giant balls, and still others like giant mushrooms. The pyramidal building represents the Alliance, home to the Alliance Bank, the Alliance's largest bank. Alliance Bank sounds like a state-owned bank, but it's actually a private bank formed by 4 consortiums within the Alliance. The largest sphere is the headquarters of Magic Mirror Insurance, the Alliance's largest insurance company. The mushroom-like structure is home to the Alliance House of Representatives. Among these buildings, there's one that resembles a bunker. This bunker is 500 meters in diameter and 200 meters high. This is where the core members of the He family reside. Yang Bo currently stood at the window of this bunker, gazing at the vast alpine lake and the snow-capped mountains in the distance. The top of this bunker could also dock a spaceship. Yang Bo was still invisible. At first, he didn't notice it, but the further he got into the core area, the more he felt that everyone here was practicing ancient martial arts. Because practitioners' gait and posture made it easy to tell who wasn't. However, Yang Bo's targets were the younger core members, as their youth and inherent strength were limited. Originally, Yang Bo had planned to pick anyone at random. But then, he discovered that the person who had been following him in the dungeon had also come here, reporting on their work. Yang Bo felt something was amiss. There should be a firewall between the He family and these intelligence personnel. In other words, members of the He family shouldn't have direct contact with them. Just like when Zhang Boijin needed to do something else, he would ask his butler to do it. Mr. Jiu always contacted Zhang Boijin's butler. Hee. Interesting. Yang Bo decided to see what was going on. The young man Yang Bo had been contacting was using a disguised identity. His real name was Wu Jianping, and he was ostensibly a journalist. Many intelligence officers have public identities, and journalists are the most useful of these. Since childhood, Wu Jianping had received sponsorship from a foundation, allowing him to become a psychic without the use of a biochip. This foundation was the He family's. When Wu Jianping reached adulthood and graduated from school, he became an intelligence officer. Over the years, Wu Jianping has made numerous contributions and amassed considerable wealth. His position within the intelligence system has grown, and he has recruited over 40 people. Frankly, luck played a significant role in Wu Jianping's ability to find Yang Bo this time. Many of Wu Jianping's recruits were in the underground city. These intelligence officers noticed that every once in a while, someone would come with free chips and spend their winnings in the underground city. Giving away free chips in the underground city casino itself encourages spending. While the underground city lacks the high-tech capabilities of the Interstellar era, it does have big data, thanks to the development of intelligent systems during its construction. Of course, this big data intelligence system can't discern the difference, but humans can. Yang Bo left the bunker because Wu Jianping hadn't come here, but had gone to another building 900 kilometers away. This is also the largest entertainment venue on Tianzi Star, called Cloud Top Sky. The entire building appears to be floating on water. It resembles a giant transparent bubble. The building actually has telescopic structures underneath, allowing it to move up and down as the water level rises. Here, you can see many interesting underwater creatures, and even stand inside the building, gazing out at the water right before your eyes. On clear days, the clouds are reflected on the water, making the entire building appear to be floating within them. Because the clouds appear to be moving, the building is named Hintang Sky. Hintang Sky Palace's largest entertainment venue is the Royal Supreme Golf Club. Yang Bo arrived first, where Wu Jianping was supposed to be. Get rid of this Wu Jianping. And his contact too. We can't let that Li Han get hold of anything. Yang Bo had just arrived at a private room when he saw two people, one older and the other younger, sitting on a sofa, gazing out the window at the lake. The older one was speaking. Second uncle. The younger one looked like he was doing this for the first time. There are some things you must do yourself. Because if you become the clan leader, you have to do them often. Whether it's internal or external, anyone who has influence over the family. Besides, you need to think differently. Wu Jianping doesn't have us. How can he possibly live a good life for the rest of his life? Given his background, he might have died long ago while being tested in those pharmaceutical companies. Now he is not only a wife, but also 2 mistresses and 3 children. And he has enough savings, more than enough for these children to grow up. You've been to the Federation and seen the lives of ordinary people there. So what we've given him over the years is more than enough. Uncle, I still want to wait for my father to return, the young man said. Alas. Think carefully. If you don't do this, and someone else does, what will the rest of the family think of you? I know you think it's a crime. But I'm telling you, if you want to support a family, you have to treat others as if they weren't human beings. Even family members, if necessary, you can't treat them as human beings. The older man shook his head. The older man stood up, walked to the window, and pointed into the distance. Do you think we came here just to see this beautiful view? That's what you think. Look over there. 2 waterfowl and their 5 chicks look like a happy family. But look over there. There's a fishing cat that's been watching that family for a long time. And under the water, there are several ferocious fish. That's what we love to see. That's nature. Look! Only 1 chick is missing from that family. In the panic, another one is missing. The younger man stared into the distance, feeling an indescribable feeling. The seemingly harmonious family of waterfowl in the distance had, in a matter of seconds, lost 2 chicks. The 2 large waterfowl and their chicks hurriedly ran towards shore. But just as they reached shore, a fishing cat leaped out from the bushes. A large waterfowl had been carried away. Look, that's natural. Our family might be just like this one. So, any person or event that threatens our family, someone must deal with it. Over the years, over 120 members of our He family have been imprisoned, and over 30 of them are still serving sentences. They're doing it for our family. Yang Bo had just released a spiritual seed in the young man. This young man was called He Liang, a direct descendant of the family. But he wasn't one of the most talented, which was why He Liang was sent to do it. To put it bluntly, it was to create a firewall for the family. If the murder of Wu Jianping were exposed, He Liang would take the responsibility. The reason they chose this location was to conceal the truth. As for the older man's exact plan, Yang Bo didn't know, and neither did He Liang. No wonder the alliance doesn't have the death penalty, and these prisoners are treated so well. Clearly, these families and politicians have already made plans for themselves. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Chapter 1354. He Liang was naturally unwilling, because after doing this, he could be sent to prison at any time. Uncle, I still want to wait for my father to come back. He Liang watched the scene unfold on the water in the distance. To be honest, he didn't really feel any empathy, because the other party was an animal. He Liang's uncle, He Yuanda, saw his nephew still acting like this. So he smiled slightly. He Liang, you're an adult now. Adults should have their own thoughts. The family has provided you with a lot of resources over the years. It's you who haven't met the family's expectations. In today's society, why do you think your father didn't answer your calls? The family is a team. Team members must contribute. Yang Bo, lurking to the side, overheard the two men's conversation. He also learned some information about the He family from He Liang's memories. Yang Bo felt that He Yuanda might be targeting He Liang. Hee. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. He loved this kind of family conflict. Yang Bo was watching the show from the sidelines. He Liang's heart skipped a beat when he heard his uncle say this. His mood suddenly grew heavy. Yang Bo didn't release the spiritual seed to He Yuanda. Because his ancient martial arts skills were already very high, his gate didn't reveal any trace of ancient martial arts training. This was the return to the essence of the ancient martial arts realm. He Yuanda was one of the stewards of the He family, a major warlord in the alliance. The family business looked unremarkable, just ordinary businesses. The He family not only held a seat as an elder within the pirate alliance, but also enjoyed a position as an elder. He also has influence within the pirate group. Lucas, the vice leader of the Black Skull Pirates, is a He family member. Think it over carefully, He Yuanda said, seeing his words had taken effect. He Liang was young, after all, and within the family, He Yuanda was the elder and held considerable influence. He Liang slowly sat down and finally nodded. Excellent. As expected of a He family member, He Yuanda said with a smile. The plan was simple. Kill the single-line contact and Wu Jianping together. The He family pushed He Liang out because they wanted to use him as a firewall. If this matter remained undiscovered, there would be no problem. If it was discovered, He Liang would be expelled. After all, Wu Jianping still had a single-line contact, so there would be no witnesses. And in court, the criminal wouldn't have to say anything. Just like if He Liang didn't explain himself, he would be embroiled in a lengthy legal battle. Because the alliance's judicial process relies heavily on evidence. Evidence, in turn, relies on a chain of evidence. Achieving this chain of evidence requires a lengthy investigation and interrogation. During this period, He Liang can be released on bail. Of course, given the He family's influence and status, he will most likely go to jail, because jail time would demonstrate the He family's sense of responsibility. Wu Jianping and his direct contact excitedly met He Liang. They were initially wary, but upon meeting He Liang, they breathed a sigh of relief. The true geniuses of these powerful families never appear in the media. On the contrary, it's people like He Liang who are only half-baked who often show up. He Yuanda had already left by then. As the second generation of the He family, He Liang naturally had his own people. Young Master He, Wu Jianping hurriedly called out respectfully after entering the private room with his direct contact. Well done. You did a great job on this mission. Here are your rewards. He Liang presented 2 boxes. Wu Jianping and his direct contact were both excited to see the 2 exquisite boxes. Thank you, young master. Wu Jianping and his direct contact had already treated He Liang like their own young master. However, the 2 men were still a little wary. Wu Jianping opened the box first, revealing a potion. Yang Bo, lurking nearby, was also somewhat surprised to see the potion. This was a high-quality potion he had crafted himself. This is a high-quality genetic potion crafted by a master potion master. We never treat our meritorious officials unfairly, He Liang said, acting like a young master. The single-line contact also quickly opened the box. There was also a potion inside, but in an instant, a needle popped out of the box in the hands of the two men. This needle was clearly no ordinary needle. After being pricked by the needle, the two men felt as if their acupuncture points had been activated. He Liang saw the two men's acupuncture points, and carefully took the box from their hands. Then He Liang called his men to deal with the situation. At this point, the two men were still alive. When the men arrived, they poured a lot of alcohol into the two men, and they reeked of it. Yang Bo discovered that the alcohol also had some energy fluctuations. This was clearly a specially brewed liquor. Then He Liang, his men, Wu Jai and Pain, and their single-line contact left the entertainment venue drunkenly. Although the entertainment venue lacked real-time surveillance and intelligence systems, it was occupied. If two of the people who entered were missing and left, the people here would quickly discover it. If someone went missing and remained undetected, then this place was extremely dangerous. This kind of high-end entertainment venue must have a serious background. If they did this, the people behind it would definitely cause trouble. The He family was actually doing this as a precaution, as they were unsure if Wu Jai Pain and his single-line contact had been noticed or followed by others. Now that the investigation had been traced back to Wu Liang, the investigation was complete. Yang Bo watched the men leave, and then disappeared incognito. Now that he had He Liang, Yang Bo didn't worry about Wu Jai Pain's life or death. But if the He family came looking for him, he would definitely cause trouble for them. Yang Bo quickly left Tianzi Star, and then returned to Li Zhan's fleet from Tianyun Star. The moment Wu Jai Pain was killed, Yang Bo obtained Hacker Plus 16. Yang Bo then immediately used Wu Jai Pain's identity to send a message to Wu Jai Pain's informants. This message was a warning to evacuate. Many intelligence organizations have such measures. Yang Bo's message caused Wu Jai Pain's informants to scatter and flee. Just half a day later, Yang Bo learned from He Liang's memories that Wu Jai Pain's informant had surrendered. Yang Bo had long anticipated this possibility. In the intelligence system, evacuation is a simple word. But for most intelligence officers, evacuating requires funds, an identity, and connections. Especially in today's high-tech world, changing one's identity is both easy and difficult. With money and connections, it's easy. These individuals became intelligence officers precisely because they couldn't make money doing anything else. Even if these intelligence officers provided some intelligence, Wu Jai Pain would take the lion's share. This was like subcontracting, as the intelligence these intelligence officers received was fragmented. Wu Jai Pain's subordinates had no idea the He family wouldn't touch them. They assumed that anyone who attacked Wu Jai Pain would also eliminate them. At least one-third of them chose to surrender. When the He family received this news, they were shocked and didn't know what to say. They had originally intended to quietly deal with Wu Jai Pain. However, they ended up stirring up a hornet's nest. The He family had done their job well, but who could have helped but Yang Bo? Without Yang Bo, Wu Jai Pain's death would have been a quiet and unexpected one. At the same time, Yang Bo learned the news from Li Yong. The intelligence personnel Wu Jai Pain had recruited were located in the underground city, where Li Yong met his best friend. Although Li Yong's family hadn't yet obtained direct evidence, they were still suspicious. Since they suspected something, there must be a rival. So, the Li Yong family suspected it was the other warlords. Not only are they causing trouble for the Third Fleet, they're also causing trouble for the First Fleet. Yang Bo chuckled. Yang Bo soon received the news from Li Yong, relayed through Lin Yu, and the two sides temporarily lost contact. Li Yong's thinking was actually quite simple. Partly because the situation wasn't clear, and partly because it was to make his good brother, the pirate leader, anxious. In Li Yong's and his gang's eyes, Yang Bo, the pirate leader, desperately needed more warships. Furthermore, the pirate leader and the pirate alliance were sworn enemies. There was no way they were going to let the pirate alliance take over the Empire's warships. Ouch. This guy isn't actually standing up for you, good brother. Instead, he's teaming up with outsiders to bully you. Well, good brother, let's see who has the last laugh. Yang Bo understood Li Yong and his father's thinking. But understanding was one thing, and a lesson still needed to be taught. Yang Bo thought of He Liang again, and wanted to push him forward, but unfortunately, he was incompetent. Of course, through He Liang, Yang Bo also learned about the other members of the He family. Of course, He Liang's authority within the family was unknown, and the next generation of heirs was unknown. Yang Bo locked onto a target, Zhao Dongfeng, currently serving as the acting captain of a Class B battleship in the 3rd Fleet. This Zhao Dongfeng was a member of the He family, simply changing his name. Let's see what this new little brother of mine is like. Yang Bo prepared to promote this little brother. Then Yang Bo used hacking techniques to investigate Zhao Dongfeng. He discovered that Zhao Dongfeng was already 38 years old. While he possessed excellent military command skills, he had a bad temper and a short temper. As a result, the He family didn't prioritize Zhao Dongfeng. Yang Bo also discovered that several times when young officers of the 3rd Fleet achieved meritorious service, Zhao Dongfeng was excluded. Although Yang Bo didn't know if these young officers were related to the He family, these meritorious service assignments were obviously problematic. And Zhao Dongfeng was a known member of the He family. From this, it could be inferred that Zhao Dongfeng might be receiving unfair treatment within the family. Let's test it out first. Yang Bo prepared to test his future little brother. There are 2 benefits to taking on another younger brother. First, it expands my influence within the federal military. Second, it inflicts even greater losses on the pirate alliance. Third, it allows me to exploit the situation. What if Zhao Dongfeng attacks the Black Skull pirates? I wonder how the He family's leader will feel. Yang Bo is eagerly anticipating it. Chapter 1355. Zhao Dongfeng had been growing increasingly frustrated recently, and he submitted an action plan to his superiors to combat pirates. However, the action plan was rejected, with a ridiculous reason: no budget. Zhao Dongfeng knew that the military's budget was being tightly controlled by the Alliance Council. There was even a time when the military's budget was cut by more than half whenever it reached the council. Even weapons and equipment, those council officials knew nothing about them, were cut in half. As a result, the Alliance military was unwilling to deploy new equipment produced during a certain period. This was because these new equipment, once approved by the council, was cut in half again. Energy engine power, cut in half. Warship protection systems, cut in half. The number of energy cannons, cut in half. The number of warships, cut in half. That was the Alliance military's darkest hour, when the military even preferred to deploy outdated warships rather than new ones. But the plan he had applied for was within the fleet's internal budget. These damn old guys. Just because my last name isn't He. Is it because I'm treated unfairly? Look at those bastards the family has promoted. If it weren't for the family's powerful intelligence capabilities, they wouldn't have achieved any success. If the family had supported me, I would have become a general long ago. No wonder the Li family has grown so big and powerful. Look at the younger generation. Trash. Zhao Dongfeng sometimes really wanted to use his warship to shoot down all those old bastards in the family. Zhao Dongfeng's current position as acting captain is entirely due to his own hard work. Zhao Dongfeng had long been dissatisfied with the way resources were distributed within the clan. But he couldn't show his dissatisfaction with the clan, as his clan held unparalleled influence within the 3rd Fleet. If he expressed his dissatisfaction with the clan, he could be killed in an accident or imprisoned 10 minutes later. Because Zhao Dongfeng had no idea how many people in the 3rd Fleet were members of the clan. So Zhao Dongfeng could only sulk, and his sulking gave him a bad temper. Zhao Dongfeng used a disguise potion, changed his identity, and arrived at the underground city of Tianyun Star. Tianyun Star was originally half civilian and half military. After arriving in the underground city, Zhao Dongfeng first stopped at a familiar bar. After giving the bartender a generous tip, Zhao Dongfeng learned that the bar had recently had a lot of new people. Then Zhao Dongfeng went straight to a private room. This bar also ran some shady businesses. After entering the room, the staff quickly brought in groups of beautiful women. Zhao Dongfeng immediately chose 2, both of whom were low-level Esper users. Zhao Dongfeng spent 2 hours happily in the bar, then left feeling refreshed and headed to the casino next door. Perhaps it was bad luck, but Zhao Dongfeng's good mood in just half an hour was completely ruined by his losses. Zhao Dongfeng had no other source of income, relying primarily on his salary and family subsidies. Damn it! Zhao Dongfeng cursed inwardly. As he left the gambling table, he bumped into someone. Zhao Dongfeng was furious and about to launch into a tirade. Sorry, these are my compensation to you, Zhao Dongfeng said, picking up a handful of casino chips. Zhao Dongfeng grumbled, then sat down again with the chips. Zhao Dongfeng watched the burly man who had bumped into him sit not far away. 10 minutes later, Zhao Dongfeng's face was grim, as he had lost everything again. And then, Zhao Dongfeng saw the chips in front of the burly man double in value. Zhao Dongfeng cursed inwardly, and quietly walked out of the casino. The burly man was Yang Bo, testing Zhao Dongfeng. And having just bumped into him, he had released a spiritual seed in him. Yang Bo then received more information. Zhao Dongfeng was now a Class B Esper. Zhao Dongfeng was deeply dissatisfied with the He family, but from Yang Bo's perspective, for a Class B Esper to be the acting captain of a Class B battleship was quite impressive. It's just that Zhao Dongfeng's perspective was different. He was comparing himself to the He family, comparing himself to the other young people nominated by the He family. Yang Bo finally understood why Zhao Dongfeng didn't have support within the He family. The level of a psychic is a core consideration for every family. Although psychics don't have any advantages over modern weaponry, the higher the level of their psychic abilities, the longer their lifespan. The change in leadership in every family generation triggers turmoil. Thus, the longer-lived family members contribute to greater stability. Zhao Dongfeng's psychic level already limited his lifespan. But Yang Bo was more concerned with Zhao Dongfeng's deep hatred for the He family. This was mainly due to Zhao Dongfeng, who had long suffered from family injustice, a grievance he'd been suppressing for too long, unable to articulate. Additionally, he was lustful and a gambler, so he spent whatever little money he had. Actually, Zhao Dongfeng's income, supplemented by a salary from his family, was already quite high. But gambling, no matter how much money you have, ultimately leaves you with nothing. Not to mention, this guy even needed 2 or 3 psychics to seduce women. So even someone like Zhao Dongfeng could only take advantage of his vacation to have some fun. Yang Bo returned to Li Zhan's warship and messaged Zhao Dongfeng in a certain game. Zhao Dongfeng was playing an ancient, traditional martial arts game. This game was so realistic that players had to be at least 18 years old to play. With modern games featuring highly intelligent programs, each player has their own unique leveling path. The level of autonomy is very high. Zhao Dongfeng was a bandit in the game, his favorite part being robbing officials and insulting their wives. He also slaughtered the detectives. Of course, he also slaughtered the gamers who accepted his bounty. Zhao Dongfeng looked at his private message, a friend verification request from a stranger. The message read, "Want to get rich overnight? Want to get promoted and make a fortune?" Zhao Dongfeng was playing the game while reading the verification message, speechless. Had these scammers' advertising efforts now spread into the game? Zhao Dongfeng decisively added the other person. On closer inspection, the other person turned out to be a fake account. Want to get rich overnight? Want to get promoted and make a fortune? Just cooperate with us, and you get what you want. Yang Bo chuckled to himself as he sent the message. Swindler? How could anyone else get such a good deal? Zhao Dongfeng sent a direct message. We're a major platform. Our reputation is guaranteed. We have everything you need. Yang Bo saw the message and replied. Has the liar's boasting become so lowbrow now? I show you how difficult it is. The Pirate Alliance is so rampant right now, how can you get their information? Zhao Dongfeng subconsciously asked what he considered the most difficult question. Time area. Yang Bo replied briefly. What do you mean? Zhao Dongfeng was puzzled by these 4 words. When? In what area? The Pirate Alliance itself doesn't even know how many pirate groups there are. We can't possibly tell you all the information on every pirate group, because that kind of information is priceless. To prove we're a major platform, we can provide you with a piece of information first. If you benefit from this information, you have to pay for it before receiving the second piece. Of course, the payment method is flexible. Yang Bo replied with a long message. Zhao Dongfeng was even more puzzled by the other party's words, so he set a star field range and a time period. I'm sorry, but there are no pirate groups sailing within this time frame. Zhao Dongfeng sneered after reading the other party's message. He was about to reply when he received another message. However, in a nearby star field, there is a pirate group with 1 C-class battleship and 1 D-class battleship that will pass through at some point in the future, Yang Bo replied. Zhao Dongfeng looked at the message with a mixture of doubt and skepticism. Without accurate intelligence, it's difficult to detect a pirate group in the vast starry sky. Some might ask why the Alliance doesn't deploy sensors in all of its star systems. In fact, all 3 countries have done this, but ultimately it's cost-effective. Not to mention the sensors being easily attacked. Just the fact that they're constantly reporting false signals is unbearable for any nation's military. And all 3 countries have people engaging in shameful smuggling. Furthermore, many star regions are public. If one country is willing to deploy sensors, the other 2 won't. After the sensors are deployed, that region falls under the jurisdiction of a specific country. Over time, there are very few sensors in public star systems, only a few navigation beacons. Navigation beacons primarily provide automated navigation support for spacecraft. A spacecraft's intelligent systems operate based on the information from navigation beacons. I want to know if there were any pirate groups passing through another star region at a different time. Zhao Dongfeng mentioned another star region in time. No, there were pirate groups passing through this star region, but the time was a day later. Yang Bo checked and replied, "Okay, I want this information." Zhao Dongfeng, regardless of whether the story was true or not, was ready to give it a try. "Okay," Yang Bo replied. "Why did you come to me?" Zhao Dongfeng messaged, somewhat puzzled. "Because you replied to our message." Yang Bo's answer made Zhao Dongfeng feel a little retarded. Yu Ba felt like he was a liar. Could they know my true identity? Zhao Dongfeng was startled by the thought that had popped up in his head, but he immediately dismissed it. Chapter 1356. Hee hee. You kid will be easier to control than Li Yong. Yang Bo liked people like Zhao Dongfeng. He was full of flaws, a lover of gambling and lust. And he was also dissatisfied with the family. Use military merit to promote Zhao Dongfeng. Then find a way to break Zhao Dongfeng's relationship with the He family. Actually, I don't need to think of anything. Once Zhao Dongfeng reaches a certain level of maturity, he'd break away from the He family. Yang Bo knew Zhao Dongfeng's intentions. Now Yang Bo just waited for Zhao Dongfeng to show his ability. Yang Bo first took a stroll around the second world. Then he returned to Li Zhan's warship. Because the two warships were about to return to Korea State. After returning to Korea State, all the materials for the warships would be transferred to the warship dock manufacturing plant. Then Yang Bo prepared to have the 4 pirate groups do another job. The warship dock manufacturing plant was already under construction, forming a huge circular structure. At that time, the warships will be generated piece by piece from the ring. All materials will be transformed from this ring into parts of the warships. This is because John Lee lacks the ability to build large, enclosed docks like those of the Empire, the Alliance, and the Federation. However, John Lee's warship docks will require higher technical requirements. This is because John Lee's construction technology is like the cross-section of a warship, growing piece by piece. The dock's overall manufacturing technology, as well as the overall design of the warship, are more integrated. The reason why the Alliance Empire and the Federation built enclosed docks is mainly because these docks are not built by a single company, but by multiple companies working together. The Alliance's warship docks have one company responsible for the power system, another for metal material manufacturing, and separate companies for various other materials. The docks also have defense systems and spatial positioning systems. Not to mention the numerous suppliers of various warship components. The docks aren't simply floating in space, they have their own power system. This power system ensures that their position doesn't fluctuate significantly. A simple example, the Earth's orbit is approximately 300 million kilometers from one end to the other. Thus, warship docks must have their own spatial positioning systems. The docks also rely on solar energy for some of their energy, so their distance from the sun must be maintained. Traditional spacecraft in planetary orbits also need to control their altitude. Because the aircraft continuously descends under the influence of gravity, they must use thrusters to return to orbit after reaching a certain distance. Each company has its own robots and control systems, which must be compatible with the dock's control system. The Alliance's warship docks have over 400 suppliers. Of course, these suppliers provided the battleship dock with custom systems and robots. Although these were custom built to be compatible with the battleship dock systems, they also had their own systems. Li Zhan's dock was only 1/30th the size of an enclosed dock. Once fully constructed, it would resemble a wide bracelet. After unloading the materials, Yang Bo stored them in the space warehouse, and then transmitted the data to the dock factory's intelligence system. Then Yang Bo returned to mechanic mode, continuing to optimize the already executed programs. Yang Bo designed the warship dock, robotic system, and intelligence system himself. During operation, problems inevitably arise, as actual operation differs from theory. So, after a period of operation, the system needs to be optimized. No matter what system, optimization is necessary after operation. The people on the planet Koreabang breathed a sigh of relief when Li Zhan returned with 2 warships. Many people on Koreabang felt a great deal of pressure from Li Zhan's frequent return of several warships. The pirate spies and intelligence personnel from other countries were especially relieved. Yang Bo lived a happy life on Koreabang. He used his spiritual seed to check on Li Yong and Zhao Dongfeng. Li Yong's family was extremely nervous, having learned that some family information had been leaked. This information was highly confidential within the family. It was Li Yong who had obtained information about the pirate group from an informant, and some evidence pointed to the underground city. Li Yong's father, Li Han, was furious, because Li Yong was currently the most successful of all the family members. Although he had long anticipated the consequences of internal family struggles, the actual unfolding of these events still left the patriarch, Li Han, feeling chilled and terrified. He finally understood why the patriarchs of previous generations had imposed such severe penalties on those who betrayed the family. Li Yong's father, Li Han, had originally believed himself to be the commander-in-chief of the First Fleet. He was a formidable figure within the family, and no one dared betray him. But unexpectedly, Li Yong had only just emerged to reveal himself when someone secretly betrayed the family. Li Han was terrified that if it were discovered that Li Yong's informant was the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, then the entire family might be doomed. Li Han frantically searched for spies within the family. The He family of the Third Fleet was also feeling overwhelmed. The relevant departments of the Alliance had already traced the case back to Li Yong. This was primarily due to the high number of Wu Jianping's subordinates turning themselves in. With so many surrenders, the relevant departments were able to piece together the intelligence from these individuals and quickly track down Wu Jianping. They also discovered that Wu Jianping had met with He Liang at an entertainment venue. They also discovered that Wu Jianping had been escorted away by He Liang's men. Now, Wu Jianping had disappeared, his body missing. So, it seemed He Liang's firewall would have to be activated. Zhao Dongfeng was actively preparing. He wasn't entirely sure yet, as it felt too frivolous. Someone had provided such crucial intelligence within a game. Of course, Zhao Dongfeng was skeptical, but he was still preparing diligently. The captain of the B-class battleship was also a member of the He family. Zhao Dongfeng quickly gained control of the battleship. This meant he could lead the battleship on patrols, or for routine training. Because the Third Fleet had so many members of the He family, Zhao Dongfeng quickly assumed temporary command of the B-class battleship. Then he led the battleship for training. As for the captain, he had returned for leave. Zhao Dongfeng was apprehensive, and naturally, he gnashed his teeth. He felt like a serf preparing to rise up and fight the landlord. Yang Bo disguised himself as John Lee once again, contacting the 4 pirate groups he was working with. This time, Yang Bo was determined to completely disrupt the peace talks between the Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State. I wonder how long it will take for the Empire to deliver the A-class warships to the pirate groups. I hope it's delivered soon, so I can openly seize them. Yang Bo was eagerly anticipating the Empire's early delivery of the warships to the Pirate Alliance. Yang Bo still looked forward to openly commanding the A-class warships. Once the Hound pirates become stronger, I have them seize the main battleships. Then I stage another scene where the main battleship disappears. Hee hee. Keep going. Yang Bo was overjoyed at the thought of the potential benefits he could reap. Unfortunately, these were just thoughts now, because these pirates had ulterior motives. When the time is right, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates will return. Yang Bo was ready to assume his new identity at any moment. Chapter 1357. The Pirate Alliance actually doesn't want to fight anymore, as its primary goal is profit. However, the pirate groups are unwilling to give up, as the Federal Central State Fleet has been quite ruthless against the pirate groups. Last time, the Federal Third Fleet destroyed many pirate warships. The Third Fleet effectively slaughtered many pirate warships. While the pirate groups are also motivated by profit, these pirates are inherently aggressive and reckless. Among the warships destroyed by the Federal Fleet were the pirates' brothers, friends, and relatives. So now, these pirate groups are eager to fight, ready to give the Federation a hard time once they get their hands on the warships purchased from the Empire. Furthermore, these pirate groups are secretly colluding. They've seen John Lee's attack on the Gutra State. These pirate groups are jealous. So, these pirate groups are also preparing for a major raid. They're planning to directly rob a federal state. As for which state, they haven't decided yet. This is because these pirate groups know that if they set a target now, the news will likely leak. However, the Federation and the Pirate Alliance Elders Council share a common goal, so they are currently engaged in secret negotiations. Greyhound Pirates, Witch Pirates, Chuki Pirates, and Death Pirates. After receiving John Lee's message, these pirate groups were eager to take action. These pirate groups had just captured a Federation fleet of warships, and unexpectedly, they were about to launch another operation. The pirates, who had just participated in the operation, remained at the base, while the remaining pirates and warships set sail. This time, the 4 pirate groups deployed 4 B-class warships, 8 C-class warships, and 16 D-class warships. These 4 pirate groups disposed of all warships below D-class. Furthermore, Warship prices are currently high, as other pirate groups have suffered heavy losses. Of course, these pirate groups were unaware that the warships they sold had long been infected with various viruses. Yang Bo used these viruses to continuously learn the locations of pirate bases. Yang Bo now knows the locations of dozens of bases belonging to over a dozen pirate groups. Yang Bo would not easily reveal these pirate bases. These bases are very well hidden, and revealing them would alert other pirate groups. In addition, the pirate groups are very good at protecting their bases. The pirate ships sail silently as they return to base. The pirates on the ships have no idea of the ship's direction. Only after the ship lands at base do the pirates return. Sometimes, the pirate ships deliberately take detours or stop for a period of time. If they don't take detours or stop for a while, other spies will be able to roughly determine the star region where the base is located based on their speed and distance. This is also the reason why the three nations have discovered relatively few pirate bases over the years. Thus, Li Yang's ability to rescue so many people from the pirate base last time is even more significant. Zhao Dongfeng attacked the pirate group. The Greyhound pirates and several other pirate groups attacked the Federation fleet. Find a time to spread the news of the peace talks. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly. This time, the Greyhound pirate groups were also targeting a transport fleet. This was also the material used to build the warships being transported. The mineral planets of the Federal Central State Mining Company had been destroyed by pirates. Until the pirates were truly defeated, these mineral planets dared not resume production. One of Li Zhan's B-class warships quietly departed Karaya State. Yang Bo then wandered around Prince Holden's territory in the Second World. Then he returned to March Star. March Star's ancient martial arts arena tournament had caused quite a stir within the Alliance. Many people in the Alliance wanted to see the tournament, but the Ancient Martial Arts Association had yet to reach an agreement on the relevant matters. Representatives from the Ancient Martial Arts Associations of the Federation and the Empire had just departed. Their destination was March Star. There was also the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association. Representatives from the three Ancient Martial Arts Associations had come to March Star to discuss the various regulations for the tournament. This was the first Ancient Martial Arts Arena tournament held by the three nations. The main reason for the lack of such competitions was that the practitioners of ancient martial arts were all family members. On the one hand, these people aren't short of money. On the other hand, a competition could be dangerous. These family members already live a comfortable life, and if they were to be injured in a competition, it would be disastrous. Most importantly, each family's ancient martial arts heritage doesn't want to be easily exposed, because competing in a competition inevitably exposes the shortcomings of their family's ancient martial arts. However, Yang Bo has contributed a sufficient number of contribution points this time, so these families are very serious about this competition. Because the Ancient Martial Arts Association still has some things of its own. The Ancient Martial Arts Association also houses many secret techniques and manuals, as well as some training experience and data. Many families could gain insights from these experiences. Although Yang Bo believed that the more communication about ancient martial arts, the better they would develop, there was nothing they could do. None of these families trusted each other. No matter who stepped forward, none of them were willing to share their unique secrets. Because these families didn't trust him, others would likely share theirs. So, in this era, ancient martial arts were shrouded in mystery in the eyes of most people. Just like Yang Bo, it took him a long time to learn about the Ancient Martial Arts Association. After returning to March Star, Yang Bo watched the messages that came in from his watch. There were messages from Zhang Buishan. There were also messages from Su Xiangdong, the president of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association. The messages from both of them were about the same thing, the progress of the tournament arrangements. Then Li Qiubai sent some more selfies, all sexy swimsuit photos. Yang Bo wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had released a spiritual seed in the other person. He had seen everything he shouldn't have seen. How's your exploration ship doing now? Wang Muxue secretly came to Yang Bo's villa. After a brief conversation, Wang Muxue finally asked. We just keep searching. It's unlikely we find anything soon. After all, the star region the ship is in isn't very far from the route. Yang Bo shook his head at this question, his tone a little uncertain. I told you before, your idea isn't reliable. Those specialized exploration companies have already explored faraway places, and some exploration ships even take decades to return. Wang Muxue shook her head at this. Actually, it's quite dull out there in the vast starry sky. Just like the soldiers on our warships can't serve for more than a certain period. Although the conditions on the warship are excellent, with all sorts of recreational facilities. but it's very different from real society. That's why the Alliance's soldiers need to take leave every once in a while. Yang Bo nodded at this. Now that it's like this, let it be. I heard there are quite a few people with ulterior motives in this ancient martial arts arena. Those who are able to participate in the arena are the elite members of each family. If these elite members encounter anything on March Star, it would be a huge problem for both the Alliance and March Star. Many terrorist organizations are targeting this arena, Wang Mushua added. Ah! Yang Bo feigned shock. I was trying to do good things, but it turned out badly? Yang Bo asked in disbelief. Yang Bo admitted he hadn't considered this point, but for Yang Bo himself, he wasn't afraid of anyone coming to March Star to cause trouble. It's been ages since I had a good fight. As for the saying, the more terrorists, the better. Wang Mushua hugged Yang Bo and said, your intentions are good, but before you make any decisions, please consult with me. So good things can turn into bad things. That's why the ancient martial arts associations of the Alliance, Empire, and Federation sent representatives to discuss this. And all three countries, the Alliance, Empire, and Federation, have anti-government forces. The participants in this tournament are all elites. These anti-government forces will definitely not miss this opportunity. Of course, this is also an opportunity for March Star and our 9th Fleet. Yang Bo interrupted, asking, so what should I do now? Just wait. I'm saying this so that you don't get involved in future events as much as possible. For example, when the representatives of the ancient martial arts associations of the three countries come to draft the charter, they will definitely invite you. It's best for you not to show up or get involved at this time. That way, even if something major happens, it won't affect you at all. Zhang Buizhen invited representatives from the ancient martial arts associations of the three countries so that they can share the potential risks. Yang Bo had just heard Wang Mushua say this when he received a message from Zhang Buizhen on his watch, which he had placed on Mr. Jiu of Devon Star. Zhang Buizhen, Mr. Jiu, I have a very important task and would like to ask for your help. In Devon Star's underground laboratory, a spider-like interstellar creature was typing away on a physical keyboard, replying to messages. The spider's legs repeatedly landed on the physical keyboard. The keyboard emitted a pleasant sound, and as the sound continued, paragraphs of text were typed out. Mr. Jiu, Mr. Zhang is a big customer of ours. Please speak with me. Zhang Buizhen hasn't contacted Mr. Jiu recently, hoping to gradually distance himself from him. However, I recently encountered a rather difficult situation, so I had no choice but to contact Mr. Jiu. Zhang Buizhen breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Mr. Jiu's reply. March Star is about to host an ancient martial arts competition. The participants will be elites from 3 countries. I'd like to ask for your help in gathering some information. Then, after addressing any potential risks, as long as the tournament concludes successfully, I can order a Class B battleship. Actually, Yang Bo doesn't really want the Alliance's battleships right now. Because Zhang Buizhen delivered the battleships, he definitely let him go and snatched them up. The Alliance's battleships are a bit hot to the touch, but Yang Bo rubbed his chin. Passing such a hot thing on to someone else? No problem. I notify young Master Zhang if anything happens. Yang Bo replied directly. Zhang Buizhen, thank you so much. Zhang Buizhen saw the reply from Mr. Jiu on Yo Bo's watch and breathed a sigh of relief. The current situation on March Star presents a huge opportunity, but also a huge crisis. If this tournament goes smoothly, March Star's international status will skyrocket. But if something goes wrong, the consequences will be dire. Young Master, don't worry too much. As long as it benefits Young Master, we do it. Nyobo knew his Young Master had contacted Mr. Jiu. This meant his Young Master's plan had come to nothing. Thank you, Uncle Nyo. Zhang Buizhen took a deep breath and said to the butler. Zhang Buizhen was wary of Mr. Jiu and had originally planned to break away from him, but now it seemed impossible. I listen to you. No matter what they say, I won't go. Yang Bo was multitasking, chatting with Wang Mushua, while also using the interstellar creature he was shaping to talk to Zhang Buizhen. Yes. You made the greatest contribution by donating your contribution points. Human hearts are very complex, and so is society. I admit that you have some strong abilities, but there are always areas where you might be inconsiderate. Whatever you're planning to do in the future, why not discuss it with us first? Let's discuss it together, Wang Mushua said again. You're right. Yang Bo agreed. But Yang Bo simply couldn't do that, because there were many things he couldn't say. Are the rebels in the 3 countries of the Alliance Empire and the Federation supported by each other? Yang Bo knew some things, and asking now was laying the groundwork for the future. Some information was inaccessible even to the most advanced hackers, as the most crucial information from the three countries was stored in relatively primitive formats. Some was stored in data centers with no access to the internet. It's hard to say. Although there are suspicions, there's no evidence, and there can't be any. These rebels have been able to remain active until now, so they must have a way of surviving. As for what that is, it's hard to say. There were some things Wang Muxue didn't know either. As a general, Wang Muxue still had access to some information. I hope nothing happens, or my land will depreciate again, Yang Bo feigned a complaint. After Wang Muxue left, Yang Bo began searching for information about the anti-government armed groups. In fact, Yang Bo had come into contact with anti-government armed groups, specifically those operating at transit airports. The core areas of these airports were controlled by the anti-government armed groups. Unless these airports were destroyed, there was no way to eliminate the anti-government armed groups, as they kept growing like weeds. After searching for a long time, Yang Bo gave up. This was because Yang Bo had no idea where this information was stored. Unless Yang Bo could pinpoint the location of this data, he would have no chance of success. Chapter 1358. As expected of an anti-government armed group. These guys have done a good job of keeping secrets. No wonder these armed groups still exist in this interstellar age. Yang Bo quickly understood. The anti-government armed groups may have utilized relatively primitive means of communication and other means. Despite the alliance's current development, it has the largest number of cults among the three nations. Because of the Empire and the Federation, there's simply no soil for cults to survive. The imperial nobles would absolutely not allow cults to take root and sprout on their lands. Furthermore, the imperial nobles have extensive power over those within their territories. If they suspect you of being a cult, they execute you. As for the Federation, it's a prized possession for various corporations and consortiums. The methods used by these individuals are even more brutal than those of the imperial nobles. The alliance has so many cults in part because of the good benefits. Just like Yang Bo in the past, he had nothing to do all day except play games and eat, and even that gaming was limited. With nothing to do, these people are mentally drained and have plenty of time. Another major issue is the alliance's judicial procedures. Even if these cult members are guilty of betrayal, they won't face the death penalty. If these cult members go to prison, they might even recruit more members. And then, there's the alliance's damning privacy. So you have no idea who you're dealing with. If two people get married, as long as the other party doesn't agree, you don't know their private lives. Perhaps the person you're marrying was once of the same gender as you. Unofficial statistics indicate that the alliance has over 10,000 cults. Some cults have large memberships, potentially spanning multiple planets. Some are smaller, perhaps confined to a single city or community. The communication and dissemination methods of these cults are extremely primitive. Although the watch has a monitoring function, the information it monitors cannot be used as evidence. Yang Bo stroked his chin and began hacking into March Planet's network system. Yang Bo planned to monitor March Planet's custom system. Yang Bo's idea was simple. Whether they were members of extremist groups or members of anti-government armed groups, even if they had support on March Planet, they would need additional manpower to cause trouble. Use customs data to identify those who had just visited March Planet for the first time. Then use hacking techniques to identify these individuals. And then, screen those who had visited March Planet for the second time. The vast majority of people in the three countries use some sort of monitoring backdoor. Some are built-in hardware monitoring backdoors in the watch, while others are built into the communication software. The custom system categorizes this data. Those applying for entry for the first time are grouped together. There were many other categories, including second entries, third entries, and frequent entries and exits within a short period of time. After entering the custom system, Yang Bo directly found the category he had entered the first time. Yang Bo now entered mechanic mode, a superpowered optical computer. Using his optical and electrical superpowers, he directly accessed the database and analyzed all the data within it. Yang Bo discovered a clear peak in the data. The date of this peak coincided with the official announcement of the ancient martial arts arena on March Star. Yang Bo simultaneously conducted a deep analysis of the captured data. Each piece of data here represents every incoming person. The customs registration information is quite detailed, including the person's origin, occupation, and age. The only thing missing is gender. The interstellar age has its advantages. Each planet has its own customs office. If someone from another planet in the Alliance doesn't go through customs, that's going to be troublesome, Yang Bo pondered as he analyzed. The entire data set consists of over 270,000 entries, and the number is increasing every moment. Finding these 270,000 entries isn't difficult. The more difficult part is verifying this data. That means using hacker data to verify the owner of this data. This requires compromising the other party's communication system. This is a bit more complicated. The reason for this is that there are only a few major communication providers within the alliance. If one provider's security system is compromised, then all user data on that system can be accessed. The communication data can then be used to dig deeper into bank data. The bank data can then be used to obtain consumption data. Then, he had to analyze bank and consumer data. Due to the sheer volume of data he was dealing with, and the fact that he was hacking into someone else's system, Yang Bo's processing speed was relatively slow. Because he had to process the data layer by layer, and conduct a comprehensive analysis of these individuals, Yang Bo also tested his data processing skills in his mechanic mode. Yang Bo discovered that the more systems he hacked, the more he learned about their vulnerabilities. Yang Bo was busy with these tasks inside John Lee's warship. On the first day, Yang Bo processed over 9,000 pieces of data, but didn't find a single suspicious individual. On the second day, Yang Bo processed over 40,000 pieces of data. Having already breached the security systems of many telecom providers and banks on the first day, accessing these systems on the second day was much easier. 2 suspects were found. On the third day, Yang Bo processed over 70,000 pieces of data. 5 suspects were found. Over the next few days, Yang Bo processed 340,000 pieces of information. Only 11 suspects were found. That's it for now. Let's focus on these 11 suspects. Yang Bo felt a bit overwhelmed, as this was only the first time he had access to March Star's customs data. But things got faster and faster, as Yang Bo had already breached almost all of the security systems of the telecom providers and banks in the 3 countries. Even if they updated their systems, a second breach would save him a lot of time. Now, Yang Bo's understanding of internet systems has deepened. Looking back now, Gutrabang's security system is a piece of shit. Yang Bo considered 11 suspects a significant number. Because the date for the ancient martial arts arena hadn't yet been determined, the individuals currently on March Star were spies. Yang Bo directly hacked into the wristwatches of these 11 individuals and monitored their actions. Then Yang Bo processed the data from the second entry into March Star. The number of individuals entering March Star the second time was even smaller. Yang Bo could understand this. After all, the only scenery on this planet worth seeing was the superstorm. The rest was garbage. There's no need to come back a second time after seeing it once, as fewer people would come the second time. As for the third, fourth, and fifth times, the data on these people mainly consists of work-related relationships, such as transport crews, other merchant ships, and tour groups. After all, interstellar travel is expensive, and no one would come here for no reason. Yang Bo stretched, and then went to the second world. Yang Bo transformed into Prince Holden in the second world, on the rooftop terrace of Prince Holden's castle, looking out at Prince Holden's territory. He then looked out to the distant sea. The number of fishing boats on the sea increased. The players in Prince Holden's territory didn't always reap rewards when they went out to plunder. To be precise, these players had already gone out to sea over 6 times in total, but only once had they achieved success, because many merchant ships in this world were organized into large fleets. And many of them belonged to various nobles. Their armed forces were no less powerful than those of the players. This was the true life of pirates in ancient times. Only a few could make a fortune. Yang Bo possessed photoelectric superpowers, absorbing solar energy to recharge. However, Yang Bo couldn't charge here because, if he did, he would absorb too much light energy and be spotted by the armed spacecraft in the sky. Yang Bo simply laid down on a hide, enjoying the scorching sun. Yang Bo closed his eyes, clearing his mind. Because he'd been processing so much data recently, even after closing his eyes, Yang Bo's mind still felt filled with data. This data wasn't true memory, but rather a kind of cache. Yang Bo slowly cleared out the cache. The sun had just set. The moment it set, Yang Bo sensed countless soul particles. These soul particles gave him a sense of ethereal emptiness. What puzzled Yang Bo was that these soul particles were actually rising from the ground into the sky. After rising to the sky, these soul particles fell back down, like rain, though this time the number was much smaller. And when these falling soul particles landed on his body, they were instantly absorbed. Yang Bo quickly and slowly released his mental power. The soul particles within his mental power range were like water falling on sand. They were instantly absorbed by the vast mental power net. What appeared in Yang Bo's consciousness was a magnificent scene. Countless ethereal soul particles rose into the sky, but at a certain height, they were caught by the sunlight. These soul particles, as if burned by something, constantly collided. During the collisions, they continuously merged, and some vanished. The fused souls, once exposed to sunlight, could be captured and absorbed by spiritual power after falling. An hour later, Yang Bo sat up suddenly. After an hour, the soul particles had ascended directly to a higher dimension. Then, they stopped falling. This was because the sunlight in the higher dimension had already moved away. Yang Bo suddenly understood that these soul particles, now continuously generated, were being directly decomposed by the energy in the ionosphere upon reaching it. As for that hour just now, it was because, although the sunlight no longer reached the earth, it still shone in the air. Yang Bo was now filled with a sense of fear. This was because these soul particles had all emerged from the ground. Countless thoughts flashed through Yang Bo's mind, but many of them could not be verified, primarily due to the armed spacecraft in the sky. Could there be some strange creatures beneath this planet? Yang Bo rubbed his chin. So these soul particles also emerge during the day, but are broken down by sunlight upon reaching the surface? If that's the case, then I have a bold idea. Yang Bo's thoughts wandered, and he quickly found a relatively simple method that could be verified. Chapter 1359. However, the experiment had to be conducted during the day, and now it was dark, so Yang Bo left the second world. When leaving the second world, Yang Bo didn't notice anything unusual. But questions kept growing in his mind. What exactly causes this? If one can continuously absorb these soul particles, then the soul can grow to a terrifying level. Why do the soul particles emerging from the planet give people a sense of emptiness? But once exposed to sunlight, some of them can be absorbed. What strange things happen during this time? The number of soul particles falling from the sky is relatively small. So, in the early stages of the second world, increasing mental power is quite difficult. However, once mental power reaches a certain point, and the area over which it is spread is large enough, the growth rate will be rapid. This means that in the second world, there may be extremely terrifying mental power abnormalities. However, most people can't survive the initial accumulation stage. Yang Bo analyzed it carefully. Because the number of falling soul particles is too small, and those who practice in the early stages have a small area over which their mental power is spread, the accumulation is slow. This accumulation needs to reach a critical point, after which the speed of growth accelerates, because at this point, the area of mental power spread is much larger. If I were to fully unleash my current mental power, I estimate it would double in 5 years. Although 5 years may seem like a long time, Yang Bo's current mental power is extremely abnormal. This cultivation method in the second world is practically like picking up something for free. Of course, this is based on the current known situation, which is what Yang Bo had just experienced. As for whether this situation would occur every day, it's hard to say. Also, when this kind of mental power accumulates to a certain level, will other unexpected situations arise? If mental power can double in 5 years, then the second doubling won't take 5 years. As mental power continues to grow, the area over which it spreads becomes larger. I just don't know if this behavior is the same everywhere in the second world. Could some places have a high density of soul particles, while others are sparser? Yang Bo pondered again. But if mental power is fully spread out, its energy fluctuations will easily be detected by armed spacecraft in space. We see after tomorrow's test. Yang Bo decided to put these things aside for now. Yang Bo first checked the surveillance data of the 11 suspects. Of these 11, 6 were from the Alliance, 3 from the Federation, and 2 from the Empire. Yang Bo analyzed their surveillance data one by one. Perhaps due to the short time frame, there wasn't any valuable information. Then Yang Bo began analyzing other data. When daylight returned to the second world, Yang Bo transformed himself into Prince Holden and entered the second world. This time, Yang Bo descended directly to the surface. The castle was originally built on the hillside. The castle's foundations were dug into the rock, so there were several basements underneath. The butler was also curious as to why His Highness had emerged so quickly this time. The maids and servants in the castle were some gamers, some natives. 2 of the gamer maids were winking and flirting with Prince Holden. No one knew what bizarre things gamers could do in the game. Yang Bo ignored the 2 gamers and went straight to the basement. It was dark inside, but Yang Bo could see clearly. After entering the basement, Yang Bo immediately spread his mental power. Soon, Yang Bo sensed soul particles constantly emerging from the ground. The state of these soul particles was strange, akin to a state of nothingness. The energy fluctuations of these soul particles were completely undetectable, as if they were just empty shells. These soul particles could penetrate some buildings. However, They dispersed as soon as they reached a certain height. Using his mental power, Yang Bo observed the energy and temperature of the sunlight spreading continuously. Even in places where the sun couldn't reach, this energy was present, causing fatal damage to the soul particles, causing them to dissipate. Yang Bo walked while unleashing his spiritual power. Yang Bo discovered that even in his current state, his spiritual power could capture the soul particles that had just been eroded by sunlight energy. Because the planet rotates, the sunlight is constantly moving. The energy it generates is also constantly moving. Therefore, if Yang Bo wanted to continuously capture soul particles, he had to keep moving. Yang Bo used his spiritual power to capture these soul particles while moving, analyzing them in his mind. Yang Bo planned to create a data model. Once he had one, he could create a tool that could absorb soul particles even during the day. The key was to determine the intensity of sunlight and the duration of its exposure to soul particles. If the sunlight was too strong, the soul particles would quickly disperse upon exposure. If the sunlight was too weak, the soul particles would only persist for a longer period of time. Yang Bo discovered that these soul particles changed rapidly. The vast majority dispersed upon contact with the sun's energy. Only a small fraction, after being eroded by sunlight, became absorbable soul particles. To be more precise, it was thought that the soul particles absorbed sunlight energy before being absorbed. Yang Bo spent the better part of a day finally creating a data model. This model represented the energy reaction time between sunlight and soul particles. Actually, there's another simpler method. I chased the sun for the hour after sunset, essentially flying around the planet. Yang Bo had long been aware of this simple method, but he couldn't fly at the moment. If he did, he'd be spotted by armed spacecraft. After dark, Yang Bo personally experienced it again, but this time he didn't absorb it for too long, unsure whether the absorption of these soul particles would affect his mental power. How can we find a way to conduct a mental power growth experiment? Although I don't feel anything wrong right now, it will be too late if there is a real problem. We still need to find some people to conduct the experiment. But finding people to test it is too difficult. Yang Bo didn't dare to act rashly, preferring to be cautious. If there were any problems later, it would be a big problem. After returning to John Lee's warship, Yang Bo analyzed the surveillance data of the 11 people again, and this time he actually found 2 members of the extremist organization.